Belinda presents this unabridged recording of Kingmaker, Winter Pilgrims, written by Toby Clements and read by Jack Hawkins. To Karen, with all my love. Factions in the Wars of the Roses. Principal Yorkist leaders in 1460. Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York, senior Yorkist claimant to the throne, died at the Battle of Wakefield, 1460. Edward Plantagenet, Earl of March, son of the Duke of York, to become King Edward IV. Edmund Plantagenet, Earl of Rutland, second son of the Duke of York, died at the Battle of Wakefield, 1460. Richard Neville, Earl of Salisbury, powerful magnate, executed after Wakefield, 1461. Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, Earl of Salisbury's son, later known as the Kingmaker, having helped Edward IV to become king. Lord Fauconberg, Earl of Salisbury's brother, a fine soldier. William Hastings, Earl of March's friend and pimp. Principal Lancastrian leaders in 1460. King Henry VI, son of Henry V, weak-willed and possibly insane. Margaret of Anjou, Henry VI's strong-willed French wife. Henry III, Duke of Somerset, Margaret's favourite, good soldier, Louche. In addition, almost every other magnate in the land, including the Dukes of Buckingham, Exeter, Devon, the Earls of Shrewsbury, Wiltshire, Northumberland, as well as Lords Scales, Roos, Hungerford, Ruthyn, and Clifford. Prologue. During the 1450s, England was in a sorry state. Her 100-year war in France had ended in humiliation. Law and order had broken down in the towns and shires, and at sea, pirates were everywhere, so that the wool trade, which had once kept her coffers brimming, had withered to nothing. Meanwhile, her king, Henry VI, was prey to bouts of madness that robbed him of his wits, and with no strong leader, his court had become riven by two factions, one led by the Queen, a strong-willed Frenchwoman named Margaret from Anjou, the other by Richard, Duke of York, and his powerful allies, the Earls of Warwick and of Salisbury. Relations between the two factions first broke down in 1455, and each summoned its men to arms. In a short, sharp action in the shadow of the Abbey of St Albans in Hertfordshire, the Queen's favourite, Edmund, 2nd Duke of Somerset, was killed, and the Duke of York and his allies won the day. But York's ascendancy was short-lived. By the end of the decade, the king had regained his wits, and the Queen her control of the court, and the sons of those killed at St Albans sought vengeance for their fathers' sakes. In 1459, the Queen summoned the Duke of York and his allies to court in Coventry, where she was strong, and, fearing for his life, the Duke once more raised his banner and summoned his allies. The Queen, in the King's name, did likewise, and on the eve of St Edward's Day in October that year, the two sides once more took the field, at Ludford Bridge near Ludlow in the county of Shropshire. But the Duke of York and Earls of Warwick and Salisbury were betrayed, and so, finding their position hopeless, they fled the country, the Duke of York to Ireland, the Earls of Warwick and Salisbury across the narrow sea to Calais. And so now, while those of the Queen's faction strip the land of all that is left, men in England are waiting for the spring to come, waiting for the exiles to return, waiting for the wars to start once more. Part 1. Priory of St Mary, Haverhurst, County of Lincoln, February 1460. Chapter 1. The Dean comes for him during the second repose, when the night is at its darkest. He brings with him a rush lamp and a quarterstaff, and he wakes him with a heavy prod. "Up now, Brother Thomas," he says. "The prior's asking for you." It is not time for prime yet, Thomas knows, and he hopes, if he is asleep, the Dean will let him alone and wake one of the other canons, Brother John, perhaps, or Brother Robert, who is snoring. A moment later, his blankets are thrown back and the cold grips him fast. He sits up and tries to gather them to him, but the Dean casts them aside. "Come on now," he says. "The prior's waiting." "What does he want?" Thomas asks. Already his teeth are chattering and there is steam rising from his body. "You'll see," the Dean says. "And bring your cloak, bring your blanket, bring everything." In the lamp's uncertain glow, the Dean's face is all heavy brows and a crooked nose, and the shadow of his head looms across the ice-rimed slates of the roof above. Thomas untangles his frost-stiffened cloak and finds his worsted cap and his clogs. He wraps the blanket about his shoulders. Come on," the Dean urges. His teeth are chattering too. Thomas gets up and follows him across the dorter, stepping over the huddled forms of the other canons, and together they go down the stone steps to the prior's cell, where a beeswax candle shivers in a sconce, and the old man lies on a thick hay mattress with 3 blankets drawn up to his chin. "God be with you, Father," Thomas begins. The prior waves aside the greeting without taking his hands from under his covers. "Did you not hear it?" he asks. "Hear what, Father?" The prior doesn't answer but cocks his narrow head at the shuttered window. Thomas hears only the Dean's breathing behind him and the gentle rattle of his own teeth. Then comes a distant, rising shriek, pitched high, thin as a blade. It makes him shudder and he cannot help but cross himself. The prior laughs. "Only a fox," he says. "Whatever did you think it was? A lost soul, perhaps. One of the lesser devils." Thomas says nothing. "Probably caught in the copse beyond the river," the Dean suggests. "One of the lay brothers sets his snares there. John, it is." There is a silence. They ought to send for this John, Thomas thinks, the one who set the trap. He should be made to go and kill the fox, put it out of its misery. "Quick as you can then, Brother Tom," the Dean says. Thomas realizes what they mean. "Me?" he asks. "Yes," the prior says. "Or do you think you are too good for such a thing?" Thomas says nothing, but that is exactly what he is thinking. "Do it like this," the Dean says, miming with the staff, jerking its tip down on the skull of an imaginary fox, just above the eyes. The Dean has been to the wars in France and is well known to have killed a man, perhaps even 2. He passes the staff to Thomas. It is almost as tall as him, stained at one end as if it has been used to stir a large pot. "And be sure to bring the body back," the prior adds as the Dean guides Thomas from the cell, "for I shall want the fur and the infirmarium the flesh." The Dean's light leads Thomas down more stone steps into the fragrant darkness of the Frater house, where he is drawn to the warmth of the fire's embers glowing under their cover, but the Dean has already crossed the room and pulled aside the door's drawbar. "God's blood!" he exclaims as he opens the door. Outside, it is the sort of cold that stops you dead, the sort that drops birds from the sky, splits millstones. "Go on, young Tom," the Dean says. "The sooner it's done, the sooner it were done. Then get back here. I'll have some hot wine for you." Thomas opens his mouth to say something, but the Dean shoves him out into the cold and closes the door in his face. Dear God. One moment he's asleep, almost warm, dreaming of the summer to come even, and now, this. The cold sticks in his throat, makes his head ache. He gathers his cloak, hesitates a moment, then turns and sets out, picking his way across the yard to the beggar's gate, his clogs ringing on the ice. He unbars the gate and steps through. Beyond the priory walls, the dawn is already a pale presence in the east, and the snow, lying over the fen, gives off a light so cold it is blue. To the south, where the river curls around itself, the mill-wheel is frozen in mid-turn, as if opening its mouth to say something, and beyond it the bakery, the brewhouse, and the Lay Brothers' granges stand deserted, their walls frosted, their roofs bowing under the weight of snow. Nothing moves. Not a thing. Then the fox screams again, high and sharp. Thomas shudders and turns back to the gateway, as if he might somehow be allowed back in to return to bed, but then he collects himself and turns again and forces himself to move. One step, two, carefully keeping close to the priory walls, following them around to where the dark line of the old road comes into view on its way through the fen towards Cornford and the sea beyond. There was a time when it might have been busy, he thinks, even on a morning such as this. Merchants might have been making their way to Boston with their wool for the fleet sailing for the Staple in Calais, or pilgrims might have been coming to the shrine of Little St. Hugh in Lincoln. These days, though, with the land so lawless, anyone abroad at this time of day is either a fool or a villain, or both. By the time he reaches the sisters' cloister, Thomas's shins are scorched, his chilblains throb, and his fingers are already so thick and clumsy with the cold, he knows he will not be able to hold a quill all day, knows he'll make no progress with his psalter. Even his teeth ache. He stops at the sisters' gate, pauses a moment, glances at it, though he knows he must not. Then he leaves the shadow of the priory's walls and cuts away, down across a field where the Lay Brothers will plant rye in the distant spring. There is an old path on the snow, a line of footprints he follows through the furlong and down towards the dung heap by the river. Here the path ends in a confusion of dimples in the snow and broken ice, as if someone has been fetching water. Thomas climbs down the low bank onto the ice, where a mist unfurls around his ankles. He steps onto it, testing it, though he knows it to be strong enough to bear a cart and ox, and he hurries across in a few quick strides to thread his way through the ice-rimed reeds on the far side. Just as he is scrambling up the bank, the fox shrieks once more, rough-edged, filled with pain. Thomas pauses, frozen. The scream stops abruptly, as if cut off. Thomas wavers again, looks back at the priory, at the low clutch of stone buildings that huddle around the stump of the church's tower. He sees the Frater House roof leaking smoke into the pale sky, and he wishes he was safe behind those walls again, readying himself for prime, perhaps, or even still asleep and dreaming again of the summer to come. Curse the prior. Curse him for waking him. Curse him for sending him on this errand. And why? Why him? Why not this John who set the snare in the first place? Thomas is a scribe, an illuminator, not a lay brother, no longer some farm boy. He'd meant to pass that day applying leaf to one of the capitals, burnishing it with Brother Athelstan's dog's tooth tool. But now his fingers are like sausages. This is the prior's design, of course. Thomas understands that. The prior means to knock the pride from him. He said as much the night before when he'd preached against the sin during supper. Thomas had felt the old man's eye settle on him more than once during the meal, but had thought little of it. He hadn't looked contrite enough. That was it. A lesson there. He carries on to where the snow is deeper, undisturbed since it started falling the day after Martinmas this last year. He breaks through the snow crust up to his knees, stumbles, flounders. Soon he is sodden. On he goes, up the gentle slope until he is only a few footsteps from the tangled borders of the copse. It hurts to breathe. He peers through the lattice of unruly branches. He sees nothing, only darkness, but something is in there. Again the hair on his nape bristles. He raises his stick to hook aside a bough. There is an explosion, a rattling boom. There is a cry, a tearing sound, the beating of wings. It comes at him, soot black, straight at his face, at his eyes. He bellows, he ducks, swings the staff, throws himself to the snow. But the crow is gone before it is really there. It flies off with a dismal caw. Thomas's heart is pounding. He hears himself babbling, making no sense. When he gets to his knees, his hands are blue, his cassock quilted with snow. The crow has settled on a snow-capped post by the dung-heap. "Bastard bird!" Thomas calls, shaking the staff. "Bastard bloody bird!" The crow ignores him. The bell begins tolling in the priory, and from the river a mist rises, thick as fleece. Thomas turns back to the copse, resolute now, but he can find no way in through the tangle of brambles. He hacks at them with his staff, circles the copse until he finds a track, the lay Brother John's prints, he supposes. He ducks under the first low branches and fights his way in. The brambles pull at his cassock. Snow tips down on him from above. He steps over a fallen trunk and finds himself on the edge of a tight clearing, and something makes him stop. He eases aside a branch, and there it is, the fox, a slur of matted red fur in the gloom. He steps forward. Its neck and foreleg are caught together in a loop of wire, and the wire itself is hooked over a spur of hornbeam. The fox is on its hind legs, half hanged, half frozen, its narrow snout sunk on its blood-wet chest. The snow below is scraped to the frozen black earth, and blood-stains and clumps of russet hair are everywhere. Thomas makes the sign of the cross and stands stock-still, listening. He can hear something. Then he realizes it is the fox, still alive, still breathing, each breath a high, bubbling drag followed by a racking exhalation that subsides in a hoarse whimper. After a moment it seems to sense him and lifts its head. Thomas gasps and takes a step back. The fox is blinded, its eyes gone, each glistening socket weeping a tag of thick blood. The crow caws from beyond the thicket. "Bastard bloody bird," Thomas breathes. Again he makes the sign of the cross. After a moment the fox's head sinks wearily back on its chest. Thomas steels himself. He steps forward, raises the staff just as the dean suggested, then brings it down. Crack. The fox jerks in its noose. There is a delicate patter of blood on the snow. The fox shudders. It gives a long rattling sigh. Then it is dead. Thomas pulls the staff from the cup of broken bones. It is smeared with a dark-veined soup of grey brains that he wipes in the snowbank below the hornbeam. Once he has done this, he stands for a moment, then makes a final sign of the cross over the fox, blessing it as one of God's creatures, and is about to turn and go when he remembers the prior's instruction. With a sigh, he sets aside the staff and begins following the line of the snare back from the branch on which it is caught, pinching it between thumb and forefinger, down through the wet spray of traveller's joy to the base of the tree. It is awkward. His fingers are so numb, and the knot is set in the ice, pulled taut by the fox's struggle. He gropes forward, on his knees now, his ear pressed against the rough bark of the tree. He cannot pick apart the strands of the knot. He needs his knife, he realizes, and is cursing his forgetfulness when he hears the shouts of men and the sudden drum of horses' hooves on the road beyond. Chapter 2. Daylight is almost come by the time Sister Catherine brings the pail down from the prioress's cell. She comes out into the yard where the cold clamps her chest. "God keep you, Sister Catherine." It is Sister Alice, the youngest of the nuns, newly come, wrapped in her thick cloak, her breath a rolling plume before her face. "And God keep you, Sister Alice. I see you are not in chapel." "A walk first?" Sister Alice says this as if this is the most natural thing. Catherine frowns. She has made the same journey every day for 7 years now, and not once has anyone come with her. In truth, she is grateful. An animal has been screaming in the night, and she feels the residue of anxiety. "I'd welcome the company, Sister Alice," she says. She holds the bucket away from her thigh as Alice helps her with the drawbar of the gate. Something slops within, and a tongue of warm steam rises to lick her wrist. Her skin crawls. Beyond the gate, their feet break the new crust of snow, hard frozen in the night, and a thick mist is rising from the river. A crow leaves its perch on a pole. Alice stops. "I've always hated birds," she says. "It is the feathers." Catherine wonders what it would be like to have time for such luxuries. She carries on, her steps loud in the frozen stillness. When they come to the tangle of the previous day's footprints by the dung heap, she sees someone, one of the lay brothers probably, has been out since yesterday and has crossed the river. She sets aside the bucket and opens the barrel lid with a snap of ice. It is the one advantage of winter, she thinks, when the cold seems to keep at bay the lazy flies that usually hum around the barrel's opened mouth, and the stink of the process makes you gasp. Sister Alice tries to pass her the bucket. She slips and nearly drops it. "Let me," Catherine says. "But I want to help." Again, Catherine wonders why Alice is there, not standing by the river and holding a bucket of the prioress's slops, but in the priory at all. She is too young and too pretty to have come here to wait to die like the other sisters. She is too thin, that is true, but so is everybody these days, except, perhaps, the prioress and Sister Joan. Nevertheless, even standing there holding that bucket of shit, even with that dewdrop on the tip of her pink nose, Alice seems otherworldly, more than merely one of the sisters. Her clothes have no patches or stains, and her rosary beads are finely wrought from ivory, a gift from a loving relative, perhaps, and there is a lightness about her, as if she barely touches the ground at all. "Why are you here, Sister Alice?" Catherine asks. "I told you," Alice says. "I want to help." No, Catherine goes on. "I mean here at the priory." Alice smiles. "Oh," she says, "I am a bride of Christ." She even holds up her hand to show the gold ring on her finger. "What about you? Are you not a bride of Christ too?" Catherine cannot tell if Alice is making a joke, but she thinks of herself, left at the almonry as an infant with only a purse and some letters, and now the one to empty the prioress's slop bucket every morning. "Me," she says at length. "I am like this." And she pours the slops into the barrel, careful to keep back the solids for the dung heap. After she's done it, she empties the heavy bucket onto the heap, 3 or 4 very brown turds on the snow. The 2 nuns step back, and Alice shivers. Then they turn and begin their walk back across the fields towards the priory. "Why is it always you who empties the prioress's night bucket?" Alice asks. "It just is," Catherine says. Alice opens her mouth to ask something more, but then closes it. Perhaps she has too many questions and cannot choose the right one. They walk on in silence, listening to their footsteps and the click of Alice's rosary and their ragged breathing. Catherine is lost in thought, and so it is that she doesn't hear the horses on the road above them until it is too late. When she does, she stops mid-stride. Her heart lurches. Men on horseback, more than one, more than 2. "Quick," she whispers. She gestures to Alice, and they lift their skirts and run. She hears a man shout, "Dear God, they've been seen." She keeps running. The men are urging their horses off the road, cutting down across the frozen river, aiming to meet them before they reach the beggar's gate. There are only 100 steps to cover, but Catherine and Alice are floundering in their clogs and skirts, and the bucket is heavy, and she dare not drop it for fear of what the prioress will say. Then Alice falls with a cry. Catherine drags her to her feet. The men are in the field now, hollering as if at sport, ploughing their horses through the snow, one pulling ahead of the others. Catherine turns and starts running again, but in a moment the first horse is on them. She cowers even as she runs, ducking the expected blow, but the rider overtakes them, thundering past. Then he stands tall in his stirrups and hauls back on the reins. He sets the horse on its hind legs and blocks their way. The horse is huge, brown, with flailing hooves, a beard of filthy icicles and eyeballs as big as fists. The rider is young but strong, and his face is bright with delight at what he's caught. He is laughing. Without thinking, Catherine takes a step to one side, and then, using every muscle in her body, each one honed by punishing years of labour, she swings the heavy bucket, lets it fly. It hits the horseman with the crack of a falling trap-door. He flies back over the croup of the horse, hands clapped to his face. Alice screams. The horse launches itself forward again. They throw themselves aside as it barrels past them. The man is screaming. He rolls on his back, knees drawn up, hands pressed to his face, blood pouring between his leather-gloved fingers. It is everywhere, staining the snow and his white tabard. But now the other horse is on them, a grey, ridden by a man in a long red coat. He has a sword. Catherine steps in front of Alice and faces him. She is beyond fear now. The rider comes at her, arm raised. She stands to face him. But then something happens. Something comes through the air, a dark blur. It catches the horseman, hits his head with a slap. He falters, drops the sword, then collapses as if filleted. He rolls from the saddle and crashes to the snow. The horse turns, canters away. And suddenly there is someone else there with them, a man on foot, in a black cloak, clogs on his feet. It is one of the canons, running from the direction of the river. He is waving his arms and shouting, and his skirts are riding high around his bare knees. The third rider turns to face the new threat, and the fourth rider, a giant of a man on a cart horse, dithers too. Catherine snatches Alice's hand, and they turn and bolt for the gate. The canon hesitates in mid-stride, swerves, nearly slips, and then follows them. The third rider pulls a long-handled hammer from his pack and jams his heels into the horse's flanks. The fourth rider, the giant, jumps from his horse and comes running at them on foot. He has no shoes, but is as fast as a wolf, and he has a monstrous axe, and he is roaring as he comes. Catherine finds the beggar's gate and pulls Alice through. Then the canon comes hurtling through. She heaves the oak door shut in the giant's face and drops the locking bar. The planks rock and the bar bulges under the impact of the man's shoulder, but the door holds, just. Catherine stands back. She can hardly breathe. She can feel her pulse in her teeth. She makes the sign of the cross, but she cannot help steal a glance at the canon. He is bent with his hands on his knees, gasping with the effort, a long funnel of breath rolling from his gaping mouth. At that moment, he stands and he looks at her, and for an instant they stare at one another. He has blue eyes, reddish hair. Then Alice speaks. She's on straw-flecked ice of the yard, pointing at the canon's clogs, shrinking back, shielding her eyes so that she cannot see the rest of him. "He must go," she says. It is true. If he is seen, Catherine can scarcely imagine the penance the three of them will face. But then a voice drifts over the wall. "Brother Monk?" It is a refined voice, nasal and strong, the voice of a man used to ordering others about. "Brother Monk? Sister Nun? I know you can hear me. You've grievously mishandled my boy, Sister Nun, and you have knocked me from my horse, Brother Monk. By my honour, I cannot let that pass. Come out now, and we shall do our business, and then I shall ride on my way, as if none of this ever happened. Do you hear me, Sister Nun? Brother Monk?" His voice is close, just the other side of the door, a mere hand-span away. There is a pause of 2 or 3 beats of the heart, and then the voice comes again. "Well, Sister Nun and Brother Monk, Since you're not going to come out, then I shall have to come in. And when I do, I promise you this, I shall find you. I shall find you first, brother monk, and when I do, I'll let my man Morant here do you to death. Then I'll come for you, sister nun, you and your snivelling girl. After Morant's done with you, I'll nail your bodies to this very door here, see, the one you're hiding behind, and then I'll set a fire under you. I'll see you beg the Almighty to take you. Do you hear me? Then there is a quick turn of hooves on the other side of the gate, and the horsemen are gone. Catherine stares at her wet wooden clogs under the snow-thickened hem of her cassock. Alice is whimpering. I must be gone, the canon mumbles. Must go. She looks at him one last time. He is a big man, a half-head taller than she, with broad shoulders, the reddish hair cropped short, a disk of skin shaved bald. Apart from the horseman beyond, he is the first man she can ever recall having seen. She almost reaches out to touch his face. He turns and hurries across the courtyard to the wall that divides the priory and scrambles up onto the roof of the wood store. His clogs send the snow sliding, but he catches the top of the wall and hauls himself up and over. He pauses, looks back, and then is gone. Back into his own world. Only then does she wish she'd thanked him. We must tell the prioress, Alice wails, still on the ground. We must warn all the sisters. No, Catherine says, helping her up. No, we cannot. We cannot. We must tell no one. No good can come of this. She is looking around them at the windows and the apertures. Has the cannon been seen? She thinks not. There is no one about. But what of those threats? Alice counters. Those things said? They can do nothing, Catherine says, so long as we remain within the priory walls. Let us thank God for that canon, whoever he was, and let us pray that he was not seen here in our quarters. We will do our own penance, sister, she adds, 1,000 Aves and 2,000 credos before the shrine of the Virgin, and we will forego bread until the feast of St. Gilbert. Alice nods uncertainly. Only Catherine knows that the feast of St. Gilbert is but a few days away. I am sure that will please the Lord, Alice says at length, and seems to be about to say something else, but just then the bell begins ringing for prime. They look at one another before they brush the snow from their cassocks, adjust their veils, fold their hands into their sleeves, and walk towards the cloister and the safety of the church. Neither hears the soft tap of a shutter being pulled closed above their heads. Chapter 3. Alarm! He shouts. Alarm! It is just after first light, and the canons are gathering for prime in the western arm of the cloister. They react as a herd of cows might to a barking dog. Only the dean steps forward. What is it, Brother Thomas? He stands with his hands on his hips and a scowl on his face. There are horsemen without, Thomas points. He can hardly breathe for running. They are armed. They are coming for us. The dean snaps into movement, as if this is something for which he had planned. Brother John, he barks. Brother Geoffrey, secure the main gate. Brother Barnaby, sound the bell to summon the lay brethren. Let it ring sharply now. Brother Athelstan, have the prioress secure the postern gate in the sisters' cloister and shutter every window. She must gather the sisters in the chapel. Brother Anselm, bring reed and ink and some paper to the prior in the secretarium. Brother Wilfred, have the ostler saddle a horse and tell Brother Robert to come. 3 canons are sent to take the books from the library to the secretarium, and 2 more to take axes to the buttery, ready to open the barrel and let the wine run to waste if the priory walls are breached. The bell in the belfry begins an urgent peal. How many, brother? The dean asks. 4, I believe, although one has been sorely treated. You harmed him? Thomas hesitates. He does not wish to mention the 2 sisters. I did, brother. May God forgive me. Good man, the old soldier says. I am sure he will find it in his heart to do so. The prior stands before the iron-bound door of the secretarium, frowning at the sound of the bell. He is dressed only in an alb, and the white circle of hair around his head is in disarray, and he blinks. "Why is the bell ringing so, Brother Stephen?" "We are under attack, Father. Brother Thomas here was waylaid while without by 4 armed men." The prior's gaze switches to Thomas. "What was their purpose?" "Their captain threatened to invest the priory and to have me killed." The prior turns to the dean. "You have alerted our sister the prioress? Good. And secured every gate and window?" "All is done, Holy Father, although I have not yet sent for aid from Cornford." The prior looks thoughtful. "It is difficult to know what to do in that regard," he says, more to himself than the dean or Thomas. "I am not yet sure of where Sir Giles stands in respect to his obligations to our house." Brother Anselm arrives with the reed and ink, and this decides the prior. "Nevertheless," he says, taking the nib and paper, "let us do so and see what results." "Brother Robert can deliver it." The prior nods, and the dean turns to Thomas. "Climb the belfry, Tom, and see if your men are still there." Thomas hurries through the secretarium into the nave, where Brother Barnaby is tugging the bell rope in sharp jerks. Thomas has never been up the ladder. His clogs are clumsy on the rungs, and he clings to the risers so tightly that sections of the bark come loose and spin down on Barnaby below. "Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus." After almost 100 rungs, the ladder emerges through a trap-door onto a bird-shit-splattered, roughly adzed wooden floor. The bell swings close above him, deafening. He crawls across to the snow-capped sill of the window set in the northern wall and looks out. Nothing. Beyond the priory walls, a milk-white dawn mist has risen above the fens, a membrane that floats over everything so he can hardly tell where the earth below meets the sky above. Only the stark branches of the hawthorn trees are prominent, though here and there the mist eddies and thins under the tutelage of the freshening wind, so that vague shapes appear for a moment, then are gone. He watches from the other windows of the tower, each facing a different point on the compass, and through each the view is similar. There is no sign of the horseman. Down below, he can see the Beggar's Gate open and close quickly again to admit numerous lay brethren summoned from their grangers by the din of the bell. At length it stops ringing, though his ears continue long after. "Brother Thomas!" The dean is standing in the middle of the garth, framed by the cloister. "Anything?" "Nothing, brother." From below comes the clop of iron shoes as a horse is brought across the cobbled yard. Perched atop is the reluctant Brother Robert. The dean calls up again. "Is the road clear?" Thomas waits before replying. A clearing in the mist is drifting across the land, a window through which he can see the snowfields below. He waits until it reaches the road, bulking out and flattening against the dike before rising and passing over, revealing only the wheels left by the tracks of long-gone travellers. "No one," he calls down. The dean signals for the gate to be opened, and Brother Robert urges his horse through the gate. The dean blesses his back with the sign of the cross, but already the gate is slammed shut and the locking bar dropped in place. Thomas watches as Robert trots away up the road, head down, shoulders hunched, vanishing into the mist. Thomas has never been up here in the belfry before, never seen the priory from above. He sees how the whole is halved by the dividing wall, so that the canon's cloister is kept apart from the sisters' cloister, only touching in the window-house, the octagonal brick building set in the wall that houses the turning window through which the two halves of the priory communicate. The charge of this is given to the oldest canon of the community, and it is through this screen, designed so that neither brother nor sister ever see one another, that food and laundry passes from the sisters to the canons, while in the wall bisecting the nave of the chapel is a smaller version, through which the consecrated host is passed during Mass. In this way, the two communities might be said to feed one another. He watches Brother Barnaby making his way through the cloister. Barnaby waves up at him, a rude gesture of alliance. Thomas cannot help but smile. Barnaby is the closest thing he has to a friend in the Priory, a good-natured boy, the son of a wool merchant, who cannot hold his ale and who will confide almost anything in anyone. His thoughts turn to the morning. He had only heard the horsemen when they'd spurred their horses along the road, and his first reaction had been to fling himself to the ground. It was only when he'd regained his feet that he saw the two sisters, and again his first instinct had been to look away, following the rule of St. Gilbert, and so he could not then explain, even to himself, what had taken hold of him. Why had he run at a man, at men on horseback? He cannot understand it. It was madness. He is an illuminator, a draftsman. He is used to working bent-backed over his psalter, pricking out the designs, shaping the gesso, applying inks and paints, burnishing shivering gold leaf. This is what he does. That is what he is. Nevertheless, he had felt some savage fury grip him, and from the moment he broke cover and let that staff fly, he knew that it would hit the man on the horse and hit hard. Now he remembers the horseman's threats, delivered through the gate. There is something about them, something more than merely the grisly specifics, something that made them all the more pressing. But what is it? What were the words he used? Thomas tries to reconstruct them, but finds he cannot. How long he stays in the tower, on his knees below the bell, he is unable to say. The life of the Priory is disrupted, and the observation of the hours stalled while the canons maintain their stations at the walls and the sisters remain within the nave below. He thinks about the two sisters. He had only seen the face of one of them, the one who had thrown the bucket. She looked fierce. That is the word that occurs to him. The other sister he would only ever recognize again by her beautiful rosary beads. He'd not dared to look too closely at her face. They are the first women he has seen for 5 Eastertides. Soon his stomach is like a stone for want of food, and he needs to relieve himself. He is about to call out for help when he stops. He has heard something. What is it, the wind? No. It is a distant and regular drumbeat, coming from the east. He can make nothing out in the mist, but the noise is constant now and getting louder. It is solidifying into something like what? It is a confusion of scratching, shuffling and grinding. And then he sees it. First comes the suggestion that the road is firming, becoming darker and more distinct, but then there comes one of those gaps in the mist as it hurries across the marshland. It slips over the road, and with a start, Thomas catches the fleeting glimpse of a man on horseback. No sooner has he seen him than he is gone. He begins to doubt himself. But no, there he is again, less distinct, but surely there. Then the rider emerges from the mist again. This time he is close enough so that Thomas can make him out. On a grey, his coat red. Behind him comes a huge man on a dray horse, then a cart loaded with hay, then another 2 men riding alongside one another, and then more, in pairs, until Thomas cannot judge their numbers, for he cannot see the rear of the line where it vanishes into the mist. It might go on forever. They all wear the same white livery coat. Some carry long spears in their stirrups, others hammers and bills over their shoulders. One is carrying a banner that hangs in frozen swags. Thomas tries to swallow, but his mouth has gone dry. Then he's on his feet. He seizes the clapper of the bell and begins hammering it against the bell's brass lip. The dean appears in the garth. "They are without," Thomas cries. "A host. How many? I cannot say. Many hundreds." The dean seems to shrink. Thomas turns back. Had he not recognized the man in the red coat, he might entertain the hope that the soldiers will pass them by, that they might be bound elsewhere. But there he is, astride that grey horse, and behind him the giant. And now Thomas sees a man is lying on the straw-filled bed of the cart. His hands are pressed to his face, and he twitches every time the cart jerks. The man in the red coat spurs his horse ahead of the column and disappears from Thomas's view behind the wall by the gatehouse. There is some shouting, and then the lay brethren manning the gate turn and stare back over their shoulders, looking for an order from the dean. Thomas cannot hear what is being said, but the dean seems to have frozen. Then he motions that the gate should be opened, and so the locking beam is removed. What are they doing? The fools! Stop! Thomas shouts. No one looks up. He is forgotten. The gates swing open, admitting the man with the red coat and the giant. The lay brethren shrink back, and the riders stop in the courtyard in front of the gatehouse. They sit there, apparently in silence. Then the prior emerges and approaches, and the first horseman swings his leg over the saddle and dismounts. It is an awkward movement. Perhaps he is carrying an injury. The horseman speaks to the prior for a minute, gesturing and once touching his face. The prior is listening hard, and then turns and speaks to the dean. The dean shakes his head. Then he looks up at the belfry where Thomas is still kneeling. The giant walks out through the gate and a moment later returns, leading the cart horse by its bridle. Then the infirmarium appears from his quarters. He approaches the back of the wagon and climbs up into it and crouches over the prostrate man for a moment. He tampers with the bandages, and instantly the man in the hay gives a spasm. The infirmarium gestures, and a lay brother runs for something from the infirmary. Thomas continues watching, unable to understand. Then the first horseman follows the prior to the almonry, and after they have gone in, the door is closed. A moment later, the prior appears again and speaks to the dean, who is waiting outside. Then the dean shouts up, "Brother Thomas, come. Your testament is required." Thomas feels his way to the hatch, his cassock now smutted with bird shit, and begins the descent. His heart is pounding irregularly, and he feels so faint he can barely cling to the ladder. His feet slip on the rungs. The dean is waiting for him in the cloister. "What have you got yourself into, brother?" he asks. "Sir Giles Ruthven is here, and that's his boy in the cart. Says a cannon attacked him on the road this morning. Can only be you." Thomas shakes his head. "As God is my judge, I have done nothing wrong." The dean says nothing and leads the way across the garth. As they walk, the other canons stare, and rumour flies fast in hand signals. Thomas can hardly place one foot in front of the other. Together they pass the giant, who watches them with vacant eyes. The dean knocks on the door of the almonry, and they go in. Sir Giles Ruthven is warming himself by a newly lit fire, a mug of something steaming in his hand. To a man used to tonsures and faded workaday cassocks, Ruthven appears exotic. His short, padded coat glows in the dark, the colour of rose petals in the summer sun, and his hose are made of fine-spun wool, the colour of lapis. His leather riding boots are turned down to his knees, and at his hip hangs his sword. He stands as tall as the prior, with his hair hacked short above his ears, but he is much bulkier and more powerful. He has horseman's thighs and broad shoulders, and he stands on the balls of his feet, ready to move. He turns to Thomas. His skin is rough and reddened from travel, and his teeth are ruined by the sweetmeats and the dried fruits that only the rich can afford, and there is a bruise on his cheek, and one eye socket is puffed and dark. The other eye is dark, unreadable in the singular. "This is Brother Thomas, my lord," the prior says. His hands flutter to his pectoral cross. "He was beyond the priory walls this morning." Ruthven says. "Doesn't look very fierce, does he?" "No, my lord, he is an illuminator. His skill is a gift from God. He is creating the most wonderful psalter." Ruthven grunts and drains his cup and puts it on the table. "Ought to save time and kill him now, I suppose," he says. The prior looks startled. "Should we not get to the truth of the matter?" he asks. "See no point," Ruthven replies. "I know what I saw." Well, now, Brother Thomas, begins the prior, gabbling almost, Sir Giles Riven has avowed that he and his men were attacked this morning by a common robber on the road beyond our walls. He says that this robber was dressed as a canon of our order, and that he and his associates, of which we will talk more later, gravely injured his son Edmund. His son. His boy. That is it. That was why the threat had carried such weight. Thomas stands in silence, as must a canon of St. Gilbert, and the prior dares not look at him as he speaks. Riven claps his hands together over the fire as the flames begin to pick up around the logs. "Well," the prior asks, "is there anything you have to say?" Thomas can hardly speak. "It is a lie," he manages. Riven smiles. "You accuse me of falsehood?" he asks. Thomas can think of no answer that will not directly insult him and make the situation graver yet. "Yes," he says at last. "Well, well," Riven says. "Well, well." The prior opens his mouth to say something but seems unable to think of anything worthy, so closes it. The room seems to darken. Riven helps himself to more wine. "Let me tell you what will happen now," he says. "If my boy dies tonight, then I will have Morant, that big fellow out there, pluck out your eyes and rip out your stones at dawn tomorrow. Then I shall have you burned to death, starting with your feet, and I will have this done in the very centre of your cloister for all your monks to see and smell." "But, sir, he is a cleric," the prior bleats, the least he can do. "He is in cloister. He must at least be tried in an ecclesiastic court." Riven flicks his wrist. "I have no time for your ecclesiastic courts," he says. "I am riding to join the Queen in Coventry, and I will see this done by mass tomorrow and then be gone." "And if your boy lives?" the Dean asks, sensing hope. Riven pauses. "If my boy lives, well then that will be a happy occasion, and to celebrate his delivery, I will have the satisfaction of a trial by combat. What do you say to that, brother monk? This I do to accord you the honour of dying like a man, and to prove to you, father, that God's justice will be done." The prior opens and closes his mouth, can think of nothing to say, and turns to look at Thomas for a fraction of a moment, then nods his head. "So be it," he whispers. And just then the bell in the church tower rings again, a slow, reassuring clap to signal all is well and that order has been restored. But Thomas knows that in the space of less than 100 beats of the heart, the prior has condemned him to a certain death. "And of course," Riven smiles, "I must keep my promise to those two sisters, mustn't I, brother monk?" The Dean escorts Thomas from the building, across the yard to a stable, the nearest room they have to a cell, and he is locked in with a mug of ale and a sorry shake of the head. Thomas spends the rest of the day on his knees in prayer. He tries to pray for the life of the boy Edmund Riven, but every time he closes his eyes he sees the prior's face at the moment he decided in favour of the boy's father. He can't stop his fists balling. How could a man sell a soul so cheaply, without protest, without anything? Sometime after Vespers it starts to rain. It takes him a moment to recognise it for what it is, for he has not heard its sound on the tiles since the autumn, around Martinmas, when the snows first came. Now, though, just as the bell rings for Compline, rainwater comes seeping in, and he is forced to spend the night standing in the wet straw. By morning, his stomach is cramped for want of food, and his mouth thick with thirst. He shuffles through the dirty straw and pulls himself up so that he can peer through the close-barred aperture in the eaves above. There is nothing to see, only the dawn and the rain. After a moment he drops back and resumes his pacing. The stable is 3 strides wide, 10 long. A while later, the Dean brings a clay bowl of bean and fish soup and a leather tankard of ale, balanced on a trencher of 4-day-old black bread. "Will he live?" Thomas asks. "He'll live. Lost an eye, but the infirmarium says he'll live." "Thank the Lord," Thomas says. "Yes," the Dean says. "Praise Jesus. Now, eat." Thomas begins scooping the soup into his mouth. The bell in the tower begins ringing again, calling the canons to chapel. He looks up. Strange to think of life carrying on as normal. "Some advice, Brother Thomas," the Dean begins, returning and squatting next to him. He is an old man, about 35 perhaps, and his knees crack. "Thank you, Brother Stephen," Thomas replies, swallowing a lump of bread. "I would welcome it." "You must flee." "Flee?" "Flee the priory, this morning, during the chapter meeting when no one is about." "Why?" "You can't fight Sir Giles Riven. He's a soldier. Fighting, it's all he's ever done. God knows that man cannot hold a reed as you can. He cannot burnish gold as you can. What he can do, though, is fight. As you cannot." Thomas swallows. "But if I do not face him," he says, "then God's justice will not be done." The Dean stands. "God's justice," he says. "What is God's justice?" Thomas looks about for an answer, but the Dean carries on. "I know this is hard for you, Brother Thomas. I know things have gone against you, and that none of this is your doing. These are bad times. Justice is no longer worth the candle lit to see it done. Everything is in turmoil beyond these gates, and the prior needs the protection of a man like Riven if this priory is to remain safe. He cannot afford to deny him any wish, whatsoever it may be." "Whatsoever it may be." "Then there is no justice within these gates either." The Dean sighs. "If I were the prior, brother," he says, "I would tell you that since the Lord is on your side, then there is nothing you need fear, and that you will win through this, and that justice will be done. But I am not the prior. I lack his certainty. I lack his faith. And I know men like Giles Riven." Thomas chews his bread. The Dean continues. "So you must take a staff and some clothes and as much food as you can carry and get away from here. Take your psalter of which everybody talks. Go back to wherever it is you are from, your family." "I have no family to speak of," Thomas says. He thinks of his father, dead, his mother, dead, his sisters likewise. He thinks of his brother, eking out a life on the farm in the shadow of that great granite cliff. He'd always liked his brother, but his brother's wife had come between them, and all 3 knew his future was not there. "Then see if you cannot join another order," the Dean continues. "Any abbot would be glad to have you. They would know that I am religious. They would suppose I was apostate." "Then all that remains to you is an appeal to the prior of all," the Dean says. "Take him your psalter, show him your art, state your case. He will give you justice." Thomas thinks. "Where would I find him?" he asks. "Canterbury." Thomas has heard of Canterbury, but he has no idea where it is. And besides, why should he run if God is with him? "But what then of God's purpose?" he asks. The Dean loses patience. He strides across the stable, picks up the bread and the nearly empty soup bowl. "God's blood, Brother Thomas," he says. "You are a stubborn young fool, and you eating this is a waste, for you'll be dead before you've garnered its goodness." Thomas scrabbles to his feet. "Don't despair of me, brother, please." The Dean looks at Thomas. He pauses and thinks for a moment, then comes to some decision. "All right," he says, handing the dish back. "You're right. Finish it. You'll need your strength." Thomas takes it. "Thank you, brother. I must go now. Riven's men are camped in the fields beyond and are demanding what little food we have, and the prioress has sent word that one of the sisters is absconded." Thomas is gripped by the fear that he is saying goodbye to the Dean and that this will be the last he sees of him. "You've been kind, brother," he says, "and may God go with you." "You too, brother. I fear you will have need of him more the soonest." He leaves the door unlocked, but Thomas does not move. He has made his mind up. He will face whatever he must, and with God's grace, he will come through it. Sometime later, when the chapter meeting is ended, the door is opened again, and Brother John and Brother Barnaby stand there, pained to see Thomas has not fled. "You are to come with us," John says. "The prior has sent for you." The bell begins a slow clap, a rhythm like that of the passing bell, and for a moment Thomas considers refusing. Already he feels nostalgia for the time he has spent in the stable. But then he follows them out across the cobbled yard into the north arm of the cloister proper. The rain has melted away the snow, leaving the world lichen grey. The rest of the canons are gathered in the eastern arm, a knot of black cassocks and white scapulars against the grey stone walls. Giles Riven stands bare-headed in the middle of the square, as if he owns it. He is exercising, flashing his black-bladed sword this way and that, stretching his powerful shoulders, working the heat into his right arm, the sword's tip a thrum in the confines of the garth. Thomas is pleased to see his cheek is livid and his eye sealed with the swelling from yesterday's fight. Next to Riven, a little way off, is the giant, that dreadful axe in one hand like a child's stick, and in the other, 2 newly stripped quarterstaffs. He is a head and a half taller than any man there, and twice as broad. His grey streaked hair falls in long hanks down the shoulders of his greasy leather coat, and he is still barefooted, like the meanest sort of peasant. When he sees Thomas, he begins to laugh, a deep, chesty boom that makes Riven stop and turn. "Brother Monk," he calls, his crooked smile apparently genuine. "Good news!" "What is that?" Thomas asks. He will not call Riven sir. "The good news is that my boy will live," Riven replies. "The bad news is that you will not." The giant laughs louder, and the 2 others sitting on the wall join in. One of them is wearing a white jacket, as Riven's son had been wearing, with a black bird that looks like a crow as a badge. The hem is made up of black and white checks, and the same device is repeated on a square banner that the other man has propped against the cloister wall. This other is in a thick padded coat, dyed blue, with long boots and a dark cap. Both have swords at their hips. Both are drinking from leather tankards, and Brother Jonathan stands by with a pitcher of something that steams. The prior and the dean are together on the far side of the garth with Brother Athelstan. Athelstan is telling them something to which they continue to listen, even while their eyes follow Thomas. The dean looks angry, that Thomas hasn't fled the priory, perhaps, while the prior looks haunted, as if he has not slept, and his owlishness, which Thomas had once taken as a sign of learning, now looks like weakness. The old man turns back to Athelstan, who is waiting for an answer to some question he has asked. The dean leaves them and crosses the garth to intercept Thomas, taking responsibility where the prior is too ashamed to do so. "Your accuser has chosen the weapon with which you are to fight," he says. Riven interrupts. "The quarterstaff," he says, motioning to the giant to pass one of the staffs to Thomas. "You're broadly familiar with it, I believe, Brother Monk? An uncomplicated sort of weapon, 2 ends, a middle." The giant tosses Thomas one of the quarterstaffs. Thomas catches it and places its end on the ground and waits. He is familiar with the quarterstaff from long hours fighting with his brother when they were children, then adolescents. He knows the tricks, he thinks, and, looking at Riven's swollen eye, he permits himself to wonder. Without thinking, he removes his cowl and hitches the skirts of his cassock, as the men working in the fields do. "Begin then, shall we?" Riven says, passing his sword to the giant and taking the other staff in return. "A prayer first, sir, surely?" the prior pleads, finally finding the strength to divert, if not resist, Riven's will. Riven sighs. Very well, prior, but make it quick. All kneel in the mud as the prior begins the prayers with a paternoster. When it is over, Riven stands, just as the prior is drawing in breath to continue with an Ave. Thank you, prior, he says. That will be all. Now let's get to it, shall we? In the absence of any formal arrangements, I suggest we clear this area and assume no quarter. Before I kill you, though, I shall permit the prior here to administer the viaticum, so you're provided for on your final journey. Agreed? Anything to add, brother monk? Only that this is not justice, Thomas tells him. Riven pretends to be shocked. Not justice, brother monk, not justice. Yet here we are, quite equal before the Lord. You are a trained knight. This is what the dean had called him. Riven is sidling towards him across the grass, weighing and measuring the staff, testing its properties. Perhaps the good Lord knew I'd be called on to face this sort of thing, eh? Perhaps he instructed my father to instill in me a skill at arms. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps he knew you'd turn out to be a miserable sinner, and so made your father a cowardly little runt who would rather teach his son to fuck a pig than fight a man. My father died in France, facing the French at Formigny. Riven straightens. Did he? Well, I am sorry to hear it. But you are not alone in losing a father in a battle. My own died at St. Albans. As Riven mentions St. Albans, he flicks his wrist and the tip of his quarterstaff flashes past Thomas's nose. Thomas remains motionless. I am a canon of the Order of Gilbert of Sempringham, he says. If I am to be tried for a crime that I did not commit, then it should be done in court ecclesiastical, not this mockery. Riven lowers his quarterstaff and looks comically disappointed. The giant laughs again. I cannot fight you, brother monk, Riven says, unless you strike me first. Now what will it take to get you to fight? I have impugned you and your father already, so now what about your mother? What can I say about her? A whore whelping in a ditch? No, I sense I am on the wrong track. Thomas shakes his head, not in denial but in pity, and the gesture instantly brings the tip of Riven's staff within a finger's breadth of his right eye. Thomas blinks. Riven lowers the staff. Still nothing, he says, and he turns his back and walks away. Then he clicks his fingers. Of course, he says, turning back. I know, I have it. Luther. Aye. One of the men sitting on the wall answers. The beads, Riven says, clicking his fingers again and holding out his cupped hands. Hand me the beads. Luther digs in his coat and pulls out a string of beads. He tosses them over. Even before Riven catches them, Thomas knows what they are. Where did you get them? He asks. His throat is blocked. He can hear pounding in his ears. Oh, I think you know, don't you, brother monk? Found them this morning, just after sunup, and only after a struggle, I'll admit, but they often start out that way, don't they? She enjoyed it for a bit, but Morant here is a passionate creature, aren't you, Morant? Tend to take things too far, don't you? The giant laughs and nods his head in cheerful agreement. Now the quarterstaff feels light in Thomas's hands, just as it had the day before, and he feels a surge of energy, an empowering rage. He steps forward and flicks the staff up. Riven steps back, avoiding the blow. He laughs and tucks the rosary inside his shirt. So, he says, now you'll fight. The first blow comes in low and hard and fantastically fast from the right. It clips Thomas's staff aside and cracks into his knee. Pain shoots up his leg. Before the next blow comes, Thomas throws himself backwards and Riven's staff hums through empty space. Ah, Riven laughs. Not bad, brother monk. Quicker than your father, eh? Before Riven has even finished speaking, Thomas has to fling his staff up to catch the next blow. He grunts with the effort, but his clogs slip under him. He falls to his knees. Riven leaps forward and kicks him in the chest. Thomas falls back. Then Riven is on him. Thomas gets his staff up in time to stop Riven pressing his own across his throat. He is pinned to the mud, though. Riven is a bulky man, his skin pitted, his breath smelling of salted pork and wine. His eyes puffed and purpled, the eyeball barely visible, red. Thomas bucks and crashes an elbow into Riven's bruise. He brings his knee up with a jerk that makes contact. Riven grunts and rolls clear. Thomas is on his feet, fast, but Riven is faster still. Before Thomas has grounded himself, Riven charges. Thomas shoots his staff out, but Riven's move is a feint. The next second, Thomas is face down in the sodden grass with his head ringing. "Too easy," he hears Riven say, and then he feels the sole of the knight's boot on the back of his neck. For a moment he can do nothing about it, does not know what to do about it. He looks across at the prior, whose mouth is open in the shape of an egg. The dean is frowning, and his fists are clenched. Then Thomas thrashes smartly, like an eel in the mud. He catches Riven's other heel and pulls. With a bellow of surprise, Riven goes sprawling onto his backside. Thomas is up, on his feet, but Riven is still the faster, and Thomas feels a blinding pain above his ear, and he crashes to the grass again. This time he rolls. He picks up his staff and is on his feet to use it to block the next blow, a simple chop delivered from above, and the next, a swing that comes from the other end of the staff that would have caught him between his legs. Riven is still smiling as he makes another move, but Thomas sees it coming and steps inside. He takes the sting out of the blow with the tail of his own staff, and then manages a glancing rake across Riven's fingers. Both step back. Riven's smile has gone. Thomas can smell his own blood. Riven comes at him again, a flurry of feints, then 2 blows. Thomas stops the first, but is too slow with the second. Riven brings his staff up under Thomas's arm, and in a practiced move he turns him, stamps on his clog, and smashes the heel of his hand into Thomas's throat. Thomas sags, drops his staff, and for a moment he cannot breathe for the pain. He falls backwards, but lands with a jolt that rouses him in time to duck. Riven's staff passes over his ear. Thomas snatches it and uses Riven's strength to right himself, jerking Riven off balance. In one move, he collects his staff from the mud and swings it around in a short sweep that Riven does not see through his half-closed eye. It catches Riven behind the knee, and he leaps backwards with the pain. "Not bad, brother monk," Riven says, "but this has gone on long enough, hasn't it?" He makes a feint that Thomas sees, then another that he does not, and then the full weight of his staff whirls around in a blurring arc and crashes across Thomas's skull as he tries to duck. He is face down in the mud again, and with the pain comes the blood. It is hot and blinding. He gets to his knees and wipes the blood with his sleeve in time to see Riven come at him again. He manages to parry the first blow and evade the next, but then he takes a short arm punch that rattles his teeth. He feels sluggish and his sight blurs. The fight is leaving him, and Riven is circling him, ready for the end. He blinks the blood from his eyes, triggering another attack, a rolling series of blows that would have killed, but this time Thomas trips on his sodden cassock, drops to one knee, and ducks his head as Riven's staff passes over. Then he lunges. Again, Riven is blinded in the malfunctioning eye, and Thomas gets through the melee of Riven's pumping arms and into the soft area below his sternum. He feels the contact, doughy and soft. He rams the staff up. Riven stops, gasps. His eyes bulge, then swim, then roll. He staggers, falling back, tipping on his heels, powerless. He drops his quarterstaff and thumps to ground and lies there with his tongue out. His face is grey-green, his breath a groaning wheeze. Thomas gets to his feet and pulls his muddy cassock down. He glances across at the prior, who has still not moved, his mouth still gaping. The dean is urging him to do something with his staff. Bring it down. Thomas plants his legs either side of Riven's body. He raises his staff vertically. He can bring it down now, directly into Riven's unguarded face, and it will be the end. God's will be done. He pauses. Blood drips from his wounds onto Riven below. Riven's face is puckered with the pain and almost babyish. Thomas leans in to lend weight to the blow, bunches his muscles, lifts the staff and plunges it down, driving it with all his might deep into the mud, a finger width from Riven's ear. Then he turns and walks away, leaving the staff upright in the ground. The Dean meets him with a cloth and a smirk. "You're wasted here, Brother Thomas," he says, mopping his face. "Fooling about with your psalter when you should be fighting the French. But why didn't you kill him?" Thomas can think of nothing to say. He flinches when the Dean touches the wheel on his skull. "Probably wise," the Dean mutters. "But then I wish you'd let him kill you. We've a pretty problem now." Riven's 3 retainers are gathered around him, helping him to his feet while the infirmarium hovers. Riven is hacking something up and cannot stand straight. "Brother Stephen," Thomas asks, "when you brought me food this morning, did you say one of the sisters has gone missing?" The Dean nods. He looks grim. "Found her now, though." "Is she well?" The Dean lowers his voice. "Dead," he says. "So the prioress says. We'll bury her tomorrow." It takes a moment for this to settle in. "Riven has her rosary beads," Thomas says. The Dean stares at him, calculating the value of the news. Then he lunges suddenly, shoving Thomas aside. "Look, you!" he shouts. A sword blade hums through the space where Thomas had been standing.
CD 2.
The Dean grabs his padded coat and hauls him onwards so that he crashes over the cloister wall, dropping his sword as he goes. Thomas turns, sees the giant lolloping towards them with that axe, a cruel confection of pick, spike and blade that might have been better employed to murder an ox. "Run!" the Dean bellows at Thomas. "Run, Brother Thomas!" He snatches up Luther's sword and charges at the giant, aiming a savage cut to his face. The giant bats the blade away with a simple chop of his axe, and the sword is wrenched from the Dean's grip. The giant raises the axe to kill him, but Thomas has found Riven's staff and runs at him. The giant sees him and diverts his axe to catch Thomas's clumsy blow. He flicks his wrist, catching the staff under the steel pick, smashing it from Thomas's grasp. Then he swats Thomas with a backhand punch that sends him scrabbling in the mud. Strange, whirling lights fill his vision. The giant moves towards him. The Dean takes up the staff, cracks it against the 4th man's skull, who reels away, and then he flies at the giant, diverting him while Thomas rolls out of his reach. Riven is up, but still bent and clutching Thomas's planted staff for support. Thomas shoves him backwards, unplugs the staff and turns back, just in time to see the giant block another of the Dean's attacks. The giant takes the blows on the fleshy part of his arm without even flinching. The Dean steps back, looking up at the giant with something like awe. "Run, Brother Thomas!" he shouts over his shoulder. "For the love of God, just run!" Then he wades in again, hacking at the giant, and again the giant parries the blows with ease. The giant has a blank smile on his lips as he aims a swipe that would have taken the Dean's head off, but now the 4th man is up again, coming at the Dean from behind. Before Thomas can move, he smells wine and feels something touch the skin below his ear, the point of a knife. Riven. "See what happens, shall we, eh?" Riven says. "Against the law to kill a bull without first baiting it, you know." It is over soon enough. The giant faints. The Dean doesn't fall for it. The 4th man swings at him and the Dean blocks it and even pushes him back. But then the giant faints again. This time the Dean is drawn. He dives forward, aiming his staff at the giant's throat, but the giant steps aside and swings his axe blade down, and there is a noise like that of a shovel in dirt. The Dean's bellow of rage turns into a wailing scream. He staggers forward with blood guttering from a gash from throat to sternum. He manages a few steps before dropping to his knees in a slough of blood. His wrist hangs to his knees. Blood is everywhere. He falls forward into it, and it seethes onto the muddy grass where he lies twitching. A moment later he is still. The blood slows, and its smell drifts in the breeze. There is silence. The cannons stand in a row, their faces a line of pale coins. "Well, that went all right," Riven says. "Now it's your turn." Thomas feels the knife prick his skin, but he no longer cares. If he has to die, then let it be now and let it be quick. He brings his wooden clog crashing down on the toe of Riven's boot. Riven roars and Thomas turns and crashes his elbow into his open mouth. Riven tumbles back, his shirt open, the rosary beads sliding into the mud. Thomas bends to take them. The giant starts towards him. "Stop!" It is the prior, his arms raised, his voice high with emotion. "Stop in the name of God! Stop in the name of all that is sacred!" Without breaking stride, the giant chops him in the face with the back of his hand. The prior collapses, and the giant kicks his body aside like a child's plaything and advances on Thomas. Thomas stands a moment before finally doing as the dean instructed. He tucks the beads away and turns and runs for the cloister roof, hauling himself scrabbling up across the slates. "Kill him!" he hears Riven scream, and he feels the giant's fingers on his cassock. He kicks out and pulls free. The giant tries again, but misses, and Thomas scrabbles away. Up over the roof of the rectory with a clatter of his clogs, the tiles warm beneath his palms, and then down heavily in the yard. He staggers to his feet. Through the door behind him he can hear the crash of someone running through the frater house. He unbars the beggar's gate and hurries through. The rain has softened the ground and the mill wheel is turning again. Smoke rises from blackened circles where Riven's men lit cooking fires the night before, but they've moved on and now the furlong is deserted, save for 2 of the lay brethren shoveling something down by the river's bank by the ford. Thomas stops. Where to? He cannot think. He turns and the giant is in the yard, ducking through the gateway after him, moving fast on his bare feet, that great axe still in his hand. Thomas catches a glimpse of someone moving down by the river, near the mill, where the ferryman's lighter lies, still upturned on the bank. He cuts that way. "Help!" he shouts. "Help me! Jesus!" Whomsoever he'd seen there is gone now, or maybe had always been a flit of his imagination. He grabs the lighter. It is a rough-built, flat-bottomed thing, turned over and heavier than he'd thought. He bends and tries to right it, but isn't strong enough. He looks for the ferryman's boat pole. If he cannot use it to lever the boat over, then at least he can use it as a weapon. The giant comes on. The pole is nowhere to be found. There is nothing for it. He turns and faces the giant. "Why?" he shouts. "Why me?" The question seems to hold no meaning for the giant. His face betrays the same emotion a man might feel milking a cow or washing a bowl. He holds the axe at his side as if he has no need for it now. He towers over Thomas. Thomas throws a punch. The giant catches it, his hand hard as a plank. He twists Thomas's fist over and forces him to his knees. "Why?" Thomas cries again. "What did I do to you?" The giant says nothing, but puts aside the axe and seizes Thomas's shoulder. He lifts him as if he were a doll of plaited corn. Thomas kicks him between the legs. There is no reaction. It is as if he does not feel pain. The giant grabs his throat and Thomas can feel each fingertip. The giant forces him backwards onto the upturned boat. Thomas struggles and kicks, but it is no use. The hand tightens. He feels the giant stroke his cheek, and he sees there is an almost tender look in the giant's eyes. But then Thomas sees the ball of his filthy thumb coming down on his right eyeball. He screams. Chapter 4. When the bell rings the alarm, the prioress ushers the sisters into the chapel and locks the iron-bound door behind them. The candles have already been lit for Mass, and the flames shiver as the women kneel in uncertain silence and pray. Catherine watches Alice in alarm. Her earlier resolve has leached away, along with all colour in her face, and she rocks on her knees, weeping incoherent prayers while her fingers punish her rosary beads. When at last the sedate tolling of the bell signals the end of the crisis, the sisters rise as one and clutch each other's hands. They are forbidden to speak in the church, lest they interfere with the prayers of the canons beyond the wall that bisects the nave, but gestures are enough. Alice puts her thin arms around Catherine and crushes her with a hug. At length they return to their places and kneel again, and silently give thanks to God for delivering them from they know not what. Catherine gives him thanks not only for the delivery from the horsemen, but, perhaps more heartfelt now that the former danger is past, that the canon has not been seen in the cloister. She cannot imagine what her punishment might have been had he been seen, for since the day she had joined the priory, all those years ago, the prioress had forever been inflicting ever crueler punishments. Catherine had still been warm with the memories of her mother's love when she had come, or so she now imagined, and the sudden change in her life had seemed almost unendurably hard. But as the years passed, she'd come to see that the cloistered life needn't be so harsh, only that the prioress went out of her way to make it so. In the early years, she had spent weeks at a stretch alone in her cell, subsisting only on rye bread and lentils. If she were lucky, salted fish. She passed the hours on her knees, praying for she knew not what, to a God of whom she was unsure. But as her life progressed from one hardship to another, each visited upon her for something she did not understand or did not do, she began to wonder if God was the merciful deity that the priests espoused. She began to wonder whether he was not an absent God, or perhaps a powerless one, for she could not believe he was a vengeful one, who wished her to suffer this way. When she spoke of her thoughts to one of the other sisters, a girl to whom she believed herself close, the prioress heard within the hour, and that evening the whole community was called to witness Sister Joan holding her down, while the prioress thrashed her with a scourge, grunting at each stroke. The sin of pride was deadly, the prioress had gasped, and it needed eradicating. This was the first of many beatings Catherine received over the years, and now, more than a decade later, the skin on her back and legs is capped by a hardened mat of needle-fine scars. Only later was she entrusted with the daily task of taking out the prioress's nightly soil and her piss-pot, but when Catherine had complained of it, had suggested the lay sisters should deal with it as they did the rest of the nuns' excrement, she was beaten and made to carry the bucket away while the blood dried against her cassock. Now she leans forward to gain a view down the line of the sisters to where the prioress kneels in profile, her heavy hands resting on the prie-dieu in an effigy of piety. She is not a pleasure to look upon, with a big jaw and heavy brows that glower even in prayer. She is immensely strong, though, with a man's shoulders, and when inflamed it is possible to see the blood of her Viking forefathers running through her veins. Catherine watches as she rises now, her prayers at an end, and with a chopping gesture she instructs the sisters to rise too, to fall into their customary lines. After a pause, she leads them across the nave to where Sister Joan stands at the north door. Catherine and Alice fall in beside one another and walk with downcast eyes, but as they pass Sister Joan, the older nun leans forward and pinches Catherine's elbow to make her look up. Joan's eyes are like slits, and her tiny pointed teeth are bared in a grin. She is laughing at something and pointing at Catherine. Catherine feels cold wash over her. Of course, the canon has been seen. Almost blind with despair, Catherine follows the sisters through the cloister to the chapter house. Stark within, the room is dominated by a dais on which the prioress sits like a queen, her head bowed in prayer. The stone floor is spread with rushes that sigh underfoot as they enter and take their places on the low bench, and still, without speaking, each sister raises her hood to cover her face in prayer. When the prioress has finished her own prayers, she would ordinarily read to them from the Martyrology, but today she reads from the Rule of St. Augustine, Chapter 4. The 4th chapter of the rule, she announces, deals with safeguarding chastity. Catherine feels something twist inside. What should you do, the prioress asks, if you notice within your sister a wantonness of the eye? Would you admonish her so that the fault does not multiply but stands corrected, or would you treat it as an infirmarium might treat a wound? The prioress looks around as if for an answer. There is none. She closes the book and steps away from the lectern. Let me tell you this remarkable thing, she says, for it is an example that might inspire you. During the time of Bishop Henry, there was a convent of virgins at Wotton in the province of York, to the north of here, and they took in an oblate, a girl of 5. She passed her girlhood happily enough in prayer and silent contemplation, but as she grew older, she began to show signs of girlish abandon. The prioress pauses to let her words sink in. Catherine's eye is drawn to the tight-shut door. Now one day, the prioress carries on, when some lay brothers were brought into the cloister to carry out some works, the eye of this girl fell upon one of their number, a handsome boy in the full bloom of youth. There is a stirring among the sisters, all of whom can imagine such a thing, though few have seen it for themselves. Alice at last seems to have understood what is being said, for she begins moaning and swaying again as she had in the nave. The prioress continues, her gaze avoiding Catherine. And this youth noticed the girl, too, and so it was that each watered in the other the seeds of desire, and soon their nods turned to gestures, and they sought one another out in the secret darkness of night. The sisters gasp. Block your ears, O brides of heaven, the prioress pronounces, enjoying herself. For that night this girl walked out a virgin of Christ, and in the next moment she was corrupted in the flesh as she had been in the spirit. Shame, a sister mutters, for shame. Others agree. The prioress lets them calm themselves before she begins again. Soon the evidence of the nuns' wickedness was all too clear, she says, and when the truth emerged that the girl was with child, the shocked virgins of the community clapped their hands together and fell on her, ripping the veil from her head. They whipped her without mercy. Some argued she should be tied to a tree and burned over charcoal. Others cried out that she should be skinned alive. Alice clutches her rosary to her mouth, kissing the crucified Christ. But mercy prevailed, the prioress soothes, and the sinner was put in a cell with her hands manacled to the wall, while chains were attached to her ankles and passed through a window to a heavy log of yew, so that all that night she was stretched by its weight. The next day, the sisters asked the canons to lay hands on the youth who had occasioned these ill deeds. One of the canons, a slight lad with a girlish frame, was dressed in the sister's veil and sent to sit in the appointed place at the appointed hour for their meeting. Sure enough, the corrupt youth approached her and fell on him whom he thought a sister. Again the sisters gasp. Burning with lust, he was as a stallion brought to mare. But then those canons present, concealed in the undergrowth, jumped out and administered a bitter antidote to this lust with their staffs, beating him mightily so as to extinguish his fever. Alice is delirious now, mumbling an endless prayer, dropping to her knees, righting herself, and all the other sisters are murmuring and chanting. Catherine can think of nothing but escape. The prioress holds out a hand to calm them. "If it had ended there," she went on, raising a finger, "if it had ended there, then this shining example of zeal in defence of chastity might have been obscured forever. But the virgins of the community asked the canons to hand the wretch over, as if to glean some information from him. And when they had him in their hands, such was their clamour for virtue's reward that they laid the youth out, and summoning their sister from her cell, they placed in her hands a knife taken from the kitchen, and they forced her to unman the monster." A sister screams. Alice pitches against Sister Maria, who staggers and cannot hold her. She slips and falls to the ground, her head bouncing hollow on the flagstones. The infirmarium scuttles over and the sisters mill around her fallen form. Catherine steps back, and while the others are clustered around Alice, she turns and rushes for the door, not pausing to glance at the prioress, who remains standing at the lectern. Catherine throws open the heavy chapter-house door and hurtles out into the cold white of daylight. From the tail of her eye, she sees a blur of dark cloth. She manages 2 more steps until she feels a barking pain on her shin. She is tripped and goes sprawling in the snow. She tastes blood in her mouth. She looks up to see Sister Joan stepping over her, raising a staff and crashing it down on her. And after that, nothing. She wakes on her back in one of the stables. Her feet are tied to an iron hoop set high in one wall, and Sister Joan is looming over her, tying her hands together above her head. When she is happy with the knot, Joan runs the rope from her hands through another hoop set on the wall behind Catherine's head, and she pulls on the rope, stretching Catherine so that she is lifted off the ground. The cord burns her wrists and ankles, but she will not cry out. She will not let Sister Joan see her weep. Joan ties off the rope and leans over her for a moment. "We ought to peel your skin," she says, "like they wanted to do to that nun." Catherine feels the older nun's rough palm sweeping over her leg, from ankle to thigh, pushing away the skirts of her cassock so that they hang bunched around her waist. Catherine can hear her breathing thicken. After a moment, Joan turns and leaves, locking the door behind her. Catherine lets out a sob, and her tears run to meet the fine strands of hair at her temples. There is no air or light in the stable, and she is unable to hear the ringing of the bell that has, until that morning, ordered her life, so she cannot say how long she is there. It feels like a lifetime, and Catherine has soiled herself twice before the door is opened and the light from a pair of rush candles spills in. 2 sisters, one of them Joan, step aside to admit the prioress. She sniffs in disgust. "Sister Catherine," she begins, "the sisterhood is roused and wonders what to do with you for the shame you have brought on our community." Catherine tries to speak, but her throat is constricted. "I have asked them to let you leave the priory," the prioress continues, "to go your own way in the world, but they respond that you will only broadcast our failure abroad and bring yet more shame on us." A silence lasts. The prioress looks Catherine over, exasperated. "The nun of Wotton cried out, child," she says. "She cried out to be beaten. She cried out that she deserved to be punished, yet you lie in silence as if your sin is worthy of neither comment nor shame." "Holy Mother," Catherine whispers, finding her voice, "I spoke but 3 words to the canon. He came to my rescue as I was being pursued by men on horses beyond the walls. Had he not done so, I would now be dead." "Ah! Even now the devil disports in your mouth, child, for you make no mention of our sister Alice." Catherine cannot stop herself gasping. She did not want Alice mentioned, to be blamed, to be involved at all. Sister Alice said nothing to the canon, not one word. She did not even look at him. But the canon looked at her. She will be reciting 1,000 credos in the chapel all night tonight, and in the morning she will be taking up your penitential task of carrying the bucket from my cell to the dung heap. No! Catherine writhes, but the prioress launches forward so that her broad face fills her vision. Her breath is septic. No, she asks. No, you dare command me? Holy Mother, you cannot send Sister Alice out to the river tomorrow. Those men will be there, I know it. They will be waiting for her. For all that is holy, I beg of you. Her voice rises in a scream as the door is slammed. The long night passes. Catherine wakes 3 or 4 times, never conscious for more than a few instants, and each time she hopes she is waking from a nightmare. Sometime towards the morning she is roused with a bucket of water sluiced over her body by a figure in the doorway. Her body arches, pulling on the muscles that have cramped in the night, grinding the ropes deep into the wounds in her wrists and ankles. Sister Joan is there with a knife, and she slashes through the cords that bind Catherine's hands to the wall. Catherine crashes to the ground. She does not scream. She has nothing left to give. She lies there as the prioress comes in and looks her over again. Is she alive? She asks. Joan nudges her body with a clog. She is. Get her on her feet and have her carry 2 buckets of water to the infirmary. She has a job to do. The prioress leaves and Joan picks Catherine up by her armpits. Walk, she says. She takes her hands away. Catherine collapses. Joan tries again. Catherine collapses again. Joan hauls her to her useless feet and drags her from the room. As the blood begins to circulate, Catherine cries out and throws herself down with pain. Sister Joan half pushes, half drags her outside into the yard. It is dawn and rain is falling. The snow has turned to slush. The bell above is ringing a slow clap, like a knell, and she pulls on the well rope so slowly Sister Joan loses patience and helps with the bucket, pouring the water out into 2 small ones and even helping her to her feet. But then she walks behind her, cursing her, calling her a devil, a whore, and worse. The stone steps are the worst. The pain makes her dizzy. At the top, Joan opens the door of the infirmary and pushes her staggering across the rushes. She has never been permitted to visit the whitewashed room above the calefactory. It is long and low, lined with 2 rows of 6 straw mattresses on each side, and at the far end of the aisle, like an altar in a nave, a broad table dominated by the infirmarium's bottles of tinctures and bags of herbs and her pestle and mortar. At this far end of the room, the prioress stands, hunched like a bird of prey over one of the mattresses. She glances up and then turns back to the mattress. Here at last, she says. Joan pushes Catherine, who hobbles down between the beds, the sound of her clogs softened by the rushes. Someone is lying on the mattress, covered in a linen winding cloth. It is Alice. She is dead. Her veil is gone and her pale hair lies in a slack clot on the sheet beside her. Bruises cover her neck and her right eye is swollen. Her chin looks as if it has been rubbed with the same sand they used to clean the floors, and there are what look like animal bites across her throat. Catherine feels as if something has been pulled from inside her. Her spirit hurts as much as her body. She feels rage bloom within. I told you, she starts, but the prioress cuts her off. If the child has come to grief, it is through her own fault. She was once a fair and virginal example to us all, but some corrupting malignity overcame her in the last days of her life, and she chose the devil over the Lord. No, Catherine says, you did this. You caused this. Silence, the prioress says. Joan hits her. Sister Alice was lured away from the path of righteousness by the many-horned legions of the devil. Joan hits her again, harder. Catherine staggers forward and puts the buckets down. The three women look at one another over Alice's dead body. "It was you," Catherine says. "You did this just as much as those men." Before Joan can hit her again, Catherine turns and catches her fist. "Enough," she says, and she twists the arm with a strength that surprises her. Joan flushes red and pulls free. "Anger is a deadly sin, my child," the prioress murmurs, "and for your penance you can now wash our sister for burial. I will send some of the lay sisters with a coffin. The sooner she is buried, the better." When they leave, Catherine stands over Alice, and, now that she is alone, her tears pour down her cheeks and fall on the rough material of Alice's winding sheet. At length she takes a cloth from the infirmarian's table and, kneeling by the head of Alice's bed, she dips it into the bucket and begins gently to wipe her forehead clean. As she does so, she begins to envy Alice. Her time in this world is done. She has journeyed ahead to a place where there will be neither tears nor suffering. Death is a release. The bruises and welts on Alice's face only become more livid as Catherine wipes away the dried blood and spit and tears. She smooths the cloth across her unblemished eye, and it is then that the doubt begins. She puts the flannel aside and presses the tips of her fingers against those bruised lips. Is it her imagination? She puts her ear to Alice's chest and thinks she hears something but cannot be sure. She hurries to the table where the infirmarian keeps her medicaments in neat rows, the largest jars at the back. She does not know what she wants or needs, and the jars and bags are labelled with words she cannot read. She unstoppers one, then another, removing the pig's bladder seals and sniffing each until in one, a large green glass bottle, a sharp smell brings tears to her eyes, sets her coughing and clears her head. She hurries back to Alice and pours some of the black, viscous contents onto the cloth. She reseals the bottle and drops it onto the mattress next to Alice's, then holds the cloth below her nose. There is an instant reaction. Alice's eyeballs flutter. Alice is alive. A moment later, she opens her eyes and stares at Catherine. The clarity of her white eyeballs against the bruising all around is astonishing. Then her hand moves. The fingers creep out to touch Catherine's. "Stay here," Catherine says. "I'll get Sister Infirmarian." Alice moves her head an inch and coughs. "Be still," Catherine says. "Don't move." She crashes down the stairs and out into the cloister. Beyond, the prioress stands by the well in conversation with Sister Joan. Both turn. "She's alive," Catherine says. "Alice is still alive. Where is the infirmarian?" The prioress is startled. "She is in the almonry," she says. "Quick, girl, summon her." Catherine stumbles across the garth and out across the yard to the almonry, but here the door is locked. She hammers and pulls at the handles. There is no give. She shouts. There is no one there. She retraces her steps. The cloister is empty and the prioress and Joan have gone. Another sister sits in her carrel poring over a page. Catherine makes a start. "Sister, have you seen the infirmarian?" "She goes to the library after Mass," the sister tells her. The library is on the other side of the cloister, up a small flight of steps above a storeroom, another room Catherine has never visited. The infirmarian is there, standing at the lectern over a large book. "Sister Meredith," Catherine breathes. "Come, Sister Alice is alive." The infirmarian looks puzzled. "I am glad to hear it, sister," she says. "Then come, she needs you." Sister Meredith leaves the book and follows Catherine out of the library and down the stairs. Catherine holds the door for her at the bottom and guides her across the garth. "Where are we going?" she asks. "The infirmary, of course." "What is Alice doing there?" "She has been attacked. I thought you would have known." Something is wrong. The old woman mutters as they make their way up the steps to the infirmary. The prioress and Sister Joan are there already, beside Alice. When the door opens, they both step away. Something inside Catherine goes cold. Sister Meredith hurries past them and kneels by Alice. Her hands play over the girl's face and neck. Alice's eyes are closed again, and her hair is messed up on the sheet behind her head. Sister Meredith fetches a copper bowl from her table, places it on Alice's chest, and pours in water from an earthenware jug. Then she stops to watch. After a moment, she turns to Catherine. "But she is dead," she says. The prioress and Sister Joan are both staring at her. The infirmarian leans forward and opens one of Alice's eyelids. "Yes," she says. "You see, these marks? A sure sign that she died unable to breathe." But Catherine is not looking at Alice. She is staring at the long scratch on the side of Sister Joan's neck. "Your neck," she says. Joan touches the scratch and then looks at the bloodied tips of her fingers. She smiles nervously, sharp teeth on her thin lips, a furtive expression. Catherine cannot endure it. She lunges, and before Joan can raise her hands, she is on her. She knocks her back over onto the mattress, and her hands seek out the neck, her thumbs in the doughy throat. Joan bucks. She arches her back and screams, and after a moment the prioress grabs Catherine's shoulders and hauls her off and throws her across the room. Catherine lands badly, but Joan still screams. She is thrashing and scrabbling as if trying to get something off her back. And then there is blood frothing from her mouth and nose. It is staining her teeth, pouring down her chin. The prioress is frozen where she stands, hands clapped to her cheeks. Joan is choking on something. She rolls face down on the mattress, and all three women see the shards of green glass driven into her back, just as the stench of the medicine rises up and washes over them. It catches in their throats and burns their eyes, and sends them coughing back up the infirmary. This time, there is no one to stop her. Catherine is through the door, down the stairs and across the yard, staggering past the very spot where she'd seen the cannon and out of the beggar's gate. She has no plan in mind, only flight, and she no longer cares what happens to her next. Snow remains in patches across the fens, but there is more grass and mud, and there are black fire circles on the fields, and the sweet smell of cold wood smoke and human shit hangs in the air. She limps out across the furlong, making for the hamlet at the river ford. Two lay brothers are there at the river's edge with shovels. She turns from them to the ferryman's lighter on the riverbank below the mill. If she can right it and somehow get it into the water, then she might follow the river's current wherever it will take her. She crosses the furlong and tries to lift the boat, but it is too heavy. Vestiges of ice cement it in place. She finds the ferryman's pole, a long staff of ash. She is about to try to use it to lever the boat upright when she sees a movement by the cannon's beggar's gate. Someone is running. A man. At first, she thinks he is coming for her. She panics and looks for a place to hide in the shelter of the watermill, behind a pile of millstones. It is a cannon she sees, running desperately. Then she sees another man emerge. "Dear God," she says aloud. It is the giant from the day before. He is still barefooted, still with that axe. She looks again at the cannon. It is him. He runs towards her. He is also making for the boat. He tries to roll it over, but gives up just as easily as she had. He goes looking for something and then starts with panic as the giant approaches. "Why?" he shouts. "Why me?" The giant ignores him. The cannon tries to punch him, but the giant catches his fist and twists his arm. He falls to the ground. "Why?" the cannon cries out once more. "What did I do to you?" The giant plucks him up without effort. The cannon kicks out, but the giant has him by the throat. He is carrying him at arm's length. The cannon struggles, still kicking, tearing at his hands, but he is forced backwards and pinned against the upturned boat. Still he kicks, but it is no use. The giant leans forward and switches hands so that he is holding the cannon down with his left hand, while his right moves up to the cannon's face. The cannon tries to pull away, but the giant is too strong. He seems to stroke his cheek and look into his eyes, and then he places his thumb over the cannon's eyeball. The cannon screams. Without thinking, Catherine leaves the stones and rushes the last few paces to the boat, and, with all her remaining strength, she brings the ferryman's pole down on the back of the giant's head. It makes a crack she feels in her knees. The giant lets the cannon go and stands as if he had just thought of something he ought to do. He turns and looks down at her. He is confused. She takes a step back, lifts the pole again. The giant takes a step towards her. He stretches his hands out. She is about to bring it down on him when his face seems to go blank. His eyes roll up into his head. He cants to one side, staggers, then slips, and finally falls to the ground. After a moment, he is still. The canon is gasping, muttering some prayer, his hands clapped over his eyes. After a moment he stops, removes his hands, and now he too looks at her. Then he lifts himself to peer down at the giant's body. "Is he dead?" she asks. The canon gets up and looks at the giant more closely. "I don't think so," he says. She is only partly relieved. There is a pause. A breeze has picked up. The rain clouds have retreated, and the sky is a scrim of white clouds again. They look to the walls of the priory, then at each other. "Are you expelled?" he asks. Catherine nods. "I was seen talking to you," she says. She looks back at the priory. 3 figures have appeared in the canon's beggar's gateway, one limping, coming down towards them. All are carrying swords. The men from the day before. "Brother," she points. "They will kill us this time," he says. He stoops for the giant's axe. It is a fearsome thing, 4 feet of chamfered oak pole with long steel points at both ends, its axe blade balanced by a vicious pick. It is crusted with dried blood as if dipped in brown lace, and it looks oddly light in his hands. "You cannot fight them," she says. "Not 3 of them, not even with that thing." "God is by my side," he says. "He will provide." "Where was God when he was about to put out your eyes?" she asks, pointing at the giant. The canon flinches. He stares at her open-mouthed. "Besides," she says, hurrying him on past her blasphemy, "God has provided. Look, we must take this boat. Come, help me." She slides the boat pole under the lighter's edge and tries again to right it. Still it will not move. Seeing her struggle, he joins her, pushing the axe under the boat's side and helping her lever it over, revealing grey grass and a family of dead rats. He puts the axe aside and helps shove the lighter across the mud and down into the water where the river is running high, thronging with brown meltwater, the ice long gone. The men from the priory are running now, down across the furlong. They are shouting. He stands with his feet in the water and holds the boat steady while she throws in the pole and then clambers in after it. "Come," she says, holding out a hand. "Come!" Still he hesitates. Is he mad? "You cannot fight 3, she shouts. "They will kill you, then me. They'll kill us both. Come." This decides him. He collects the axe and slides it into the boat. Then he launches himself in after it, sending the boat out into the rolling current. The boat staggers, dips as if it will sink, then rises and spins in the water. The men are near now. She can see their expressions. One has blood on his face. They are shouting. They run past the giant, and the one in a white shirt comes down the bank and wades into the water up to his thighs. They are too late, and they know it. The man in the water smacks its surface in frustration. The cannon plunges the boat pole into the water and heaves, sending the boat off into the current as the 2 men on the bank start following them. After a few moments, the one in the water wades back onto dry land and shouts after the cannon. She cannot make out his words, and in a little while the boat crosses the ford and the man in the river is lost to sight. Catherine stares back over her shoulder long after, though, watching as first the roofs and then finally the priory's church tower slip away, until at last, for the first time in her memory, she is beyond its sight, floating in a land unknown. Part 2. Across the Narrow Sea, February to June 1460. Chapter 5. The sister sits ahead and keeps watch with the giant's axe across her knees. She is rubbing her blistered feet, and Thomas can think of nothing to say to her. Finally, she speaks. "Where shall we go?" It is a good question. "We must make our way to Canterbury," he tells her with more certainty than he feels. "We must seek redress from the Prior of all. He will hear our case and see that justice is done." The sister turns to him and studies him as he talks. Her eyes are blue, her face paler than vellum. "Where is this Canterbury?" she asks. Thomas does not know. "It is where the Prior of all is," he says. There is a pause. "So you do not know?" she says. "No," he admits. She nods and turns her back on him again. He feels only confusion. To think that the day before he had been looking forward to rubbing gold leaf over a letter T he'd built up from the page with gesso. She says nothing more, and after a while the mist begins to clear, and a flock of gulls wheels above them, wings black against the pale clouds. "More snow," he says, and thinks of the night to come. Then there is a crash in the rushes and a shout from the bank. "Oh, great God above!" It is the giant. He comes pushing through a stand of reeds and is almost on them before Thomas heaves on the boat pole and sends the boat lurching across the river. "Leave us be!" the sister cries. "For the love of the Trinity, leave us be!" The giant comes down at them but stops at the water's edge. He looks about wildly and shouts something unintelligible. He seems stuck. "Merciful Mary," Thomas breathes. He's scared of the water. The giant stares at them, deciding what to do, then scrambles along the river's edge, ripping his way through the thickets. Ahead of him, a bittern takes flight with a slow clap of wings. If Thomas can just keep up his rhythm with the boat pole, and if he can stay on the right-hand side of the river, then he need think of nothing else, need think of nothing that has happened and of nothing that might yet happen. His feet throb with the cold and his head rings from Riven's blow, but he goes on, letting the water run down his arm as he pushes and lifts, and all the while the giant crashes along the riverbank beside them. Then, suddenly, the giant stops. He stands in the bulrushes and the sedge, where the wind makes a tuneless song among the sodden seed spikes. But now, Thomas can hear something else. The giant points ahead and shouts. There is something almost sorrowful in his expression. He shouts again and waves his arms. "Brother," the sister says. She is turning and pointing ahead. "Have you seen?" Ahead of them, the banks of reeds part. The river on which they have been travelling meets another, and this new water is broad, swollen with rainwater and snowmelt, heading south in spate. The lighter joins it, and they are sucked into its turbid current. Water laps over the lighter's sides, pooling under their feet. The sister begins trying to scoop it out with her hands. "We're sinking," she says. "We must reach the other side." But the river pulls them on, and the farther they go, the wider apart the riverbanks become. They pass fish ponds and eel farms, and all along the banks the rushes have been clubbed and harvested. 2 men in russet hoods stop digging in a field with a mattock and watch them as they go, as does a third on horseback, who turns and stares, a hunting bird perched on his wrist. Thomas uses the pole as a rudder, guiding them towards a small hamlet dominated by a church tower, but as they approach, a handful of boys leave off throwing stones at a cockerel and start trying to hit them in their sinking boat. By now they are standing up to their ankles in water, and the boat is slipping away under them. There is nothing for it, though. Thomas leans on the pole, and the boat slews towards the river's western bank. Just as its bows dip under the water for the last time, it noses into a broad stand of reeds, and Thomas jumps out to drop up to his thighs in icy water. He holds the boat still for the sister, but by now she can hardly move. She inches across the prow and half falls into the brown water. Thomas hurries around, his clogs lost in the mud. He takes her arm, hesitating at first to touch her, but when she shows no sign of resistance, he helps her out of the boat and up the bank. He goes back for the poleaxe, just as the boat is tugged backwards by the current. At the top of the bank, he twists the water from the skirts of his cassock and looks around. There is nothing, only a broad stretch of reeds and mudflats. In the distance, a wood. Is there smoke in the air beyond? A village, perhaps? We'll have to walk, he says, gesturing downriver. We will surely come to something that way. We can ask the way to Canterbury from there. The sister looks doubtful. He sees she has wounds on her wrists and ankles. She has lost a clog, too, and they both know they will never be able to walk far. We could say we are travelling on monastic business. Together? Thomas frowns. She is right. They ought to part. He looks away upriver. A single swan comes towards them. He watches it for a moment. Then another appears from the rushes and joins the first, and together they sail past and on out of sight. Thomas recalls words that he has written on parchment. 2 are better than 1, he says, because they have a good reward for their labour. For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. But woe to him that is alone when he falls, the sister continues, for he has not another to help him up. He looks at the sister properly for the first time. She is sharp and fierce-looking, all angles. Ecclesiastes, she says. I don't know the verse. He manages a smile. Nor me, he says, but we should walk together, at least for a little while. She nods. He picks up the poleaxe and swings it over his shoulder. It is a good thing to have. It feels curiously natural in his hands, and now that the blood has been washed from it, he can see it is finely worked, with the tracings of an ornate pattern etched in its blades. No wonder the giant wanted it back. It must be worth something. We can always sell it, he says. They set out, following the river along its bank, the cold so raw it makes his bones ache, his feet throb. The sister's teeth are chattering. As they walk, he goes through every stroke and strike of the fight with Riven, and he tries to imagine it in a way that does not end in the Dean's death. He cannot. He finds his hands are gripping the axe so hard his head is hurting. What would he give now to have Riven at his feet? After a while, a single flake of snow appears, drifting on a swirl, then another and another, until they start down like feathers in a chicken coop. They see the tumble-down cottage at the same time and increase their pace, both hoping to find something within. When they get there, the sister hangs back while Thomas puts his head into the gloomy interior. He imagines bread on the table, a bowl of pottage, a leather mug of ale, and, praise Jesu, a fire. Instead, it smells of cold ash, and there is something dead in one corner. Anything? He shakes his head. The sister wipes her nose on the back of her sleeve and shrugs. He looks at her again. What is it that troubles him about her? He remembers her words. Where was God when he was about to put out your eyes? He shakes his head, tries to clear the thought. Where was God? What did that mean? That he was elsewhere? Not there? As if she knows he is thinking about her, she turns and looks at him. He finds neither can hold the other's gaze, and they trudge on for a few more paces. They are approaching the wood when she stops and holds out a thin hand. Thomas is about to say something when she puts a finger across her mouth and draws it up and down. It is a sign common to all religious communities that eat in silence but still need to communicate among themselves. Be quiet now. She raises her hands quickly in the air and touches the side of her nose with her right index finger. Smoke, smell. She can smell smoke. Thomas is not sure, but perhaps there is a fleeting scent above that of the snow and his own body. They move in silence along the path's edges until they pass under the leafless canopy of elm branches. Here the tang of smoke is stronger, sweet, and definite. And now in the darkness there is a hesitant glow. A little way off the path, in a glade, a fire. Thomas signals the sign for fire, 2 hands palms out, then rubbed together. The sister nods. Even in the dark, he realizes she's seen it long before he has. They slide through the trees, the soft cloth of fallen leaves muffling their steps. Through the trees is a circle of cautious light thrown by a small fire. A horse or mule stands wickering in the darkness beyond, its eyes occasionally reflecting the flames. Above the fire is a tripod from which hangs a small cooking pot. Intermingled with the smell of wood smoke, Thomas tastes fish. His stomach churns. He has not eaten since the Dean brought him bread and beer that morning. He begins to breathe a little faster and can hear the sister do the same. Where is the owner, though? They crouch in the darkness behind a fallen tree. The sister is very close now. He can feel her knee against his and her breath on his cheek. He can hear his heart beating. Perhaps hers, too. "Stand up!" It is a man's voice, and the order comes from the darkness behind. They slowly stand and turn their backs to the flames to face the darkness. Thomas can see no one. "Step back into the light," the voice comes again. "But I warn you, I have a bolt pointed at your head, monk, and if you do not drop that axe, I will pin you to the tree." Thomas drops the axe. There is a moment of silence. "Who are you?" the stranger asks. Thomas swallows. "Sir," he begins, "we are 2 ecclesiastics. We mean no harm. We are travelling on monastic business." "On monastic business?" The voice is softer already, as if the first command has been bluster and now a note of incredulousness creeps in. "Yes, sir," Thomas says. "We are of the Order of St. Gilbert, of Sempringham." There is another pause. "And how come you to be travelling with one another, a canon and a sister of that order?" Thomas looks at the sister in the dark. He can think of nothing to say. "Well?" "It's a long story, sir," the sister says. "I would hear it." "May we beg your charity before we explain ourselves?" the sister asks. "We have not eaten, and we are frozen to our marrow." There is another pause. A tall man in a padded coat with a cavernous hood appears in the fringes of the fire's light. He has a crossbow in his hands, but even in the dark Thomas can see it has neither string nor quarrel. The man is as frightened of them as they are of him. More so, if anything. The man bends to pick up the poleaxe, and it is clear that he is no longer young. "So who are you to be travelling abroad?" he asks, straightening up, inspecting the weapon, "with no shoes and in one another's company?" "I am Thomas Everingham," Thomas says. He still cannot see the man's face. "I am a canon of the Order of Gilbert. My cloister is at Haverhurst." He gestures into the dark, imagining the priory to be that way. "And you, sister?" "I am Sister Catherine," she says, "of that same priory." It is the first time Thomas has heard her name. He turns to her. She has a hard face, and in the firelight her eyes are quick and suspicious. She glances at him, and again he looks away. "And you're hungry, you say?" the man asks. "Famished, sir." "Fabas indulcet fames." He laughs quietly, and he sets aside the crossbow in the shadow of the tree. "Hunger makes everything taste good. My pot is small and my provisions few, but what I have you are welcome to share, in return for your tale." His voice is quick and learned, like the prior's or one of those visiting clerics. He puts the axe by the crossbow, and he passes Thomas some hawthorn sticks. "Feed them in slowly, Brother Thomas, won't you?" he says, "so as not to kill the fire. It is wet enough in these parts to drown a Jew." He has on short boots that bunch around his skinny shanks, and, despite the crossbow, Thomas can see he is no soldier. He rummages in the shadow of the tree and brings out a leather bag from which he takes a flask and a canvas packet. He passes Thomas a small piece of bread. Thomas breaks it and hands half to Catherine. Their fingers touch in the dark, and a curious jolt goes up his arm. He pulls back his arm, noticing that she does the same. While they chew, the man opens another bag and brings out a blanket and a coat. "Here," he says, "it makes me cold just looking at you." "Thank you, sir, with all my heart." Thomas tells him, still chewing, passing the blanket onto Catherine and pulling on the coat himself. It is heavy and padded, the finest thing that Thomas has ever worn, with buttons, a belt, and a lamb's wool collar. A rich man, then. "You did not tell us your name, sir." This is from Catherine. She has wrapped the blanket around her shoulders, and though she is leaning into the warmth of the fire, her eyes remain deep in shadow. "I am Robert Dord of Lincoln," the man says, and then, after a hesitation, "a quaestor." There is a moment's silence. "A pardoner?" Catherine asks. "As was," he answers, with an emphasis Thomas does not understand. "But why are you sheltering in these woods, sir?" he asks, finally swallowing his bread, "when you might be happier at an inn or staying with an abbot in a monastery?" The pardoner looks from one to the other for a moment before replying. It is as if he is coming to a decision. Any number of answers might now come from his lips, none of them the truth, but at length he says, "I have scrofula, the king's evil." Both Thomas and Catherine stop chewing. The mule stamps in the dark. The pardoner sighs, puts down his own piece of bread, and then reaches up to tug his hood from his crown. The light of the fire falls on his face. Roiling down his neck, from ear to collarbone, is a wall of clustered growths, the largest the size of a ripe damson. "You see?" he says, pulling his hood back up, casting his face into shade again. "So it is that I avoid the company of men. Last night I approached a village to the west of here to buy some ale. The alewife mistook these for buboes." He crosses himself, as if this might ward off the plague. "She raised the hue and cry, and I was lucky to escape with my life, let alone with my mule and baggage. The men must have been away hunting or at the wars, perhaps, for it was only boys who came after me, throwing stones mostly, though one of them had his bow. In the end, I thanked St. Sebastian that I looked to have the plague, for at least they were too frightened to approach." "Though you have that weapon," Catherine says. "Yes," the pardoner laughs. "It is antique and quite useless. I bought it from a man who claimed it belonged to Joan, the French witch. Can you imagine?" The pot begins to steam. The pardoner leans forward and crumbles pieces of dried fish with long fingers and drops them in. "How do you know your affliction is not the plague?" Catherine asks. She seems unwilling to let the matter drop. "If it were the plague, I would be long dead," the pardoner says. "These signs have been with me a year or more now, growing steadily larger, like old friends, or a family." "Do they hurt?" Catherine asks. The pardoner shakes his head. "No," he says. "They are cold, though, to the touch, I mean, though that is no strange thing this winter." "We will pray for you, sir," Thomas offers, and Catherine murmurs something vague. "Thank you," the pardoner says. "Thank you both. With your prayers and God's blessing, I shall find a cure. In France." "In France?" Thomas can hardly believe it. All he knows of France is that is where his father was killed, and that it is a land so badly ravaged that when the alarum bells ring, even the stock animals know where they must gather to shelter from the English. Men and women threw themselves in the river rather than be caught. It does not seem the sort of place one might find a cure for anything other than life itself. "It is where I am bound," the pardoner explains. "First across the narrow sea to Calais, and then south to Chinon, to the court of King Charles, to seek the cure of his touch." He speaks quickly, as if unwilling to dwell on the details of his journey or the cure. Thomas is thirsty now, and pleased when from the shadows the pardoner opens the flask and pours more ale. "But what is your story?" he asks, changing the subject. "What brings you from your cloister? That is the tale I wish to hear." "We were set upon," Thomas began with his eye on the cup, "set upon by men belonging to a man named Giles Riven. Sir Giles Riven." The pardoner stops pouring the ale and sits forward, his face lit by the fire. "You know of him?" Thomas asks. There is no one north of Stamford who has not heard of Giles Riven. "I heard he took the castle at Cornford after old Lord Cornford was killed at Ludford Bridge this last year, claiming it on some slight connection. It is also said that he killed Cornford himself, putting a dagger through his eye, and that now he means to marry his son to the dead man's daughter. Thomas closes his eyes and sees Riven, smiling, holding out the dead sister's beads. "We know nothing of this," Catherine says. "We have been in the cloister for these past years." The pardoner nods and finishes pouring the ale. "How long have you been in orders?" he asks, passing the cup to Thomas. 8 years, Thomas replies, before draining the cup and handing it back. "Since I was 12. The pardoner nods. "And you, sister?" he asks, pouring more ale. There is a momentary pause before she replies. "Since being a child," she says. Thomas and the pardoner look up. "You were taken as an oblate?" the pardoner asks. Catherine is hesitant. "I was," she agrees. "I thought they had abandoned that practice." Catherine opens her mouth to say something and then shuts it again. She does not seem to know. "And how many Eastertides have you seen in the Priory?" the pardoner presses. She shrugs. 10, she supposes, and then looks desperate. 15? That would make her about 20, Thomas thinks. About his age. There is a silence, disturbed only by the hissing of a damp log on the fire, the susurrus of the river through the trees. "Do you receive news of your family?" the pardoner asks. Thomas passes her the mug of ale. Their fingers do not touch this time, and he sees she is careful to wipe the mug's rim with her sleeve before she frowns, then shakes her head and drinks. Thomas is about to ask a question of his own, but the pardoner catches his eye. "Inquire no further," he seems to be saying, and he changes the subject. "How came Riven to attack you?" he asks. Thomas explains. The pardoner grunts. "These are unquiet and scrambled times," he says, adjusting the fire to make the branches burn more strongly, taking courage from their company. "Everywhere men are taking what they may with no consideration of God or the laws of the Holy Church." "Why?" Thomas asks. "Why is it so?" The pardoner sighs. "I am a humble pardoner," he says, "and I know nothing of this first-hand, but I talk to people, I listen to what they say." "And?" "And most agree that the fault of it lies with the king," he says. "The king?" "Yes. It seems strange to be talking about the king in a wood at night with strangers, doesn't it? But yes, the king, Henry VI of that name, of the House of Lancaster." "And what has he done to bring this on the country?" "They say that he's a simple man without crook or craft, you know? Not like his father, not like Henry V. Remember him? No, before your time, of course. He was a proper king, that one. Beat the French time and time again." The pardoner stares into the flames. He grows wistful. "What happened to him?" Catherine asks. Died too soon. They all do, the good ones." There is a long silence. The pardoner continues gazing into the fire. Men became like that with flames, Thomas thinks. Behind them the mule shifts. "So the son is nothing like the father?" Catherine prompts. The pardoner collects himself. "That is right," he says. "He has fits, seizures. When he goes limp and cannot recognize anybody, not even his own son, and some say this is an affliction sent down from God." In the silence he stirs the pot with a stick. "But what has he done to deserve such a thing?" Catherine asks. The pardoner takes the mug from Catherine and fills it again. "The fault lies with his grandfather," he says, "also called Henry IV. They say he usurped the throne from King Richard, who had had it before him, and then had him murdered. They say that the troubles tormenting the realm now spring from that crime, and that for however long the House of Lancaster keeps the throne, this land will see only war." "War?" Thomas asks. He thinks of the Dean's stories of sieges, of slaughter and rape, but that was in France. He cannot imagine it in England. "There has been war, yes," the pardoner answered, "and there will be again. For while the king was shy of his wits, 2 factions have arisen at court, you see. One is led by the Queen, a she-wolf called Margaret from Anjou in France, a French woman, and the other by the Duke of York, a cousin to the king. It is easy to see where his sympathies lie." "And who is winning the war?" Thomas asks. "The Queen is in the ascendant for the moment. Her army routed that of the Duke of York outside the gates of Ludlow last St. Edward's Day. This time the king was present at the fight, and a faction of the Duke of York's men would not take up arms against his royal standard, however ill-gotten the gain. Rex non potest peccare, you see, the king can do no wrong. Even though he is a usurper, the king is still the king. Strange, Catherine says. Indeed, the pardoner agrees. And the people of Ludlow paid dearly for the principle that day, let me tell you, for after York's soldiers had lain down their arms and slipped away, the Queen let her own troops into the town. It is said they broke every hogshead of wine they could find, and by the eve they were so sodden with drink they would only drop what they'd stolen or rape the women. It is in this confusion that Lord Cornford was killed by your man Giles Riven himself. He takes a sip of ale and stares into the fire again. The pot is steaming, the water plicking around the greens. But Queen Margaret is Queen of the realm, Thomas begins. Why would she let her subjects suffer so? She is French for a start, the pardoner says, and furthermore she has no money, so must pay her troops with promises of plunder. Besides, many of them are from the north, wild, uncultivated brutes, almost as bad as the Scots, and their love of plunder is second to none. And so where is this Duke of York now? Thomas asks. He is an islander, tainted and called a traitor, while his great well-wisher, the Earl of Warwick, is in Calais across the narrow sea, and likewise condemned. The pardoner's voice has changed now, and he looks up from the fire as if inspired by some memory. He will be back, though, he carries on, for never was there such a man as the Earl of Warwick. Thomas thinks the pardoner speaks the Earl of Warwick's name as if it has holy weight to it, like that of a saint or one of the martyrs. He drains the cup. But until he returns, the pardoner continues, we have those of the Queen's affinity peeling us for what little we have and disinheriting rightful heirs of what's theirs. Your Giles Riven, for instance. He is the new Duke of Somerset's affinity, you see, able to provide him upward of 100 mounted archers, I dare say 50 billmen and a handful of men-at-arms, and so long as he continues to do that, the new Duke will back him in any dispute. And who now in the country would go against the Duke? Not a man. There is a moment's silence. Riven said he was moving south, Thomas said, to join the Queen. The pardoner nods. Yes, he says. The Queen is summoning her army. It will be spring soon, unbelievable as that now seems. And with the spring comes the campaigning season, and with the campaigning season comes the Earl of Warwick, back from France. And I believe he will want more than merely his rightful place in the King's council. He unhooks the pot from the stand and sets it by Thomas's feet. He passes him a carved wooden spoon. Thomas murmurs his thanks and then a prayer before eating. The pottage burns his lips and tongue, but he carries on, scooping in the leaves and the slippery fish and beans. When he has half finished the bowl, he passes it to Catherine, who takes it and eats in quick, suspicious spoonfuls. While she eats, the pardoner relieves himself in the dark. Thomas puts another branch on the fire. It is a luxury of which he has long dreamed, being able to sit by a fire with his hands so close that the flames can scorch his palms. When Catherine has finished, she murmurs a quick thanks be to God, sets aside the bowl and retreats under her blanket. She says no more. The silence is not oppressive. Neither is used to speaking more than 50 words of their own device in a day, and silence, when not interrupted by prayer, is their natural state. Yet he is conscious of her, and finds his gaze drawn to her. After the pardoner returns, Thomas finishes his interrupted account of Riven's false accusation. When he describes the fight in the garth, the pardoner can scarce contain his glee. By the saints, you fought Giles Riven with a staff. Thomas nods. And won! Again Thomas nods. I suppose, he says, though it had not felt that way. By the death of him who died for us, the pardoner laughs. There is either more to you than meets the eye, Brother Thomas, or you talk of a miracle. He pours more ale and passes it over. Thomas drinks it at once. Then Catherine follows with a curt description of being accused of harbouring him in the cloister and of the imprisonment that followed, before touching on Alice's death. Perhaps Riven and that giant of his did the damage, she says, but it was the prioress and Sister Joan who together choked the life out of her. To that I will swear an oath on all that is holy. The pardoner is watching her closely. What happened then? He asks. Catherine shakes her head and says nothing. She pulls the blanket up around her face, and a long silence follows. After a moment, she settles herself more comfortably, and then, despite the cold, she begins to snore softly. "The ale is strong," the partner observes. He leans forward and tugs the blanket over Catherine's ravaged foot, and then he pours the last of the ale to share. He sits back, turns to Thomas, and speaks confidentially. "How long do you think it will be before it is known that you are apostate?" he asks. "But we are not apostate," Thomas says. The partner waves his hand. "I know that now," he says, "but when I first saw you, I naturally assumed you had fled your priory for the love of one another. It is what everyone will think." Thomas cannot help glancing at Catherine. Despite her snores, he is certain she is listening. "But," he begins. "But nothing. A monk and a nun? The moment your flight is known, you are excommunicated. Your sin will be broadcast abroad, even in Boston by tomorrow if you are unlucky, and then no one will help you. All are forbidden to do so, and who would willingly offend the church? No man. The friars will start looking for you first, and then the justices will come after you with their writs of apostata capiendo. But the worst they can do is take us back to the priory, surely. But you left the priory accused of common assault, and now, no doubt, the charges will be magnified 100-fold. And your prior will only hand you over to Riven again, and this time he will take no chances. He will kill you and her." This is bitter truth. Thomas feels his spirit, so cheered by drink, curdle. "We are making our way to Canterbury," he tells the partner. "The dean of the priory says our only chance is to find a sympathetic audience with the prior of all, the head of our order. He will hear us and give us justice." "And you hope this prior of all will go against a man like Riven?" Thomas has not thought of it like that. "I suppose not," he says, thinking on what the partner has said about the Duke of Somerset. "Yet what else can we do?" "Remember Deuteronomy," the partner tells him. "An eye for an eye." Thomas feels something stir in his chest, a flutter of excitement, the offer of some alien freedom. "You cannot mean me to find Riven myself." The partner shrugs. "Why not? You have shown how capable you are." It does not bother Thomas that the partner has suggested the opposite only a moment earlier. "No," he says, "I cannot. I am a canon of the Order of Gilbert of Sepringham. I shall seek justice with the prior of all. I shall put my faith in the Lord. For as St. Paul tells the Romans, do not take revenge, but leave room for God's wrath. It is his to avenge. He will repay." The partner raises his eyebrows slightly. Yes, he says. "I am sure you are right to do so." There is a pause. Thomas feels foolish quoting the Bible to a man so learned, but the partner does not seem to mind. After a pause, the partner asks, "Tell me, how did you hope to get to Canterbury?" Thomas hesitates. "I had not thought that far," he admits. The partner's eyes stray to Thomas's feet. "The best way to Canterbury from here would be by ship," he says, "from Boston. You might pay a ship's master to take you to Sandwich on the Kent coast. Were he on his way to Calais, I mean, it is not so great a diversion." "We have no money," Thomas says. "Listen to me, brother Thomas," the partner is saying. "I have paid for bells to be rung in the cathedral at Lincoln, and I have offered up prayers to St. Nicholas for the success of my venture, but what if I now pay for you to get to Canterbury, if I provide you with clothes and shoes, if I pay for your food? Why ever would you do such a thing?" The partner says nothing for a moment. It is as if he is framing his argument. "We are all three pilgrims," he says at length, "in our way. Pilgrims help one another. They help one another to help themselves. So, yes, helping you helps me. You see?" Thomas can think of nothing to say. The reality of walking any distance with no shoes or clothes or money has suddenly become fearsome. "I would thank you for your offer, sir, with all my heart." The partner nods as if this is happily agreed. He sits back. Thomas has another final draught of ale. The hem of his cassock lets slip tendrils of steam in the warmth of the fire, and his feet are chilblained and sore, but the ale is now so soothing he hardly cares. "But you know," the partner goes, his eye ranging over Catherine's sleeping form, "if you are being sought by the friars, it might be as well to disguise yourselves. They will be after a man and a woman. I wonder if we might find some clothes for you and Sister Catherine here that disguise first your calling and then her womanhood. She is a skinny thing, with not a curl.
CD 3.
Chapter 6. Catherine wakes before dawn. Her limbs ache from her beatings over the previous days and the cold that has crept into her bones in the night. Before she can stand, she has to kneel and then sit on one of the pardoner's bales to let the pain pass. She finds herself in a small clearing in some woods, with a mule and 2 men gathered around a small circle of ashes where the fire has burned out. The mule regards her charitably, while the men, the Canon Thomas and the pardoner, lie wrapped together in the mud under a grey travelling blanket. This is her chance. She must get away from this Canon Thomas. She can never go to Canterbury. She can never see this prior of all. For what justice could he be expected to give to someone who has broken the 5th commandment? When she shuts her eyes, Catherine sees Sister Joan in her last moments, and she knows that every step she takes towards the prior of all is a step nearer the gallows. She stands. Her knees are agony, her feet like blocks of wood. But she must move. She can leave now, walk back the way they came. The canon will never follow her, not that way. She stretches her hands out to gather her possessions, but then realizes that she has none, and that already it is too late. Thomas is waking. He opens his eyes and looks up into the canopy of the trees and then at her, and then he closes them again and shakes his head. She sits back down. She will have to wait, she thinks, to seek the right moment. "Good morning, sister," he says. "Good morning," she answers. She takes a moment to look at him, to see the difference between him and the pardoner. Thomas is tall, broad in the shoulder and long in the arm and leg. His hands and feet seem enormous too, and he reminds her of a young dog, a puppy, in whom one can see the size of the adult to come. Next to Thomas, the pardoner, waking now, is a pinched and dried old thing, all his colours faded, his skin creased and worn. "God in heaven," the pardoner says, and he clambers slowly to his feet, huffing in the cold morning air. When they have said their prayers, they eat the last of the pottage and load the pardoner's bales onto his mule. The pardoner notices the blood clotted in the hair above Thomas's ear. "I have a salve," he says, and he digs in his bags to produce a clay jar. He unstoppers it, and the glade is filled with the scent of the infirmary. She thinks of Sister Joan and the thin blood on her downy chin. The pardoner smears a dab of the contents on Thomas's wound, making him flinch, but after a moment Thomas says it feels numb, then warm. She watches the way the pardoner applies the salve, the way he strokes it along the wound. "What is it?" she asks. He is pleased by her interest. "A mixture of 13 herbs," he says, "mixed with pig fat and elder buds." He holds the jar for her to see the dark paste within. "It cools wounds and cures almost everything," he says. Then he tucks it away in a leather pack and sets the leather pack inside another one, and this he places very carefully on the mule's pack, as if it is valuable. Thomas stands with the giant's poleaxe, looking uncertain what to do with it. Does he carry it or put it on the mule? Eventually they decide on the mule, and they set out, following a path where the wood thins and out onto a broad expanse of fog-haunted marshes. "By the blood of Mary," the pardoner laughs as they walk, "will you look at us? 2 thieves ripe for their hanging, and the 3rd a victim of the plague. Thank the Lord for this mist, or they'll have raised the cry and chased us away by now." To Catherine's eye, the pardoner's clothes appear garish. He wears a long, russet habit, not unlike Thomas's, but over it a blue fur-trimmed cloak with a tightly fitting hood that has been dyed bright green. A low-crowned round hat of black-fringed felt holds the hood in place, and she can see that between his hat, hood, and beard, it is almost impossible to see the whorls on his neck. Next to him, Thomas looks like a crow, but she knows she is the worst. Her patched cassock is crusted with mud. She has only one clog and no headgear, not even a cloth to cover her hair. She looks the sort of beggar the prioress would turn away from the gate. "I will lend you my hat," the pardoner says, passing it to her, "and there'll be a fripper at the market from where we might buy something more suitable. It should not be too far now." Ahead of them, they hear the steady din of bells, and she can smell coal smoke. They join a road, and as they walk, its surface improves. Stone replaces mud, and other travellers pass with loaded mules and curious looks. "Sir, by the grace of God, good day to you," the pardoner sings out each time he feels their glances settle too heavily on one or other of them. Each time the traveller nods and returns the greeting and moves on with a blessing, as if all were well. Catherine stares back at them resentfully, and after a time the pardoner touches her elbow. "We're strangers here, sister," he says. "If someone takes against us, they will denounce us for some crime, and without our friends to vouch for our good name, we will end up like this poor fellow." He gestures towards a tree where a crowd of birds mob something hanging from the branches. It is a man's body, hanging near naked, mottled and erupting with decay, his braided guts spilling out like fistfuls of grey string. A bird with glossy feathers clings to its face, and with each peck the corpse twitches on its rope. The smell of rotting meat is thick and sweet. "Been there about 10 days, the pardoner guesses. "But why doesn't someone bury him?" Catherine asks through her fingers. "He's posted as a warning to others," the pardoner shrugs. "Were it a witch, they would just strangle her at the roadside and leave her for the dogs. In the south, when they catch a thief, they nail his ear to a post and give him a knife to cut himself free." They walk on through mist that is shrinking towards the river, leaving a sodden, level landscape interrupted by meagre stands of trees, a low-beamed cottage, and a herd of oily sheep. Ahead, the town is a gathering of church spires and roofs under a pall of dark smoke. "The town of Boston," the pardoner says, "home to 1,000 or so souls. We must get through it to reach the harbour." She hesitates. "Come on," the pardoner encourages. "Walk on the far side of the mule so the captain of the gate can't see you, and hold its rope, so that if he does, he'll think it belongs to you and that you're worth something after all." They join the other travellers queuing behind a carter trying to get his oxen onto the bridge. "Hoc opust, hic labor est," the pardoner mutters. He is looking anxious. At the far end of the bridge, a fat man in a stained leather jerkin and an iron helmet stands under a wooden awning, while another, with a bill, takes coins from those crossing the bridge. "Good day to you, sir," the pardoner calls when they reach the second man, and he presses a coin into the outstretched hand. The man says nothing but frowns and shows the coin to the first man. The first man holds up his arm to stop the flow. "Never seen you before, master," he says. His gaze travels over the mule, to Catherine, to Thomas, then back to the pardoner. "I'm Robert Dord," the pardoner says, "a merchant of Lincoln." The man tips his chin and stares down his broad nose. "Take your hood off." There's a moment of silence. The pardoner looks very old. He begins fiddling at the ties below his chin. His fingers are trembling. But then the mule lifts its tail and shits. A man with a sack of beets on his shoulder cheerfully sets them aside to gather the steaming lumps. "Hands haven't been this warm since Martinmas," he calls and gets his laugh. Someone behind shouts, and all around them people urge the captain of the watch to get on with it, and just then the pardoner discovers the knot is tighter than he thought, and at last the captain shrugs as if in the end he could hardly care less. He gestures at the mule and rolls his finger in a circle for another coin. "Pontage," he says, "another penny to cross the bridge with a mule." The pardoner cheerfully digs in the pouch on his belt and produces the coin. The crowd surge forward. When they've turned a corner, the old man slumps against a wall and runs his fingers under the band of his hood. "Thanks to the blessed St. James for that," he breathes. When he is recovered, he leads them along the narrow street to the marketplace, where the ground underfoot is cobbled and houses of every shape and size tower above them, each with glazed windows, and at one end is an edifice of ash poles and scaffolding, indicating that something grand is being built. But it is the business of people that startles Catherine most. She has never seen so many men and women or children gathered together at once, and they're all shouting. Traders proclaim the value and virtue of their wares, while rivals bellow disparagement, and money is changing hands, and everyone seems to be arguing with good-natured passion. In the middle of it all is a bear, a creature at once both human and alien, sitting glumly while a man nearby eats a pie. "We must eat something before we go about our business," the partner is saying, tying up the mule to a rail and handing a boy a coin to tend it. He leads them down a covered street to a cook shop, where he buys them each a bowl of pottage, dark stuff, much tastier than Catherine can believe, reinforced with bacon and strips of yellowing kale. Then comes a loaf of dense brown bread, still warm from the oven, as well as an earthenware plate on which 3 pasties are actually greasy with butter. The cook's wife hands them mugs of ale, and they eat and drink, sitting on the step with their backs against the shop's wall. After they've finished, the partner buys each of them a baked apple with wrinkled skin, too hot to hold. "Are you hungry?" the cook shop owner says. He is 4 square with short legs and sly eyes. His woman stares at them from the darkness of the kitchen. "Fabas in dulcet fames," the partner replies, half turning. "We have had a long voyage, good man, from foreign shores, much delayed by wild weather. Now that we are replete, we are bound for the fripperer and then the shoemaker." "And the barber too, I hope," the man says, nodding at Thomas's tonsure. "There are plenty in town to turn you in for the way you look." "Quite so," the partner allows, swallowing the rest of his ale. He pays the man and hurries them on their way. Catherine feels sick. "We must find our vessel," the partner announces, though this is news to her. "It won't be long before the friars get about and they'll know you've left your priory. First, though, some clothes." They find the fripperer beyond the tailor's stalls on the far side of the market, next to a man dealing in horse hides and urine. He is seated on the ground with his legs crossed, surrounded by a shin-high pile of rags of every kind of colour and cloth. He is working on some stitching, but when he sees the partner looming into view, he throws aside the work and is on his feet. "Master," he says, "may God make you prosper." With quick eyes, he grades the value of their clothes, deducting from the total the price of every tear and abrasion, and though he is pleased at the thought of the money a man like the partner might possess, he grimaces when he sees Thomas and Catherine's cassocks. The partner explains what he wants, and the clothes mender begins casting uncertainly through his stock, looking for something that might do. "I cannot furnish this chit with anything at the present," he says, indicating Catherine. "Women tend to their own clothes, see, or if they do leave me a garment, they come by to collect it. They don't seem to get caught up in other things as men do, or get themselves killed so often." "I am not interested in anything for the girl," the partner tells him airily. "She can take her chances. I need clothing for him, and for my other servant, a lad smaller than this one." "Much easier that," the fripperer says, and he begins pulling garments from different piles again, holding them up and then discarding them. Eventually he hands Thomas 2 piles. "Should sort you out," he says. The partner pays the man and they retreat to an alley behind the marketplace. "You can change here," he says, dividing up the piles of clothing. "And mind where you step." The smell in the alley is powerful, and at its end they each turn a different corner and begin to try to make sense of their new clothes. For Catherine, it is a strange experience. She needs to hold them up first to see what they are. Then she pulls on the linen brays, followed by the woven hose. She rolls them over at the top and ties them off around her waist. Then she quickly takes off her cassock and plunges her naked arms into the undershirt. It is rose-coloured, faded in parts, mossy at the pits and slick with wear. Then comes the tunic, russet-coloured as most men wear, then the coat, green and quilted, but worn and smelling of horses. Down its front on one side is a row of rough horn discs, with which she is not familiar, and down the other, stitched slits that mystify her. The garment gapes over her bosom and feels wrong. She spent her life in a cassock that hangs from her shoulders, and these new clothes grip her body in unfamiliar places. Still, she is able to move more freely, unhampered by the heavy skirts, and so long as she does not get her feet wet, she imagines she will be warm. She meets Thomas in the alleyway and they stare at one another for a moment. His jacket is blue and his hose green on one leg, red on the other. His tunic strains where he'd done up the buttons on the front. When Catherine sees this, she understands what the bone discs on her own jacket are for, and she clumsily presses them home. "These are men's clothes," she says. Thomas nods. "It's safer," he says. "They will be looking for a canon and a sister." She nods, unsure. He too looks askance. "Why is he doing this?" she asks, pulling on the felt cap she's been given. "He has no need to show us such kindness." "It's a penance, I think," Thomas says. "If he helps us, things will go well for him in France, and if he hopes to benefit from it, then we may take these favours in good conscience, surely." She sees he too is in need of persuasion. "We would have had to take them from someone at any rate," Catherine says, "or we would be dead." It is a hard point, and Thomas is silenced. "Look," he says, "I took these from Riven. You should have them." He proffers her Alice's rosary beads. She does not take them for a moment. "I did not even know her," he says, pressing them on her. Catherine does not want to gain from Alice's death, but she takes them, puts them over her head, and tucks them into her shirt. For a moment they are cold against her skin. When the pardoner sees them, he laughs. "Not perfect," he says, "but what is perfect?" He's holding 2 pairs of brown leather boots. They slide them on and stand in them. She stares down at herself. She can hardly believe what she sees. "Good God," Thomas says. He is wriggling his toes and smiling broadly. She smiles too. The pleasure is almost too much to bear. Warmth begins to thaw her feet, and though the boots are too long so that they smack the cobbles as she walks, they are not half so bad as the clogs she is used to, not half so bad as going with 1 foot bare. "Thank you, master," she says. "Thank you for all your kindness." "It is nothing more than my duty as a Christian soul," the pardoner replies. "But perhaps we had better not linger." 2 friars are hurrying across the marketplace, and there are many more behind, spilling from one of the churches. "Your hat," the pardoner murmurs to Thomas. Thomas pulls it on, quickly covering the patch of shaved skin. Catherine can feel herself stiffening as they pass. She realizes she is holding her breath. One of them is ruddy-faced, a drinker, with eyes that linger on Catherine's crotch, and she feels horribly naked and steps behind Thomas. When the friars have passed, the pardoner takes them to find the mule, and when he has paid the boy off, they pass down a narrow road to a grey sweep of sea-slimed stone staithes. Ahead is the sea, under a huge stretch of pale sky, and boats and ships of every imaginable size bob in the puckered waters. It takes her breath away. "Dear God," she murmurs. All along the quay, men are busy among the stacks of sarplers and bales, the casks of wine, piles of logs, coils of thick ship's rope and canvas-covered heaps of only the Lord knew what. The smell is a mixture of salt and fish guts and something else. They walk along the quay a little way until they come to a quiet spot by a pile of conical wicker baskets leaking green water back to the sea. "Look to the mule," the pardoner instructs, "while I find the harbour master, and Thomas, you'd better cut our sister's hair so that she looks less like a Catherine and more like a Kit." So in one thoughtless stroke, Catherine becomes Kit, and Thomas borrows the pardoner's knife and cuts her hair, dropping the hanks on the ground around her feet. She can feel his fingers on her scalp, and her skin prickles with ill ease. She can feel her back arching, her shoulders rising as if to escape his touch. Then he sits while she takes up the knife and attempts the same with him. She starts slowly, trying not to touch him, chopping at his thick hair until she sees she will have to hold it to cut it. She can feel his discomfort too. She stops to examine the wound above his ear. She flakes away some of the pardoner's salve and sees the wound is livid under it. When the pardoner comes back, he shouts with laughter. "Saints above, he looks like a madman!" She says nothing, but she too cannot help laughing at Thomas's piebald head. He puts on his cap. Have you found a ship, sir? I have. The Carrick Mary leaves for Calais on the next tide. Calais? Yes, but have no fear. Master Cobham is happy to put in at Sandwich before he crosses the narrow sea. Sandwich is in Kent, scarcely a day's walk from Canterbury, so that has fallen well, thanks be to God. Not that the Mary is as comfortable as I should like, and Master Cobham is rather brusque, but there you are. Non licet omnibus adire Corinthum. It is not given to everyone to visit Corinth. You see? The pardoner takes Thomas back to the market to buy bread and whatever else they might find. Catherine remains alone among the baskets. Now is her chance. She begins going through the packs on the mule's back, looking for the one where the pardoner keeps his money. Is this it? The one with the jar of salve? Where is it? She cannot find it. She stops, sick with shame, as a boy with half an ear leads past a train of mules and then a man follows holding a dead badger, never quite happy with the way he is carrying it. Dear God, where is the pack? Her fingers are numb as she struggles with the knots. There, she finds it. It is inside a rough sack, a disguise. She is pulling it out when the pardoner and Thomas return in a hurry. They've bought cheese, bread, and a sack of apples and 3 wineskins apiece, and they've even managed to sell the mule for a good price. Now they keep glancing over their shoulders, and the old man misses her returning the pack. We must be quick about it, he says. The friars are astir over something, and it is more than 2 apostates. The pardoner glances at Catherine, and she looks away. He shakes his head as if to clear some thought, and she knows he knows. She wonders when he will tell Thomas. Come on, he says, and they hurry to find this Master Cobham, who is standing with his hands on his hips, watching a long-beaked hand crane swing a bale of something heavy onto the deck of a 3-masted ship. This is the Carrick Mary, about 20 paces long and low in the water. Cobham turns when he sees them and watches them approach without a change of expression. Up close he is solid, with sandy hair and the sort of face that mottles in the wind. He touches his hat in an ironic salute. "Dear to you," he says. His glance lingers on Catherine and she feels herself warm under it, but after a moment he turns and shouts to the men on the crane to load the pardoner's bags. The pardoner is especially careful about the pack with the salve in, and he will not trust it to anyone else. She sees Cobham's pale eyebrow cock, and her doubts about the man harden to mistrust. "Yours, my boy," the pardoner says, handing Thomas the poleaxe. "Best not let it stray." Then the horse-dealer's boy arrives with a bag of coins, and when everything is aboard, the pardoner turns and strokes the mule's nose. There are tears in his eyes, though the animal stares back without emotion. "Goodbye, old friend," he says. "Perhaps we shall meet again when I come back through this way, a new man." As the boy leads the unprotesting mule away, Catherine follows the pardoner across to the Carrick via a gangplank. She does not think to let Thomas take her hand, even though it is offered, and after a moment she steps down into a curious world that shifts beneath her feet. Hardly an inch of the ship's planking can be seen for sacks and barrels and bales and all manner of wooden spars. There are coils of rope, canvas sheets, and 2 huge and badly rusted anchors. In one corner, a dark-skinned man sits on an upturned bucket and warms his hands on a fire that smoulders in the middle of a broad slab of stone. Other men linger in the ropes, staring at the newcomers. There must be about 7 or 8 of them, each as wiry and wild-looking as the next. "You'll be stopping in there if you've a mind," Cobham says, nodding to a plank door below the raised deck at the stern of the ship. "Very good," the pardoner says, and he picks his way across the deck to prise open the door. An insistent stink billows out, stronger even than that of the sea, an unholy combination of vomit and the privy. "It's mighty cold out here at night," Cobham continues with a smirk. It begins to snow again, fat, wet flakes that settle on the pardoner's hat. Catherine looks along the wharves to where the mule is disappearing in the gathering gloom. 2 black-robed friars have stopped the boy. Benedictines. "Let us try the cabin," she says. The pardoner catches her glance. "Indeed," he agrees. "Ignis aurum probat miseria fortes viros." There is no light, only slatted apertures, and the floor is sodden and the walls are crusted with something that has long set hard. The partner pulls the door shut after them. "We need only stay until we set off and are out of reach of the friars," the partner tells them as they hold their breath. He peers through the gap in the window. "Or until that man hands us over," Catherine says. "Yes," the partner agrees. "He looks like the worst sort, but I have only paid him half what we owe, with the promise of the other half on safe delivery in Calais, where I have said I am to be met by associates with the balance. He will not let us go to the friars without collecting that, but knowing we are wanted might make the journey more awkward and more expensive than need be." They sit in the sulphurous dark, listening to the voices outside. At length there is silence. It seems the friars are gone. "Thanks be to God for that," sighs the partner. They can only see his eyeballs in the dark. Footsteps fall on the ladder beside the door and someone shouts, and then more feet fall and there are more shouts, and suddenly the ship shudders and lurches and seems to come alive. Catherine impulsively grabs Thomas's arm. She feels him stiffen. "We're casting off," the partner says. Above them on the rear deck they can hear Cobham bellowing rhythmically, as if encouraging some physical effort. She lets go of Thomas's arm just as the partner claps his hands to his cheeks. "Dear Christ on his cross," he exclaims. What is wrong?" "We have made no offering to St. Nicholas," he says. "We have made no offering for a safe journey." Chapter 7. The wind comes from the east, bringing with it ranks of lace-topped swells that roll under the carrack, lifting her and dropping her nearer the lee shore. Master Cobham, standing on the aft deck, legs spread and his leather hat pulled low over his brow, swears. "God's wounds!" he bellows. "God's holy wounds!" On the deck, the partner and Thomas crouch together, heads between their knees, clinging to the ship's listing side with raw hands. "We shall be wrecked," the partner shouts over the wind. "We should have said a mass. We should have said 100 of them." He retches again and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. In the night, he has pulled a muscle from all the vomiting, and now his face is yellow, his eyeballs bloodshot, and his beard slimed with something not even the rain can wash away. By the evening, he is too weak to sit, and with the help of Catherine and the ship's boy, Thomas carries him back into the cabin and hoists him into a stained canvas hammock. "By all the saints," the old man murmurs when he is settled, "have I not suffered enough? They said take a medicinal bath. They said that would suffice, so I sent a servant, a good girl, to drown a litter of puppies for me, fox terriers. Then I had her gut the little things, Jesu Christe, and boil them up to make a soup, yes, a soup, dog soup, enough to fill a bath, in which I sat for 4 hours with 2... He retches again, a long, fruitless spasm. 2 newly cut goat kid skins, one on my head and the other on my chest, so that I shouldn't catch a chill. They told me that would be enough, that would cure me, but no, God wants to kill me this way, with sea sickness." The ship's boy is lingering in the cabin door, glad to be out of the rain for a moment. "Master Cobham says no one ever died of seasickness," he pipes. "The thought of dying is the only thing that keeps me alive," the partner groans. The boy laughs and hurries off, balancing against the slant of the deck, letting the door bang behind him. "A good lad," the partner says. "Reminds me of my own boy." "You have a son?" The partner shakes his head. "Buried him 3 years ago," he says. "Plague." The weather lasts for 2 more days. They are not wrecked, and when it is over, life on deck begins again. Gulls resume station, their wings snowy against the blue sky, and the sun shines, warming the skin, if not the bones. The cook lights a fire on his stone and makes soup from fish the boy catches with a hook. Though the ship still dips and surges, the crew set about repairing the sails, and everything wet is hung out to dry, including the partner. The next day the land recedes to their right, and there are boats on the horizon. The water under the ship's prow changes colour, becomes a choppy brew littered with broken barrels, scrubby feathers, filthy rushes, a dead dog. "Crossing the estuary," the boy explains, gesturing westwards. "Up there to London." Master Cobham is more watchful, and the boy is sent to climb the ratlines and sit on a spar lashed to the mainmast's crown. "Worried about pirates," the pardoner murmurs. "Something else we have to be watchful of these days." Thomas hears himself grunt absently. It seems to him that he has not slept since leaving the priory, for every time he closes his eyes he sees Riven, or the giant, in that moment before he felt his thumb press on his eyelid. Or he sees the dean being killed in the cloister, and all these images come afresh, just as if they're still happening, not things that have happened. And every time he lurches into wide wakefulness, his heart racing and his fists clenched. He has tried to pray for release, and he asks God to take vengeance on his behalf, but as he prays, he cannot help but imagine himself as God's chosen instrument. He imagines that it is he seeking Riven out, just as the pardoner suggested, and he imagines it is he landing the blows on the man, cutting him, pounding him, breaking bones, gouging flesh. Each time he must catch himself, calm himself, and return to prayer. He hears the pardoner sighing on the bale beside him. "It must be hard," the old man is saying, gesturing to Catherine in the boat's bow, her back turned on them. "Thrust from her cloister to be among us rough-skinned men." Thomas looks at her again, her straight back, stiff shoulders. He says nothing. "And what about you, Brother Thomas? Will you return to the cloister?" "One day," he says. "It's a good life." "It's a good life," the pardoner agrees, "though I cannot see that it will last too much longer." "What do you mean?" "The monasteries are too rich." The pardoner starts carefully, gesturing towards the shore. "Think of the ends to which our dukes and earls go to find their children advantageous marriages, and yet the finest match in all England would be that between the Abbot of Westminster and the Abbess of Sion. With wealth like that, such men as your man Giles Riven, well, they will find a way to get hold of it by hook or by crook, and when they do, all the monasteries and convents and priories and friaries will be snaffled into someone's hunting bag before a single summer is out." The pardoner is interrupted by a shout from the mast. The boy has seen something. All the sailors stop what they are doing. "What is it?" Cobham shouts up. "Ballinger," the boy calls down. "Moving fast. Maybe 10 oars, maybe more. Mainsail up. Making for the foreland." Thomas rolls to his feet and joins Catherine at the bow. Across the water, one of the boats is moving fast, with a bank of oars that dip rhythmically and propel the craft forward in definite steps. Cobham shouts orders and the sailors run to new tasks, easing the sails to let them slip the wind. The ship relaxes under their feet. They wait. "Changed course," the boy shouts down. "Coming towards us." Cobham swears again and shouts more orders. The crew reset the sails and the carrack lurches. Cobham jams the tiller over so that she slews eastwards, out to sea. There is another long silence. The sailors are tense. "Well?" Cobham shouts. "Coming on after us," the boy cries. There is a groan. "Bloody pirates," Cobham says. "No good this. The Earl of Warwick's supposed to be keeping the seas clear, and look at this. Unless..." An idea strikes him. "Who are they?" he calls up to the boy. "You make 'em out?" "Sun's shining on a quantity of metal." "Harness?" "Could be. Helmets, anyway." "Might even be Warwick's men," Cobham supposes. They look up at the patched sails, and the next minute they watch them sag as the wind dies. The carrack loses way. Cobham swears once more and begins pumping the tiller as if this might speed them on their course. "You," he shouts, "cook, stop eating your bloody biscuits and whistle up the bloody wind." The cook, though pardoner says he is a Genoese, begins whistling. A light air riffles the heavy sail. "Keep whistling, you horse son, keep whistling." Cobham storms around his deck. Saxby there, let go what we don't need." Saxby is the master's mate, a bully with dark curly hair and a gold hoop pressed through his ear. He grasps the cook's still-warm firestone and hefts it and staggers with it to the ship's side. He shunts it over and it hits the sea with a kerplunk that shoots a fountain of green water above the ship's rail. The cook doesn't pause in his whistling. Then Saxby and 3 others tip the anchors over, each one disappearing with a deep, booming splash. "Christ on his cross," Cobham mutters. "Cost me more than a penny." "Gaining on us, master," the boy cries down. "Right," Cobham says. "We need to lose all this if we're to get clear. You there, Master Dord and your boys, lend an hand, everything overboard." Thomas and Catherine set to, joining the sailors as they begin hauling bales and packages overboard, tipping them over the carrack's side into the sea below. The pardoner can hardly stand to watch, but mews, "No, no, no," as his bags go over with the rest. Some sink, others float. Cordage, sailcloth, buckets, bales, boxes, anything not fastened down goes over. In the carrack's wavering wake they leave a stream of bobbing wooden spars and planks and canvas-wrapped bags. One of the men emerges from the cabin with the pardoner's sack-covered pack. "Master," the pardoner cries, springing into action, "not that one, that is all I own." The sailor looks at Cobham, who narrows his eyes. "All right," he nods. "Put it back." The sailor lobs the pack back in the cabin, but everything else goes over. The cook's pots and pans, a wooden chair, every scrap of rope, every lump of tar, all the food, all the ale. All that remains are the men, the sails, the pardoner's bag, and the weapons. 4 rusted swords, a long-handled bill, a hammer used for breaking chains, and the giant's axe. Each member of the crew has a knife on his belt and one hidden in his clothes. Thomas has the poleaxe, and one of the sailors passes Catherine a length of rope, with its end tied off in a knot that looks like a large fist. Within is a weight, and together they make a lethal club. "I am expected to fight," she whispers to Thomas. She swings the weight and flinches as it flies past her nose. "Oof," Thomas says. "Be careful." She stares at the knot. He moves to stand in front of her, to protect her from whatever will happen next. "Still gaining, but slower now," the boy calls down. He need not have bothered. Every sailor is ranged along the ship's side, watching the Ballinger come battering across the water. Cobham watches from the stern deck. "Fuck," he says. "Should have kept the firestone, drop it on them from up here to take the whole stinking lot of them with it." Thomas sees something flicker in the sky. Then there are 2 sharp thuds in the carrack that make every man jump. "Christ Jesus!" 2 fat arrows quiver in the deck, both a yard long and as thick as his forefinger. One instant they aren't there, the next they are, buried in the deck in a corolla of grey splinters. Dust rises from each like smoke from a candle wick. "Christ!" Cobham shouts. Then he calls up to the boy. "Oi, boy! Warn us when they're about to loose those bloody arrows, will you little—" He breaks off and shields his eyes from the glare. He stares up into the rigging. "Bastard," he concludes quietly. An arrow pins the boy through his chest to the mast. He looks around, then, "Saxby! Saxby there!" he shouts. "Stop your fucking gawking and get rid of the dead wood." He nods his head, and Saxby leaves off his post at the ship's rail with something like a leer, and on quick feet he crosses to where the pardoner stands, pale and old and frightened. Before Thomas can move, Saxby grasps the old man around his arms and rushes him backwards, toppling him over the ship's rail and into the sea. The old man has no time to cry out. Saxby steps back. Thomas runs to the ship's side. There is nothing there, just the green sea, peaking, troughing, frilled with foam, unreadable to the horizon. There is no sign of the old man. The pardoner is gone. Thomas cannot believe it. Next to him, Saxby smirks, self-satisfied. "He was slowing us down, mate," Cobham calls out, "and didn't look able to fight none." Thomas wants to lash out, to hurt Saxby. Saxby sees his expression change. A blade appears in Saxby's hand, and he is quick with it. He flicks it at Thomas's face and makes a grab for the poleaxe. Thomas throws his head back, feels the knife pass, Saxby is laughing, coming at him again, but Thomas thrusts the spike of the axe at him. He means to fend Saxby off, but Saxby is too fast and he's not expecting it. There is a grisly crunch. Thomas feels resistance give and something soft slip. Saxby gasps. His eyes turn round as pennies. Thomas cannot help himself. He pushes. Saxby's face changes colour and his tongue sticks out. He gasps for breath. Thomas steps back. There is a neat sleeve of dark blood on the axe's pole. Saxby falls to his knees, his eyes rolling back into his head. It is so quick. "Oh, Christ," Thomas cries. "Oh, Christ, forgive me." He drops the murder weapon and grabs Saxby's arms as if holding him up might save his life. "I didn't mean it, you saw, by all the saints, I swear to you." But Saxby is already gone. His dead weight passes through Thomas's grasp to slump on the deck. "Dear God!" Thomas steps away from the body, looking round for help, for credence. Catherine is staring at him, her mouth open, her face pale. It has been so quick, so sudden, so easy. There are dark ropes of blood across the deck and on Thomas's boots, and a pool of it is forming under Saxby's body. "Christ's sake!" Cobham roars from his deck. "What are you doing? You lot, kill him! Kill 'em all, by Christ! Kill him and then bloody put 'em overboard!" Thomas's vision seems to waver. Sound is muffled. Time slows. All he can do is look at those hands of his, those murdering hands. Dear God, he has killed a man. Then Catherine slaps his shoulder. "Thomas!" she shouts. "Thomas!" Sound and light come back to him with a roar. Men are running at him, running at Catherine. He stoops for the poleaxe and pulls her behind him. The first sailor is on them with a rusted blade. Thomas catches it with the axe. He staggers back under its weight. The sailor is red-faced and ugly, spitting with fury. Thomas shoves the butt end of the pole up into the man's groin. It seems light in his hands and such an easy thing to do. The axe seems to move for him. The sailor shouts something, drops the sword and throws himself back. He trips on his heels. Without thinking, Thomas steps after him and drops its blade into the falling man's face. The man screams and clamps his hands to the mess of his nose and teeth. He writhes on the pitching deck. A moment later, he is choking on his own blood. The second sailor is there already, big with a wind-burned nose and thick leather jerkin. He's behind Thomas and aims a slash at Catherine with a chipped cleaver. She flinches out of the way. The blade whistles past, but snags her sleeve. Thomas turns and drives the crown of the axe into the sailor's armpit, breaking his ribs and sending him staggering over to the ship's rail, where he collapses on his backside, blood all over his hands and chest, his bare feet scrabbling on the deck. He is gasping. Then he too is dead. "Oh God, oh God, oh God!" Thomas's face is very pale. "For fuck's sake!" Cobham bellows. There are still 3 sailors left, men with scarred knuckles and expressionless eyes. One takes up the rusted sword from the deck. Thomas watches him circle to the left, just as the other comes from the right. He wonders how he will fight 2 at once. But then another flight of arrows from the Ballinger hits the ship's deck like a ripple of thunder. 5 shafts, suddenly there, like a fence, buried up to their shoulders in the deck. The last one catches the sailor's heel, nailing it to the boards. He throws up his sword, bellowing, flailing at the arrow's fletch. Just as the second digs his blade at Thomas. Thomas catches it against the steel languid of the poleaxe, steps into him and, copying Riven, smashes his left fist into the gristle of the sailor's nose. 2 fangs of blood sprout on his face, and Thomas wheels around to drive the axe into the sailor's knee. The sailor goes down in a tangle on the deck. Thomas drops the fluke on him. It is a wound that won't kill him for days yet. The third man comes at Thomas, circling, his blade held low, but he is half-hearted now and backs off as soon as Thomas levels the axe at him. "Help me!" the sailor with the arrow in his heel keeps crying. "Help me for the love of God! Help me for the love of all that's holy!" Now Cobham has had enough. He abandons the tiller, storms down the ladder. He scoops up the rusted sword and advances on the sailor with the arrow in his heel. The sailor looks at him imploringly, then changes expression and tries to scrabble backwards. He holds up his hands. "No!" he screams. Cobham chops the blade through the meat of the sailor's throat. There is a spray of blood, and the sailor goes down with an awkward bounce as if he has fallen from a tree, still pinned by the heel, while blood seethes across the planks. "That's how you do it, by all that's bloody holy," Cobham roars. "That's how you bloody well do it, see?" He turns on Thomas. "I had you for apostates," he spits. "I should have handed you over to the friars when I had the bloody chance." Even before he's finished the sentence, he lunges at Thomas. Thomas smashes the blade away, then Cobham darts at Catherine. Thomas jabs at him. Cobham catches the axe on the blade of his sword, a clash of sliding steel. Cobham is strong, stronger than Thomas, stronger than Riven, maybe. He pushes Thomas back, then spins and crashes his elbow into Thomas's cheek. Thomas's knees ooze, his vision wavers, and the axe seems too heavy to hold. Cobham smiles. He is about to hit him again when Catherine catches him with the rope maul. Now it is Cobham who staggers. His hand flies to his collar where she struck him. He checks for blood, only a little. He tries a quick underhand thrust at her body. Thomas drops his axe on the blade, knocking it from Cobham's hand. Cobham shouts in pain, and the blade rattles across the deck towards Catherine. She bends to pick it up. A knife appears in Cobham's hand. He leaps at her, catches her collar, pulls her to him, bends her round, shielding himself and exposing her neck to his blade. Thomas recovers. He swings the axe, just missing Catherine. There is a dense thunk of steel on bone, and he buries the long spike of the axe into the flesh under Cobham's chin. Cobham dies instantly, his body converted to dead weight that pulls the axe from Thomas's grip. Together, axe and man crash to the deck. The stink of blood is ferrous and intimate. Catherine staggers free, her knees weak. She is holding her throat. Thomas bends and twists the axe from Cobham's body, ready for the next attack. He is breathing heavily, hardly able to see straight. He holds out the axe and stares at the men gathered on the deck. They do not move. They stand watching him, pale-faced, incredulous. Then they drop their weapons and step back. Thomas can scarcely believe what has happened either. Catherine is looking at him as if he is someone else. "I must sit," he says. He drops the axe and sits just before his legs give out. He cannot stop his face from creasing and the tears silently pouring down his cheeks. He grips his hands together to stop them from shaking. "What now?" Catherine asks. Her face is also pale, a smudge of blood above her lip. "We wait," the Genoese cook answers for Thomas. "Hope they don't kill us." Thomas has almost forgotten the pirates. There is a small crump as the Ballinger hits the side of the carrack, out of sight below the ship's rail, and a moment later 2 more men come springing over the ship's side. They have swords in their hands, steel helmets on their heads, and heavy, padded coats. The first is tall and moves lightly onto the deck in high leather boots, more suited to a horse than a ship. The second is small, wiry, like a terrier, with ginger whiskers and a big nose, often broken. Both wear red tabard coats, sweat-ringed and salt-rimed. They stop and look around. "Fuck me," the second one says. "Looks like we're late for the harvest." The first of the 2, taller by a head, sheathes his sword and takes off his helmet. "Saints," he says, disappointed. "What's gone on here?" He has dark hair cropped short above his ears, like Riven, but he is younger, with an open, handsome face, the sort Thomas trusts. 3 more men join them, clambering slowly over the carrack's sides. They do not look at ease with the swell of the sea, and Thomas recognises their sort from home, long ago. Beefy, well-fed, deep-chested boys with backs warped by work in the fields and butts. Each carries a short sword, except for one, who carries a longbow and a bag of arrow shafts. They wear the same red livery coat as the first 2, with a small star marked in white cloth on the right side of the chest. When they see the dead bodies, each crosses himself. The first man runs a hand through his hair. "My name is Richard Fakenham," he announces to the sailors, "of Marton Hall in Lincolnshire, and on behalf of my lord the Earl of Warwick, the captain of Calais, who is entrusted to keep the seas, I am claiming this boat for his purposes." "You are not pirates?" the Genoese cook asks. Fakenham looks insulted. "No," he says. "We are soldiers. Now which one of you's the master?" One of the surviving sailors, the ferrety-looking one with a widow's tooth, older than the others, points to Cobham's body. Fakenham grunts. "His mate?" The man points again, this time at Saxby. "All right," Fakenham says. "Which of you knows how to sail this thing?" Again the older man volunteers. "What's your name?" "Listen," he says. "John Listen, of Falmouth." "All right, John Listen of Falmouth, can you sail us to Calais, across the narrow sea?" After a moment's hesitation, Listen nods. "Get to it, then." Listen looks at the other sailors, as if for permission, then clambers up the ladder to take control of the tiller. He shouts an order that the other two sailors and the Genoese cook start to obey. As they pass the smaller of the two soldiers, the second man aboard, he bares his teeth and growls at them like a dog. "Don't kill any of them unless you absolutely have to, Walter," Richard Fakenham calls. "We need them to help sail this damned thing." Then he turns to his own men. "You lot," he says, "try the other boat alongside, and when that's done, let's get my father aboard." One of them shouts down into the other boat, and a rope is thrown up and caught. Fakenham looks around as if he has forgotten something. Then he sees Thomas sitting and Catherine standing among the bodies. "What's gone on here?" he asks. Thomas swallows. He can say nothing. He knows if he tries, he will start to weep again. Catherine answers for him. "They threw our master overboard," she says, gesturing towards the ship's stern, "and then they tried to kill us." "So you killed them?" Catherine nods. Fakenham raises his eyebrows. "But who are you?" he asks. "Why are you on board at all? You aren't with them, are you?" He indicates the sailors. "No," Catherine says. "We were his servants." "The dead man's? Who was he?" "His name was Robert Dord. He was a pardoner of Lincoln." "Of Lincoln? Wonder if I met him. We're from Lincoln way. Walter, do you know a Robert Dord, a pardoner from home?" There is an impatient grumble of denial. "Well, I'll ask my father, though he has no time for such things, indulgences and so on." Fakenham notices the giant's poleaxe lying where Thomas has dropped it, glazed with blood. He bends to pick it up. "Is this yours?" Thomas can nod. "Nice," Fakenham says, and he swings it, checking the balance. "Very nice." "We are going to Canterbury," Thomas says, as if that explains everything. Fakenham hardly hears him. "Have someone's eye out with that," the man he's called Walter says, appearing at Fakenham's shoulder and regarding Thomas carefully. He rubs his bristles on his chin and frowns. Then his eyes travel up and down Catherine for longer than is comfortable. There is something about her he does not seem to like. "Get shot of these, will you, Walter?" Fakenham asks, indicating the dead bodies. "Overboard. And clean the place up a bit too, then let's have some action. We need to get to Calais without attracting any more attention." Walter crouches over the dead sailors and begins going through their clothes. He is mumbling to himself, a disappointed burr. There are some coins in a pouch around Cobham's neck that he keeps for himself, 3 knives of inferior quality that he leaves on the deck for anyone to take, which Catherine does, and a pouch in which one of the men keeps the wooden beads of his rosary. Thomas watches in silence. He has killed a man. More than one. He understands he has done it to save himself and Catherine, but he can smell their blood on his hands and on his boots, like a stain on his soul. "You there, servant, lend an hand here." Walter is standing holding Saxby's heels. He wants Thomas to take the shoulders. Thomas stands and grasps the mate's leather jerkin and lifts, and together they swing the body towards the side. "Should we not say the Viaticum?" Thomas asks. The thought of even a man like Saxby going to heaven or hell without some blessing and prayers is shocking. When a canon or sister died, the prayers lasted 3 days. Walter looks at him as if he is a simpleton. "No," he says. And that is that. They swing Saxby over and let him go. Thomas watches his body splash into the sea. Then Walter calls, and Thomas returns to collect the others, and together they bundle their corpses over the ship's rail. Thomas murmurs a blessing each time, and as the men go over, they are just meat, more solid in death than they had been in life. One of the remaining sailors climbs the ratlines to the mast. A moment later, the boy's loose-limbed body tumbles down, catches on the stays with a fumbling bounce, and then goes over the side with a small splash. "Only a lad," Fakenham says, peering after him. "Shame." The sailors start hauling in the flapping sails, and the ship stiffens under them and begins to make headway. The horizon steadies. 2 more men from the Ballinger climb aboard and begin helping an older man up over the ship's side. He is red-faced and snowy-haired, with a long grey feather in his blue velvet cap. He wears a fur-trimmed coat, and on his feet very fine, muddy leather boots, which might once have been the colour of a polished conker. When he reaches the deck, he hobbles as if in pain. "God's nails," he mutters. There are tears in his pale blue eyes, and he stands for a moment, swaying as if he knows his next step will hurt, and he looks for the shortest route towards somewhere to sit. "Can you get my chest, my boy?" he asks Fakenham, who crosses the deck and shouts down to the boat below. A moment later, 2 more men bring up a chest, a fine red-leather brass-bound trunk, and put it against the cabin wall. One of them is fat, fatter than any man Thomas can recall ever seeing, but he has powerful arms, each one like a shaved piglet, and he is as broad across as a church door. While the older man waits, breathing heavily, Richard Fakenham opens the trunk, removes a large red cushion, and shuts it again. He places the cushion carefully on the trunk and helps the old man lower himself onto it. "There you are, father," he says. "Thank you, my boy," the old man says. "Thank you. What would I do without you?" When he is settled and has set his cap in a particular angle, the elder Fakenham looks about. "Not a bad little ship," he approves. "Young Warwick will be pleased." His eye falls on Thomas and Catherine, standing there. "Who are you?" he asks. "We're servants, sir," Thomas begins, "of Robert Dord, a pardoner lately of Lincoln." "Not old Master Dord," the old man says, brightening at the mention of a familiar name. He turns to his son. "Once tried to sell me a chrism for my plane, you know? Often wondered if I should have paid its price, but when his boy died a year or so back, I thought, well, if he can't cure that with his toe bone of St. Celia or his scapula of whomsoever, then what chance has he got of curing me? Here, father." Richard Fakenham hands him a beaker that he drinks with a shudder. "So where is he, Master Dord?" he asks, dabbing his mouth with a cloth. Thomas tells him. "Drowned, is he now? Poor old bugger." Sir John pauses a moment and looks up, his eye drifting across Thomas's bloodied clothing. "But you would not go so quietly, "They killed 5 of them," the younger Fakenham says, showing his father the giant's poleaxe. 5.5 if you include that one. He nods at the sailor with the wound in his belly, still alive in the shadow of the ship's rail. "Lord Richard," the old man says, whistling at the axe. "Look at it. Lovely piece of work. I'd not like to be on the receiving end of that. Who are you?" "I am Thomas Everingham I am a servant." There is a moment's silence while the old man looks at them both thoughtfully. "A servant, eh? And yet how many men have you killed this morning? And not a scratch on you? It is almost, miraculous? Don't you think it's miraculous, Richard? Geoffrey?" He is addressing his son and the fat man. Neither says anything, but both allow for the possibility. "Perhaps the good Lord is keeping an eye on them, eh? Perhaps he has some special purpose in mind, some higher calling." He is joking, and he turns back to Thomas. "You are a big lad, aren't you?" he says. "Not much muscle, but you ever shoot an arrow?" "Not for a few years," Thomas calculates. "I lost the practice after my father went to France." "Ah, France, eh? And he did not return?" "No, sir." The deck pitches under their feet, and the old man is distracted by pain for a moment. His eyes water, but he recovers and takes another drink. "Well," he says, "I am indentured to provide my Lord Fauconberg with 15 archers. I had 15 until one of them ran back to his fields the moment he saw the sea, so I am short by one man." "They say they're on their way to Canterbury," Richard puts in. "Well, that is a happy coincidence. So are we, just as soon as we are able." "You will take us to Canterbury?" Thomas asks. He can hardly believe his luck. Sir John laughs. "We are not hauliers or carters, man," he says, "but if you're prepared to join my company as an archer, then I will see you to Canterbury and beyond." He glances at his son as he says this. Richard smiles slightly. "But," Thomas begins, he is about to tell them of his vows. Catherine shakes her head slightly. The old man misinterprets. "You don't fancy it?" he asks. "Then we'll have to see if the Lord really does have a special purpose in mind, won't we? For you'll have to swim ashore here and now. I will not take you to Calais only to see you run off and join the Duke of Somerset in his stinking castle. You are altogether too able with that poleaxe of yours, and I should not like to find myself facing you across some sodden field in the future, regretting that I did not have you killed while I had the chance." Thomas turns to Catherine. What choice do they have, anyway? "We will do our best," he says. "That's more like it," Fakenham says. Then he turns to Catherine. "And how old are you, boy? 14, 15? Ever shoot a bow?" "Not by the look of you." "Well, I dare say we can use you for something, until you acquire a bit of muscle, that is. Perhaps you might act as a squire for my son. Richard, what do you think?" Richard nods. He seems pleased at the thought. Catherine says nothing. "I cannot afford to pay you the same as one of my archers, but I can promise you 4 marks a year, better cloth than you are wearing now, food most days, and the chance of a share in whatever might come our way. What do you say?" They can but nod. And so it is agreed. Chapter 8. For 3 days and nights the Carrack Mary stands off the coast of Kent, pinned back by an unflinching wind that comes up the narrow sea. On the cliffs to the north they can make out the 2 towers of the shrine of Our Lady, but no amount of prayer brings a let-up in the weather, and by the 3rd day every man watches with a tinge of envy as the sailor whom Thomas wounded finally dies. "All right, Thomas," Walter says. "Another notch on that axe of yours. Chuck him over and then help these others with the sail. And you, girlie, clean all this up." At the sound of the word girlie, Catherine stiffens. She turns away, hiding her face in the loose folds of her hood, feeling her cheeks flush and her heart hammer. The fat man, Geoffrey, touches her arm. "Don't mind him, Kit," he murmurs. "He's got a vile tongue, but he's kind at heart." She nods, grateful for the big man's compassion, but she cannot meet his eye. She ducks away and begins sluicing seawater over the dead sailor's blood, conscious of Walter's boot caps as he stands watching her work. Afterwards, she helps Geoffrey bring the sick men mugs of rainwater, just as the ship's boy had done, until at last, on the 4th day, the wind backs around and releases them. The sailors reset the mainsail and the ship begins to forge across the heavy waters. The fat man, Geoffrey, is, as far as she can tell, the one who makes sure the men are fed and clothed, the one who worries about where they will sleep the coming night. The other one, Walter, is the man who organises the fighting, who enforces the discipline. Old Sir John is happy to leave them to it, while his son Richard is more concerned with his own affairs and says little. Unlike Geoffrey, who is disposed to talk and speaks quickly and quietly, in this way she learns something about Sir John Fakenham and his company. The story, as far as she is able to pick up and later relate to Thomas, is that Sir John has been to the wars in France. He's fought at the siege of some town, the name of which she forgets even before Geoffrey has finished telling her the tale, but while he was there, the army was ravaged by a sickness Geoffrey calls the bloody flux, which in the end took the King Henry V too, and this seems to have marked a turning point in the fighting. The names of the battles that follow are lost on her, but Sir John survived them all, though only just, and was captured and ransomed at one, where the French used cannons and someone of whom Catherine pretends to have heard was killed and beaten so badly with an axe handle while he lay trapped under his horse that his herald only recognised his body from a distinctive gap between his teeth. After that, the impoverished Sir John had returned home to England to find his manor house near Lincoln seized by a local knight who claimed some legal right to it, but in reality had none save he knew he could count on the support of the Duke of Somerset should Sir John try to reclaim it. Sir John appealed to his cousin, who was Lord Cornforth, wasn't he? He hoped he might do something for him at court, seeing as Sir John had managed to betroth young Richard there to Lord Cornforth's daughter. But there wasn't much Cornford could do for him while the Duke of Somerset was so strong at court, was there? And then any hope was lost when old Cornford found himself on the wrong end of a dagger at Ludford Bridge last year. Stabbed in the eye he was, poor bastard, and after the battle, such as it was ended. The coincidence is impossible. Who stabbed him? Catherine asks, though she knows the answer. The selfsame man who stole Martin Hall, a man called Riven, Sir Giles Riven, though no one knows when he became a knight. If you're from Lincoln, you'll know of him. Catherine nods. Notorious throughout Lincolnshire, Riven is, Geoffrey goes on. And beyond now, since he's not only managed to get himself into Lord Cornford's castle at Cornford, but he's gone and made Cornford's daughter his ward. What does that mean? Geoffrey is puzzled by how little she knows. Only that he's broken off the planned marriage between Richard and the girl. Catherine is little the wiser, which means old Sir John's lost his manor and young Richard doesn't get his hands on Cornford Castle. Geoffrey spits in disgust. And so there is Giles bloody Riven, he goes on, sitting in the castle in the lap of bloody luxury with an army of archers kept warm by the thought that his son will inherit the place with an income forever, while here we are, sick as pigs out on the narrow sea, just 15 of us, attainted and stripped of everything we own, including our names, and me with my wife and daughter still at home. Catherine goes to stand next to Thomas, where he's bent over the ship's rail, peering back at the coast of England, hidden somewhere in the sea mist. He's wrapped a piece of sailcloth around his shoulders, and his eyes are red-rimmed with lack of sleep. The souls of those dead men lie heavy on his conscience, she supposes, and he's spent the last few days sitting by the dying sailor, wringing his hands and praying for his life. Sir John knows Giles Riven, she says. Thomas starts. How? After she's told him, he throws off the sailcloth and stalks away across the deck. She watches him for a moment. He is so drawn and thin next to the other men. She can see every bone. The sooner he returns to the cloister, she supposes, the happier he will be. But she feels a breeze of panic when she thinks of parting from him. What will she do then? When he comes back, he looks even more disturbed. There is something in his eye that reminds her of Alice, or perhaps of one of the other sisters after they'd been at prayer too long. It is the will of God, he says. There is no other way to explain it. She says nothing, but she feels something sinking within her. Why would he send those winds, Thomas is asking, if not to hold us back, so that we would meet these men? Why would he preserve us through the fight with Cobham? Surely it is as Sir John says. He has some special purpose for us. Catherine does not believe God has in mind a special purpose for anyone, for if that were so, then why not for everyone? She cannot believe his special purpose for her was to endure the prioress's torments for so long. She cannot believe that his purpose for Alice was to die like that. Were she to believe that, then she could only conclude that this God was a vengeful God. It is God's will that we go to Calais, Thomas is saying. She shakes her head to distract herself. Why, she asks, why Calais? Thomas is momentarily flummoxed. He glares at her, then softens. We can go from there to Canterbury, he says, where we will seek out the prior of all and plead our case. Oh, she says. She does not want to think about Canterbury. What is wrong? He asks. Now it is her turn to be flummoxed. It is the question, and the way he looks at her when he asks it, because it seems he wants to know what is wrong with her so that he can put it right. The experience is new. Nothing, she says, nothing. And now she looks away over the ship's rail, across the dipping waters at the banks of sea mist and fog that have congealed around them. She's been putting off the moment, but now she knows she must tell him that she can expect nothing but a noose from the prior of all. She knows she must do it now. Tell him that she cannot come with him to Canterbury. She cannot return to the priory. She looks up, ready to confess, but a sailor in the ship's bow gives a shout. Thomas turns away, and the time for confession is gone. Hearing the cry, the men in the ship's waist roll to their feet, and Richard Fakenham appears to seek out Lisson, the ship's new captain. "What's up?" he asks. "Ship," Lisson says, nodding towards the French shore. The men begin to crowd the ship's side, staring across at the waters to this new vessel's hazy outline. She looks to be a carrack like their own, but she is moving faster, with her sails filled and her bow throwing up white water. When Richard Fakenham is anxious, he clenches his jaw, and even under the 10 days of bristle, it is possible to see his muscles at work. "Where did she come from?" he asks. "Dunkirk, probably," Lisson says. "You sure?" "Came from inshore, so... but it could be anyone. Can't make out the standard yet, but they ain't merchants." "No?" "Look at them castles," he says. "It's a fighting ship, all right. Pirates, most like." The new ship is built up at both ends to give her crew the advantage of height when it comes to loosing arrows and throwing stones. Could be French, Spanish, Breton. Could have come from Sandwich, stuck there with the wind and that. Could be from the English fleet. "Best be ready then," Richard says, and turns to the men gathered on the deck. "Walter," he calls. Walter is already ushering the archers into the cabin to collect their bows and put on their quilted jackets. They emerge cumbersome, strapping leather braces on their wrists, pulling leather tabs over their draw fingers. Each man straps a short sword around his waist and hangs a small circular shield over the pommel. The bows are taken out of their bags last, and the hemp strings knocked. "Lids on, lads," Walter says. They slip their helmets on, close-fitting steel shells, each fastened with a leather strap under the chin. Richard stands at the ship's prow, while Geoffrey straps a piece of plate armour across his back. Despite being so large, Geoffrey has agile fingers, and he fastens the hidden straps before Richard's father appears on deck. "Richard," he calls to his son, "better stand elsewhere, hey? No sense making yourself a target." Richard is pale and keeps swapping his drawn sword from hand to hand. He ignores Sir John and peers at the ship ahead. The plates of his armour tap and scrape as Geoffrey secures them. "Walter," Sir John calls, "get the flag up." Walter leaves the rail and fetches a large square of fabric from Sir John's trunk. One of the sailors takes it and climbs a few yards up the ratlines. "Go on, farther, up there, look." Walter points. The sailor climbs up and ties the top corner to a stay, then pulls it taut. The flag, a large black star on a white background, catches in the breeze. There is a tentative cheer from the men. "Can you make out her standard?" Sir John asks the sailor. The man pauses with his bare feet on the ship's rail and peers across the waters at the other ship, shields his eyes, then, after a moment, shakes his head. "Never mind the standard," Walter mutters. "Has she got any cannons, any bombards?" At the mention of artillery, the sailor quickly climbs down. The rest of the archers are quiet. "I can't see anything," Richard is saying. "This mist, God's blood. Is that smoke? Look. Yes, they have a fire going. They mean to use fire arrows." He turns on Thomas and Catherine, who are standing spare before the cabin door. "You two, find a bucket each. Get some water on board." Since Cobham and his men have thrown everything overboard, there is only one bucket from the Ballinger. "I said we should have brought a friar," Geoffrey says, his voice slightly higher than usual. "We need someone to lead us in prayer." Thomas opens his mouth but closes it again, and instead they drop a bucket on a rope down into the green seawater and let it fill, hauling it up as the archers kneel and begin a muffled chant of the Paternoster. Each archer makes a sign of the cross on the deck where he kneels and then bends to kiss it. "All right, on your feet," Walter says when they're finished. They keep glancing at one another and fiddling with their equipment, and one of them yawns with nerves. "Put your arrows in your belts," Walter says. "Make everyone count, because we ain't got no more. Pick your aim and look for faces. Look for faces, understand? Faces. Anything pale. This ain't the butts. This is the real thing." They are still well beyond bowshot, but the other ship is approaching fast. Geoffrey stands next to Catherine. He's carrying a long-handled hammer with a pick on the reverse, like Thomas's poleaxe, only shorter, designed to be used with one hand. "Can you make out her standard?" he asks. Thomas shakes his head. Catherine cranes forward just as the wind gusts and backs a notch and the ship's banner spreads itself red across the grey sky. "It's a picture of something," she says. Sir John hobbles over and grips the ship's side. "Of course it's a picture," he barks. "Of what, though?" Catherine cannot be sure. The boats plough towards one another, dipping in the green waters so that the flags flap and buckle. Then the banner stretches and looks to be some sort of creature, and she remembers the bear she saw in Boston. "Could it be a bear?" she asks, "gripping something? A stump? A tree stump, perhaps? You're sure?" Sir John asks. She nods. "Ah!" Sir John claps her on the shoulder, nearly driving her to her knees. Then he cups his hands and tries to shout across to the other ship. "A Warwick!" he cries. "A Warwick!" The archers groan with relief, but then hurry to the ship's side to join the shouting, and soon, across the dipping waters, they hear the same cry returned. There is the sound of men sighing with relief. Soon the other vessel is alongside. The men across the water are almost identically dressed, in red coats and jackets, and they watch as their captain climbs the ship's rail, one hand raised in salute. "Where are you bound?" he shouts. "Calais," Richard shouts back. "We are the company of Sir John Fakenham." Even at such a distance, Catherine can see this means nothing.
CD 4.
Their sail shudders as the carrack passes and takes their wind, and then it is gone, away into the mist, southwestwards on a soft air. "All right," Walter begins. "Excitement's over, let's get everything put away." "God gave you good eyes, Kit," Sir John says. Catherine flushes and hides herself in fiddling with the handle of the bucket. The old man hobbles back to his cabin. "What's wrong with him?" she asks Geoffrey. "Fistula," Geoffrey says. "Spent too long sitting on an horse in the rain, see, wearing heavy armour and looking for a Frenchman who'd give him a fight." The archers begin unstringing their bows and putting their swords and bucklers back into their packs. Only Richard looks anything but relieved. "He's yet to be blooded," Geoffrey says quietly, and it wears on him more heavily than on the rest of them. He nods towards the others, who are teasing one another, elated now that the danger has passed. "You nearly shat your pants, Stafford, when you thought they'd fire a gun at you." "No, I never," the Welshman replies in his impossible accent. "Been in tighter spots than that, haven't we, Owen? Being shot at by a couple of drunken sailors from England, I don't know." Daffyd and his brother Owen are from somewhere in Wales, though perhaps by different fathers, for Daffyd is compact, with dark brows and a lick of black hair as coarse as a horse's tail, while Owen is big-boned and blank-faced under sandy hair. Daffyd has an argumentative streak, but Owen says almost nothing, except to repeat that of which he approves. He smiles most of the time and sits in silence, staring at his brother, his massive hands curled in his lap. Geoffrey says he is simple, but there is something reassuring about his company. "Sir John was doubtful about taking him on after Ludford," Geoffrey tells her, "but Daffyd says he can spit a mouse at 200 paces. Yet to see him try, of course, but he's been no trouble so far." Daffyd and Owen play dice with Black John. Black John is one of the 6 Johns in the company, called black for the colour of his hair. There's also Red John, who has wild red hair and freckles, and Little John Wilmingham, who had been the smallest in the company until Catherine arrived. Then there was Brampton John, who comes from a village called Brampton, near Sir John's manor, and Johnson, son of John from Lincoln, whom they call Johnson in honour of his father, and finally Other John, also from Lincoln, whose father is also called John, and who looks so like Brampton John and Johnson they can think of no way of distinguishing him from the other 5 Johns except to mark that he isn't one of them. Along with another archer called Thomas, who remains just Thomas, while Thomas has become Northern Thomas because of the vestiges of a northern accent, there are 2 Roberts and a Hugh, also from Lincoln. Most have spent every Sunday and feast day learning to shoot arrows in the butts behind the churches in their various villages, and they've worked together in the fields since they were boys too, and there is an easy familiarity among them. Of the others, sometimes Simon Skettle of London joins Daffyd and Owen and Black John in their dice game, but no one seems to like Simon, and though he talks a great deal, he tends to silence any conversation he joins. Walter's disgust is reserved in the most part for Hugh. Hugh is a long-limbed youth with fleshy lips and eyes like a girl's, and he is always on the brink of tears. "More like a friar than an archer," Walter tells him. "You sure you spent your time in the butts? Show me your fingers again." Hugh manages to look misused and is made to feel it, like some kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. As they sail on towards France, he stands alone, staring mournfully as the mists begin to dissipate and they sight the coast. As they near the shore, Catherine smells the tang of coal smoke and human excrement. The archers are crowded at the ship's rail, peering over the waters towards the coast, where a wavering smokestack rises above a town. "Calais," Walter spits. "The last piece of France we have to call ours." "Looks like a bit of a shithole," Daffyd says. "You could say that," Walter agrees, "but it's our shithole, or at least it's the Earl of Warwick's." This gets a laugh. The remaining sailors start to reduce sail. They can hear the waves on the shore and the ship begins to slow. "That's Fort Risbon," Walter points, nodding across the water at a castle looming on the end of a long, low spit that curves around the port. It's a squalid building, salt-stained where it is not caked in gull shit, and from its lower walls protrude 3 squat black barrels. There are soldiers on the castle battlements, and behind them a fire is sending up smoke, as if the wood they are burning is green. Lisson gives an order the sailors have been waiting on. A rope is thrown out to a smaller boat with oars, and the carrack is towed along a green watered reach between Fort Risbon on one side and Calais Castle on the other. Beyond the castles, the town sits behind its limestone walls, a jumble of church steeples and the gabled roofs. Along the quay is a broad skirt of lean-to shacks and fish hangers, where women and children are gutting fish and mending nets, while men hurry past pushing carts laden with bales, bundles, caskets and barrels. The Mary is brought into the murky waters of the crowded harbour beyond, finishing her voyage by grating against the weed-slimed timbers of the quay. While the sailors tie her up, the gangplank is run out and dropped with a bang. Sir John Fakenham emerges from the cabin. He looks grey, more ill now than he had when he boarded the ship, and he hangs from Geoffrey's thick arm. "Let us thank St. Nicholas for a safe voyage," he says, and then he catches sight of Thomas and Catherine and stops. "Though I know that not all would see it in that way," he admits. Simon and Red John are lugging Sir John's chest out on deck, and Richard emerges from the cabin behind his father. He turns to Thomas and Catherine. "What about this?" he asks. He holds up the pardoner's pack, the one he had valued so highly. It is stained now, but it has been carefully tied so that its contents look to have survived the journey. She sees Thomas about to speak. "It is his," she interrupts, nodding at Thomas. Thomas glances at her, then nods and stretches his hand to take it. Richard hardly cares one way or the other and tosses Thomas the pack. Thomas slings it over his back, and together they step up onto the gangplank. She follows him across, trying to imagine what the pack might hold that the pardoner valued above all his other possessions. Chapter 9. Thomas sits next to Catherine on a millstone on the quayside. She is staring at the grit beneath her boot soles. "Did you ever think you'd come to France?" he asks. He stamps on the ground, as if to make sure it's real. This is the land where his father died, but it is also the land apart where Englishmen come to make their names and their fortunes. Despite himself, he feels a slight thrill, as if the earth is communicating something to him. Catherine is less excited. "I did not think I'd leave the Priory," she says. He is quiet after that, and together they watch Geoffrey haggling with a Travanter over the cost of hiring an ox and cart to take the company to find lodgings in the Pale. "You'll find no room in the town," the Traventer says. Every man in England who owes his living to the Earl of Warwick is here. More tainted traitors than you dare shake a fist at. He's an old soldier with a worm of pink scar tissue crawling across his nose. His mate, who holds the ox's ring, is drunk and grins distantly while the archers pile their equipment into the cart. Thomas carries an iron cauldron that leaves his hands covered in black grease, while Catherine has a leather bucket crammed with wooden spoons, plates and mugs, and a set of leather bellows. There is a grindstone and a massive roll of canvas that the Welsh brothers carry between them as if it is a dead body. There are tent poles, a lance, another bucket of broken arrows, a pile of grubby sheepskins imperfectly cured, and there are more boxes and bales and lengths of canvas, and some spare bows and some bags of arrows, a number of bills with rusted heads, 3 dented breastplates, a kettle helmet, a roll of rondel daggers, and a falchion, as well as a collection of lead mauls kept in a broken barrel. Lastly, the archers throw their own bags up. "Right, boys," Geoffrey calls, "that's the lot." The carter lashes the ox and they pull off across the wharves toward Calais' seaward gate. Thomas and Catherine walk shoulder to shoulder behind it, hanging back from the other men. The pardoner's pack is heavy on his back. They cross the drawbridge and go through the fortified towers in a crush with the porters hurrying under the spikes of the portcullis. The stand watch are there in quilted buff-coloured jacks, each man with a cross of St. George on his chest, a polished sallet on his head, and a bill in his hand. "Ordinaries," Walter states, gesturing at the soldiers as they crowd under the gates. "Posted to the garrison here. Can't do a day's work on the land and shoot an arrow afterwards like us." "Walter," Geoffrey cautions. "I'm just saying," Walter replies, spreading his hands, all false innocence. "And anyway, even if they can do all that, they can't be expected to remember on which side they're meant to be fighting." His voice rises as he speaks. A heavy-set soldier's hand goes to his sword. 2 more shift their bills. The watch captain appears. "All right," he says. "All right, calm down, let's move it along there." Walter smirks. "Say anything like that again, though," the officer says as he passes, "and I'll prick you myself, you little shit." Walter laughs. They follow the cart out along a narrow street towards the marketplace, its wheels grinding on the cobbles. All around them are wool houses, great blank-sided stone buildings where the merchants store their sarplers. "What was all that about?" Thomas asks Geoffrey. Geoffrey glances at him with a mixture of irritation and surprise. "Don't you two know anything?" he asks. Thomas shakes his head. "It was their mates who swapped sides at Ludford Bridge last year," Geoffrey says. "Went over to the Queen. The King, I should say. Their captain was the master porter of this place, bloke called Trollope, Andrew Trollope, a northerner, meant to be a good friend of the Earl of Warwick, only when it came to it, he wasn't." "So what happened?" Thomas asks. "Were you there?" "Me and Walter were. We were with Lord Cornforth's men in the Duke of York's battle. We had the men of Calais with us and the Earl of Warwick in command, and though the King had 3 times the numbers, we were in a good spot with a fortified wall and even some bombards and guns, and no one thought much of the King's troops. They were northerners, see? Rather steal a candlestick from a nun than go toe-to-toe with a man. So on the night before the battles we're supposed to meet, we said our prayers and slept in the fields where we were. Next morning, even before Mass, it was clear that everyone had left. Turned out that the Calais men had gone over to the King in the night. And so, seeing as he knew our disposition and how the enemy now had 4 times as many men as us, the Duke of York and the Earl of Warwick gave up hope, and to spare the bloodshed of the commons, or so they said, they fought with their heels." The Traventers led them into the marketplace, where the gabled houses seemed to take a step back from the cobbled streets, and there is glass in every window. And above them the towers of St. Mary's and St. Nicholas's rub shoulders with the Staple Inn, the stone-built hall where the captain of Calais conducts his business. Even here, Thomas can smell rotting meat. "God's blood," Catherine mutters next to him. "Another one." She has her hand over her mouth and turns her head from the sight, but Thomas cannot help himself. 4 mottled quarters of meat hang on grimy ropes from a stone cross, a man's arm and his legs covered in fat black flies, and the rack of his ribs where the executioner's axe has passed. "Wonder where his head is?" Daffyd asks. They walk on, leaving the market square for a street full of taverns and cookshops, bath-houses and a cockpit. "What I wouldn't give for a drink," Walter mutters. A woman without a headdress watches them pass from the door of an inn, then another from a window above, who stares down at them in a manner Thomas knows to be brazen. Walter licks his lips. "A harlot," he says, addressing Catherine, who has been pretending not to see them. "Better not let Sir John find you with one of them, though, girlie, or you'll lose a month's pay." "And the wench will have her arm broken for her troubles," Geoffrey adds. Catherine moves closer to Thomas. He finds he likes it when she does that, but her proximity confuses him, muddles his mind, makes him uncertain what to do with his hands. He glances down at her. She is not looking his way. They walk on, she in his shadow. The alleyways between the houses are dark and noisome, little better than blocked sewers. Some are choked waist-high with every kind of refuse and worse, leaving only narrow slips at the centre for men and animals to pass. Here there are stables and sties, tanneries and pelters' workshops, each adding their signatures to the stink and noise of the street. "Ah!" Geoffrey exclaims as they pass a dyer's yard where a great vat of urine and dog shit simmers. "Right strong, isn't it?" Worst are the shambles, where butchers bleed their animals and leave offal to rot in the streets. Here is a pile of rotting cows' hooves. Another watch guards the fortified Boulogne gate, but this afternoon they are more interested in throwing stones at a man hanging in a basket suspended from the castle walls. "Get on with it," one of them shouts as he launches a half brick over the moat. "Cut the rope, you dozy bastard," another bellows. "Then we can all go home." "What's he doing up there?" Daffyd asks. "Don't you worry about him," the soldier laughs. The moat's waters are turbid with all kinds of rubbish, and rats compete with seabirds for scraps. 2 soldiers are stationed in a boat below the man in the basket, though whether they are there to drown him when he falls or pull him out is impossible to tell. Beyond the gate sprawls a vast village of rain-damp canvas shelters in a broad sea of pale mud that stretches as far as the eye can see. The roads are raised on dikes over drainage ditches, and the water in the canals reflects the dull skies above. It reminds Thomas of the marshes around the priory, and he feels a leaden depression settle on him. "Welcome to the parish of St. Anne's," Walter spits. "What we call the Scunnage." Wordlessly they follow the cart up an avenue between the tents. Some are grander than others, with standards hung from long lances thrust into the mud, and within them it is possible to see chunky sheepskin beds where the better class of captains sleep. From other tents, bored men stare at them. They are not precisely friendly, not precisely hostile, and there is nowhere for anyone to sit. Everywhere is crowded with rough-looking women and boys acting as porters, carrying jugs of ale and water, armfuls of pimps and faggots for the cooking fires. The boys are filthy and malnourished, and more than one is missing an ear. Beyond are more women, eyeing them with weary speculation. Walter waves to them, all false jocularity. "Pause," he mutters. They move on. "I always hate this bit," Geoffrey mutters. "Looking for the best place to set up and everyone looking at you like you've got the pox. And you always end up exactly where everyone's been shitting since a month back," Walter adds. They move on through the camp until they come to its edges. Sure enough, a shallow scoop has been gorged into the earth, and the stench of human waste is almost unbearable. Chickens and geese and pigs are everywhere. Then there is a priest on a grey donkey. When he sees him, something in Thomas lurches. He has been so long at sea that he has almost forgotten his state as an apostate. Now it comes back to him. He ducks his head and hurries to the other side of the cart. Catherine is already there, her eyes wide with anxiety. Her hands still shake long after the priest has gone. The sooner they see the prior of all, he thinks, the happier she will be. "I think we'll head around there," Geoffrey says, and urges the carters off the road and across a sodden compression towards where the armourers and arrow-makers have set up their stalls. The acrid smoke from their fires does something to mask the smell of the camp, but the din of their hammers is insistent. "You'll soon get used to that right enough," Walter says. "And anyway, they can't work after sunset." There are long hovels where the horses, oxen and asses are kept, and there are more boys in cast-off clothes bringing hay from the barns. There are pens for geese and sheep and sties for pigs, and efforts have been made to make a road using willow hurdles laid across the mud. Some boys are piling up slender logs for the fires, and thick-armed women are trying to wash clothes in water that has never been clean. Every now and then a watch rides past, back from one of the other castles in the Pale, their horses' hocks yellow with mud. "Not much of a place," the other Thomas points out, shaking his head so that the line of water drips scatters from the fringe of his cap. He is a quietly spoken boy, about Thomas's age. "It'll be better when we've had something to eat," Geoffrey asserts. The rest of the men begin unloading the wagon while the carters look on, and Geoffrey shows them how to set the battens and canvas and tie the loops off to keep the tents upright. They use broken arrows as tent pegs, hammering them into the mud with mauls that might properly have been used to stave in a man's skull. Two of the Johns return with a pile of sticks and lumps of coal, which they light with some baked linen, a good black flint and a steel, and they soon produce a new source of discomfort as foul black smoke fills the tent. Geoffrey gives Thomas 5 silver coins, a sack and 4 jugs, and sends him with Catherine to buy bread and ale. "Don't spend it on pretty clothes, girlie," Walter calls as they leave. When they are away, Thomas asks her how long she thinks it will be before her sex is discovered. "I don't know," she admits, "but what else can I do but keep up the pretense? Besides, if you are right that God has a special purpose in mind for us, well, we shall see." It is on Thomas's tongue to remind her that Joan of Arc was burned not for being a witch, but for disguising her sex under a man's clothes against the strictures of Deuteronomy. Does she even know who Joan is? He doubts it suddenly. And whatever will they do to her when they do? He thinks of the man hanging in the tree outside Boston, or the wretch quartered in the marketplace in Calais with his head sent elsewhere, or the partner's story of the man with his ear nailed to a post, and the whore with her broken arm. There seem to be any number of ways to punish a man, or a woman. "Besides," she goes on, "Walter only calls me that to hurt me. It seems that is how he is." Thomas nods. He supposes she is right. "He's like a dog my father once had," he says. "He used to nip the sheep's heels, and we lost more than one lamb because of it, so in the end my brother took him out and drowned him. After he'd done it, we regretted it." Catherine glances at him but says nothing, and Thomas wonders why he's told her the story. He has never talked of home to anyone since he left. He does not think of the place now. He'd been happy to leave the farm. It was a harsh life, always cold, usually dark, and every day mutton. His brother too, and his brother's wife, pregnant with their first child, always looking at him. He knew that being away, being in Cloister, was the best thing that could have happened to him. They walk on until they find some women willing to sell them ale and bread. By the time they return to the tent, a cauldron of beans hangs over the fire. Geoffrey has also spent money on new-made clothes. He hands Thomas and Catherine each a linen shirt, 2 hoods, one blue, one red, 2 pairs of blue hose that look as if they might fit Thomas but not Catherine, a travelling cloak, such as the other men wear, and a thick, quilted jacket each. "Won't stop an arrow or a blade," he says as Thomas shrugs his on, "but then almost nothing does. Leastways, nothing we can afford." Thomas has never had new clothes before. The jack hangs stiffly from his body while Catherine's reaches below her thighs and she pulls it tight about her so that it becomes more like a long coat than a jacket. Geoffrey hands Thomas the giant's poleaxe. "Keep it somewhere safe," he says. Just then Richard Fakenham comes into the clearing by the fire. "Any news?" Geoffrey asks. "The Earl of Warwick has sailed for Ireland," he says, throwing his helmet through the doorway of the tent and onto a pile of sheepskins. "Gone to see His Grace the Duke of York. Means we'll be stuck here a while." Geoffrey groans. Walter spits a fob of white mucus into the fire. "Still, at least we'll be able to prepare ourselves," Richard continues. He sits on the pile of sheepskins and unties the spurs from his boots. "The boys haven't loosed an arrow in a week," Walter nods. "Where is Sir John?" Geoffrey asks. "Is he lodged in town?" "He is, with old Lord Falkenberg. They were in France together, and you know how it is with them. He'll take supper and sleep there, I suppose. Is that soup ready?" After they've eaten dinner, Walter leads the company through the sprawl of tents to the butts. Thomas and Catherine follow along, a step or two behind, not yet accepted. "Right," he says, "let's get busy." The men begin unfastening their bows, shaking out their arrows on the mud. They knock their strings and begin stretching their arms and shoulders, limbering up, ready to shoot. "You ever use a bow?" Walter asks Thomas. "Not for a few years," Thomas says. "Not since—" He stops. He has not used a bow since he joined the priory. Till then, he had spent every Sunday after Mass with the other villagers on the butts behind the church, sending sheath after sheath of arrows into the sky. He had been thought a promising bowman, and when Walter passes him a spare bow, the weight and balance of it bring his childhood back. "Take a cord," Walter says. "Knock it." Thomas loops the string around one of the horn knocks and then places it against the side of his foot to help bend the bow and loop the other end over. It is a big bow, fat and long, witch hazel, but old and tired and probably never a really good one. "Seen better days," Walter nods at it. There are dark pricks in the wood and signs of cracking from long use. Yet with the string knocked, it comes alive in his hands, and he itches to find an arrow to put it to use. Walter has turned back to the men, and Thomas watches as they strap on their bracers and slip their fingers into the leather tabs that protect their drawing fingers. There is something time-worn and easy about this routine, the manner in which they joke together and mock one another, and he can easily imagine them back at the village butts. But then, instead of taking turns to loose their arrows down the range, as they did at home, the men form a loose harrow formation, standing in 3 ranks, so that each has just enough room to shoot. They have arrows stuck in the ground and in their belts, and some wear their bags on their belts. They stand waiting for Walter's command. "Knock," Walter says, and they knock their arrows onto the bowstrings. "Draw." They haul the strings back as they lift their great bows into the pale sky. "And loose!" They send their arrows off with a roll of thrums, each shaft oddly elegant as it whips, sighing out of sight. As he lets fly, each archer grunts as if in satisfaction and staggers a pace or two forward. Then they pick up another arrow each. Walter repeats the command. "Knock, draw, loose," he snaps, quicker this time. "Knock, draw, loose." After they've shot about a dozen shafts each, Walter stops them. "All right," he says. "Time for a laugh. Thomas here is going to have a go." The men let Thomas through. "I have not shot for some time," he says, preparing them for the worst. "Just get on with it," Walter grumbles. There is a low murmur of well-meant mockery. Thomas cannot help but smile. He picks an arrow, knocks it on the cord and places it on the shelf the knuckle of his left hand makes where he grips the bow. It is a bodkin head, a war arrow. He begins the draw, but the bow now seems horribly stiff. He knows he has to get his body into the bow so that his back muscles take the weight, not his arms, but still, after so many years in the priory, attending to not much more than his psalter, his muscles have withered, and though he has the technique, he has lost the strength. He can hardly get the string to his left shoulder. Sweat breaks out on his brow, his arms begin shaking, and the string cuts into the soft fingers of his right hand. He cannot hold the string any longer. He looses it with a twang, and the arrow shoots forward about 100 paces to land in the mud. Walter cackles. "I reckon young Gurley can do better than that," he says. Richard is watching and gestures that Catherine is not to be put to the test. "All right," Richard says. "You've had your fun, now let's stop messing about. Collect your arrows and then we'll have a sheaf each, fast as you can." The men grumble as they fetch their arrows, but are silenced on their return to find the men of the gate watch that Walter abused earlier that morning standing fanned out along the back of the butts, each man at ease with his bow, waiting, watching. No one says a thing. The atmosphere thickens. "All right, boys," Walter mutters, pretending to ignore the newcomers. "Let's see if we can't put on a show to remind this lot not to switch sides in future, shall we? Remember, this is for the pride of Sir John Fakenham's company, so go fast, but make each one count. I don't want to be able to see the butts for the Fletchers, understand?" The men gather their arrows together and get back into position. "Not you, Northern Thomas," Walter says. "Right, let's go. Knock, draw, loose." For the first few moments, the men work fast, each one drawing and loosing his bow 24 times. Daffod is the last to finish. The arrow storm has been brief, but nearly 400 arrows have been loosed, and it is possible to imagine just what that might do to an enemy. When they've finished, they are all flushed and breathing heavily, and they are steaming in the chill air. They look satisfied enough, but Walter's eyes are shut. The watch officer begins a slow handclap, and his men begin murmuring, then laughing. Walter turns on the captain. "Think your boys can do any better?" he asks. "I know they can," the captain says, "but let's have a bet, shall we?" The captain has tired eyes, creases either side of his mouth, and wears a scarf to warm his throat. "A barrel of ale?" he suggests. Walter cannot get out of it. They shake hands, and the men of John Fakenham's company shuffle to one side to let the watch take their places. Thomas cannot help thinking that even without their livery and quilted jackets, these men look more like soldiers than Fakenham's. They are older, grizzled, and their equipment more accustomed to use. They move with a muscular ease, too, certain of themselves. Others have turned up to watch now. Other archers, billmen, some women and boys, and a dark-skinned man in a wool-lined travelling cloak sitting on a rauncy with a baggage train behind him. "Right," the watch captain says in a nasal drawl. "But on the left-hand side, a sheaf apiece. Knock, draw, loose." The soldiers erupt into action. It is measurably smoother and faster than Fakenham's men, and it seems each one has sent his third arrow off before the first has hit its target. Before Thomas can count to 100, it is over. They all level their bows as one. "Fuck me," one of the Johns mutters. Everybody else is silent for a moment. The two companies walk down to the butts, one on either side of the range. The watch's arrows are, without exception, buried up to their shoulders in the earth of the left-hand target. Those of Fakenham's company, distinctive because of the green-tinged twine that has been used to secure the Fletchers, are scattered over the ground. Some have fallen short, some have overshot, some are wayward to the left, others to the right. "Cha!" the officer says, clapping his hands together with a bang. "We'll have that barrel delivered to the garrison, if you please." They collect the shafts and walk back to their tents in silence, shame trailing them like a pall. "I'm glad they're on our side," one of them mutters. "They are for now," Walter snarls. When they get back to their tent, they put away their bows and sit in silence. None can look another in the eye. "So what are we going to do?" Richard asks. "Can't go back there again," Walter says. "Chuck away our bows? Become billmen?" This is from Simon, the Londoner. "God's nails," Daffod said. "I'm not becoming a bloody billman. Don't get paid as much for one thing." "We'd be best selling our bows anyway," one of the others says, "to pay for that bloody barrel of ale." "Walter should pay for it. He made the wager." This is from Simon again. The others look at him. "Walter backed us," Red John says. "We let him down. Least we can do is help him out." Walter nods his thanks. One or two of the men dig in their purses for small coins and pass them to Walter. "Simple fact of the matter is that we aren't good enough," Richard says. "We are," Simon says. "We're as good as any of those Northerners and much better than any Scot or any bloody Frenchman." "But when we get back, we won't be fighting Frenchmen, will we?" Red John says. "We'll be fighting, fighting..." He cannot bring himself to say that they will be fighting Englishmen. In the silence that follows, Richard stands up. "By God," he says, You might as well be a billman if that's the way you look at it. I don't want to stand and fight with men who aren't as good as someone else. I only want to stand and fight with the best. All eyes are on him. What is he going to do? Desert them and join the Calais garrison? The thing is, he starts again, quieter this time, piecing his thoughts together. They are fast and they are accurate. That comes not from fighting, but from practice. And any fool can practice, Geoffrey chips in. Even you lot, Walter adds. Each man is silent for a moment, trying to imagine the comments they'll have to endure next time they appear at the butts. We need to get away, Richard goes on. Somewhere we can put in the hours without the garrison troops turning up every few minutes to show us how it's done. Not back on that boat again. This is from Hugh. No, Richard says. I'll see if we can't volunteer to garrison the fort at Sangat, on the higher ground over there. He gestures westwards, back towards the sea. Nothing's going to happen here anyway. Not until the Earl gets back. No one will miss us. Chapter 10. The next morning, the same men who'd watched them erect their camp the day before watched them break it again. While Walter goes in search of the carters and their ox to first take a barrel of ale to the ordinaries at the seaward gate, then to carry their gear up to Sangat, Geoffrey takes Thomas and Catherine to buy more supplies, including arrows from the Fletcher. So what are we going to do? Catherine asks him as he loads her arms with 3 sheaths in their linen bags. We'll spend every moment in the butts, Geoffrey supposes, passing the Fletcher a large handful of coins, until the Earl of Warwick returns, and then, when he does, we'll be the best archers in his affinity. Richard has brought a horse, with money borrowed from a Genoese banker, according to Walter, and he leads them out of the camp with his cap low, hunched in his travelling cloak. Cows graze in the waterlogged furlongs, low-bellied pigs rootle along the balks, and the wind from off the sea presses cold, wet cloth to cold, wet flesh. After half a mile or so, the road passes through a complex of earthworks where sluice gates corral a river and send it under a stone bridge and around the walls of another forbidding stone fort. Newnham Bridge, Walter says. See them sluice gates? If the French come, the garrison can close them in a moment and flood the old Pale. Why would they do that? One of the Johns asks. So the fuckers can't get their bombards and whatnot up to the walls, Walter says, jerking his head back towards Calais. Whoever controls the sluice gates controls Calais, see? And whoever controls Calais, well, that's a question, isn't it? There is a sizable watch on the bridge, more men in the Earl of Warwick's red livery coat with that white badge on their chests. Each carries a bill, except the sergeant, who carries a poleaxe like Thomas's, and he steps out from under a slate awning to greet Richard. May God send you prosper, sir, he says, touching the rim of his sallet. Mind telling me where you're bound? Sangat, Richard replies. He hands him a pass, signed and sealed by Lord Fauconberg, but the sergeant can't read, so he sends for the castle's captain, and while they wait, he looks them over. Who are you? He asks. Don't recognise the badge. My father is Sir John Fakenham, Richard tells him. He is Lord Fauconberg's indentured man, and we are his company. The sergeant pauses and then smiles, as if he has remembered something. I heard about you, he says. You're the archers, aren't you? Ah, the archers that can't shoot arrows. The men on the bridge laugh with their sergeant. Walter reaches for his sword, smiles, vanish, 4 bills come down, and the point of the poleaxe swings up. Easy there, the sergeant says. If your fighting's like your shooting, you best not get into it with us. There is a tap of metal against stone, and through an aperture in the castle wall, Catherine sees a man peering at her over the top of a crossbow. Walter, Richard says, step back. Geoffrey pulls him back. A moment later, the runner returns with the captain of the watch. God give you good day, sir, he says, taking Richard's hand. In his dented leg armour and faded livery, he looks every inch the old soldier, and Catherine watches Richard covertly studying him. You are garrisoning Sangat? We are. The captain up there, Walden, he's a drunk, sleeps all day and roars all night. As a consequence, there are no women up there or boys. You may need to provision yourselves accordingly. He nods to the village beyond. Richard thanks him. I'll bid you good day then, the captain says, and then, oh, sorry, nearly forgot. Wonder if this will be any use to you. The captain is holding out a boy's practice bow. The men of the watch begin laughing again. Richard exhales loudly, touches his helmet and nudges his horse on. Across the bridge is a village with 2 churches and a cobbled marketplace where roads meet. One leads southwest to the French port of Boulogne, the other to the castle at Guines. Another, theirs, leads westwards, up onto the headland and the fort at Saint-Gat. They follow it through steep banks around the cesspit and then on up towards the high ground where its muddy surface becomes sandy and stands of leafless poplars close around them. They carry on up the hill, sweating now, helping the cart along until at length they emerge from the woods to breast the rise. Saint-Gat Fort stands on the foreland before them like a solitary tooth in an old man's jaw, and beyond is the sea, clean and grey, vanishing in the distance, and the wind is sharp in their faces. They find the relieved garrison are already gathered on the grass, waiting to take their cart. They are glad to get away from the place, and it is soon clear why. The garrison captain meets them in the fort's courtyard with a mazer of ale in his hand. He has a grey beard streaked with food, and his clothes, likewise stained, stretch across his bulbous gut. He is drunk already. "Day to you," he says, addressing Richard. "You ought to be my lieutenant then, are you?" Richard nods and introduces himself. "Well," the man says, "I am Gervais Walden, captain of Saint-Gat Fort, and so long as you keep yourselves tidy and out of my way, you'll hear no word of complaint from me." He drains his ale and leads them back through the gatehouse. The fort consists of a circular tower of limestone blocks, surrounded by an outer wall, both topped by flint-capped battlements and a deal of birdshit. Within the tower are 4 rooms, the one above the other, each linked by a spiralling staircase canted so that anyone mounting them exposes their sword arm to those above. On the ground is a cistern for fresh water, a sewer that goes out to the dunes below, and under one smoke-blackened patch of rough-built wall, a pile of spindly firewood and damp coal. "We had a woman," Walden says, "but she went." He lets out a ringing burp and leaves them, saying, "If you need me, I shall be in Newnham." The men stare around. "Homely," Daffyd says. "That Wales, you mean?" Walter laughs. They climb the steps to the battlements. Seagulls wheel overhead and the wind is strong. On some days, when the weather clears, they'll be able to make out the low profile of England herself, but for now it is not easy to tell where the sea ends and the cloud begins. Down below, in a trough between the sedge-topped dunes, someone has built an archery butt and broken arrows and fletches litter the sand. By the time they descend, Geoffrey has got the fire going and has set about making dinner. They begin unloading the wagon, carrying the tent canvas up to spread across the top floors to dry, and then after dinner the men troop down to the butts, leaving Catherine to keep watch from the battlements. "Keep a good watch that way," Richard instructs, pointing over the pale towards a distant castle. "That is Guines. The Duke of Somerset's taken it, and would love nothing better than to take this one too. If you see anything at all, ring that bell." A verdigris-covered bell hangs from a strut cemented into the stonework. From the top of the castle, Catherine watches the men spill out below and make their way through the long grass to the butts. She watches them form up, this time with Thomas in their midst, between Red John on one side and Daffyd on the other. He has that old bow of which he has complained, but she sees he's managed to borrow a glove for his right hand and one of the leather sleeves to stop the strings cutting his left forearm. They loose some arrows, and now she has watched the soldiers from Calais shoot, even she can see how slow they are. Each man looses an arrow perhaps every 10 seconds, and after they have each loosed 24, the arrows, perhaps buffeted by the wind, are scattered over an area the size of the garth in a cloister. Thomas is last to finish, and still has 5 arrows left to shoot after the next last, Dafydd, has finished shooting his. She watches as Thomas and Dafydd are made to run up the butts to collect their spent arrows. When they have gathered them in their bags, they are made to run back down and distribute them among the rest. As soon as that is done, they loose them all over again. She can just hear the shouts carried by the wind. Knock, draw, loose. Again, Thomas is the slowest. He takes off his jack and throws it on the ground. Walter shouts at him and he puts it back on and sets off up to the butts again, staggering through the sand. He gathers all the arrows together and starts running back with them. His legs are heavy and he falls over, drops the arrows, gets up, picks them up, falls over again. He delivers the arrows, then collapses on a grassy sandbank until Owen brings him a wine sack to drink from. No one seems to think any the worse of him when he begins retching. The men carry on shooting. A while later, Thomas rejoins them, but by now he can hardly lift his bow, let alone draw it, and after failing to keep up, he sits back on the bank and watches. Catherine follows the walkway around the castle battlements, searching the land in all directions, watching the farmers and charcoalers, tiny dots in the distance, going about their business. Men are passing up and down the roads, some on horseback, others walking. There are a few carts rolling along, carrying barrels, and she watches a swineherd lose control of his animals as a galloping messenger scatters them under his hooves. The archers continue all afternoon. "They'll be stiff tomorrow," Geoffrey says, joining Catherine on the tower. She does not mind his company anymore. Despite his size and strength, he is a soft man, kind-hearted, who misses his wife and daughter, who should, he tells her, be married by now, but is in England. They stare out to sea. A ship lumbers through the heavy waters, heading westwards, to Ireland, Geoffrey says, or around the coast and down to Spain. Beyond is England. "I bet there are men in towers over there," Geoffrey nods, "staring this way, just waiting for us to come back and start it all again." "When do you think it'll be?" Catherine asks. "Depends on the weather," Geoffrey thinks. "The Earl of Warwick's going to get back from Ireland first, and I've heard of men stuck there for months or more waiting for the right wind." "What's he doing in Ireland?" "He's with the Duke of York, coming up with a plan, though it's clear to all what the plan will be. Warwick and his men, that's us, will land somewhere in Kent, the Duke and his men will land somewhere in the west, then each party will march towards London, hoping to raise the country as he goes. The men of Kent have reason to hold the Earl of Warwick dear, for he has kept the sea clear of pirates these last few years and stopped any more raids on the coast, but the Duke of York, well..." He trails off. It is clear the Duke is less popular than the Earl. "But what will happen when we reach London?" Catherine asks. "Surely they don't mean to kill King Henry?" Geoffrey actually splutters. Course not. No one would wish that. It's just to free him from the crust of his advisers, see? They cling on, don't they, and take everything they can. And the Queen. Did you know she's a Frenchie? And that she organised the raid on Sandwich?" Catherine has never heard of a raid on Sandwich. Hardly ever heard of Sandwich. "Where have you two been?" Geoffrey exclaims again. "You and Thomas. You know nothing. It's as if you've been locked away this past years."
Chapter 11. Days pass, each longer than the last. Catkins appear on the hazel branches, and the elm blossom is purple in the woods. A blackbird calls loudly. Spring is coming. Catherine can feel it in her bones. A curious thrill. Until it comes, though, the men spend every day, wet or dry, in the butts with Walter snapping at them, comparing them harshly to their forefathers who'd fought the French to a standstill at Agincourt, Crécy and Poitiers, judging them just as harshly against the men of the Calais garrison. When they come in from the butts for supper, they eat in silence before throwing themselves onto the floor to sleep, each man curled against his neighbour for warmth. They go off instantly, and the noise of their snoring is like bubbles rising through mud.
Meanwhile, Catherine either keeps watch on the tower or is replaced by one of the archers as his reward for having won one of Walter's competitions. Sometimes she goes with Geoffrey to buy more bread and ale in Newnham, where the farmers speak English and come to know them by name. Here she watches Geoffrey haggle and tries a little herself. She is pleased when she beats a woman down a few pennies. She learns the meaning of money. Other days she scours the beach for firewood. Then she helps Geoffrey cook the dinner and supper, turning the spit, watching the pot, stoking the fire, eating plenty herself, and for the first time she can recall, she spends more than 2 consecutive days warm and dry and full of food. "I've never eaten so much meat in my life," she tells Thomas when they are on the castle walkway one morning. "I used to dream of it when I was in the Priory. But now I thank the Lord it is Lent soon, and that all we will eat is herring." Thomas laughs, but then becomes serious. "It is the same with Mass, isn't it?" he says. "We have not been since we left the Priory." "We should do so," she agrees, though in truth she has not missed Mass or the cycles of prayer, though she still wakes in the night, and it takes a moment before she remembers not to rise and hurry silently to the chapel for Matins or Lauds. She feels relief, but also guilt. "We should have a Mass said for the pardoner's soul," she says. Thomas nods. "He was a good man," he says. "I remember him in my prayers." She nods. "Thomas," she begins, "have you looked in the pack he left?" Thomas has almost forgotten the pack. When they'd reached Sangat, he had put it under a mouldy scrap of tent canvas and ever since has used it under his head at night in place of a log. It has never been far from Catherine's thoughts, though, and its existence has given her a kernel of confidence, as well as something else, a distraction from the waiting at the very least. "I could get it now." He brings it back up and together they crouch while he unpicks the bag's stubborn leather ties. When he has them loose, he slips out the contents. There is the pottery flask of the pardoner's salve wrapped in a piece of cloth, but there is another parcel too, bulky and roughly square and stitched tightly into a canvas jacket. "A book?" Catherine asks. "A Bible, perhaps," Thomas agrees, feeling the canvas. He is obviously excited. "Though it doesn't feel valuable, there's no lock or anything by way of ornament. And how to get in, I'll have to cut the stitches." He finds his knife and slides its blade along the canvas. The cloth falls away. It is a ledger with dangling seals, roughly bound. Thomas opens it. It is a series of what looks like lists written in black ink in the usual 2 columns, entirely unadorned. He is disappointed. "What is it?" she asks. It is frustrating not being able to read. He studies the pages. "A record," he says. "A record of service, a muster roll, or something like that, from a garrison of troops in a place called Rouen, here in France, I think, from St. Aubin's Day in 1440 to the last of August 1442. It's just a list of the soldiers serving and their movements in the country, who was there, in which retinue, where they went, how much each was owed, thousands of them. That's all." Disappointment settles on Catherine so that she feels bitter towards Thomas, as if it is his fault. She has no idea what exactly she'd hoped for, but it isn't this. "Why would the pardoner think it so valuable?" Thomas shrugs. He reads out a few names. Thomas Rodsam, Thomas Holm, James Lodowick, Robert Bassett, Robert Bard, Nicholas Capel, Piers Dawn. Who are they? I don't know. The binding is cursory, the paper low quality, and the lettering little better than functional. Thomas folds it open, hoping perhaps something will fall out. There is nothing. Catherine shakes the canvas wrapping. Again, nothing. "And yet, do you remember how he reacted when he thought it was going to be thrown overboard?" Thomas turns it over in his hands again. She stares at it. "Is that all?" He looks at the pages towards the back. "To Gaillard Castle on St. Ives Day,
Thomas Jondrel with 8 archers, Roger Radcliffe with 5, William de Beston with 6, and 5 billmen, each paid the sum of 2 marks. There must be something else, she says. There must be something of value in it. Perhaps some piece of information that we don't yet understand? It is the only explanation. Thomas nods. She watches him return the parcel to the pack with the salve and tie it up again. I'll keep it safe, he says. Afterwards, they are both quiet, disappointed. On the following afternoon, Richard returns early from the butts. Bring me my harness, will you, Kit? Catherine stiffens. She finds being with Richard unsettling. Geoffrey shows her where his armour is kept, wrapped in oiled cloth against rust. Bag by bag, she carries it up to the room on the 2nd floor, and when she brings the last one, she finds him wearing only his hose and a linen shirt. She has seen all the other men naked, including Thomas, but she has always avoided looking at Richard while he is washing or changing his shirt. She is wary of looking, wary of the feelings he provokes. She looks away now, then back again. He is broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted and long-legged, and there is something about him and the way he moves that catches her mid-stride. She gathers herself and waits, averting her eyes, confused by the sudden warmth. Come, he says impatiently. Help me with this. He is crouched over one of the bags, trying to make sense of the intricate jumble of steel pieces, laying out the larger parts on the planks next to him. When they are all organised, he stands and picks up a padded doublet, patched at the armpits, elbows and groin with links of chain. Starting from the sabatons, the interlocking strips that cover his feet, he instructs Catherine how to attach each piece of his harness, carefully naming each part as they go, so that she will, in future, know the difference between a pauldron, the piece of plate that protects the shoulder, and a gorget, the collar of steel that covers the throat. It is a complex business involving the delicate interplay of many pieces of overlapping steel, each one fastened with leather straps. As she moves about him, Catherine can feel his breath on her cheek and smell his body, but she still does not look him in the eye. Her head seems to throb as she puts her arms around his chest. At last, she straps the sword belt about his hips and then helps him with his armet, the close-fitting helmet with a visor that comes down to meet the gorget. She steps back and watches him moving around the room, reacquainting himself with the feel and weight of the armour. It is unnerving. He looks like a different order of creature entirely, and as he moves, the metal slithers and scrapes and jangles. After a moment, he lifts up his visor with the knuckles of his glove. Now go and fetch Thomas, will you, Kit, and tell him to bring that poleaxe of his. Thomas is in the butts. He is still always last in any competition, but it is now only by the most slender of margins, often just 1 arrow, and in the last weeks he has acquired some bulk in his arms and shoulders so that his linen shirt is too small for him. He walks with that curious, rolling gait all the archers have. But now he comes up the steps anxiously, the poleaxe in his hand, and when he sees Richard, he steps back. Come, Richard says, his voice muffled. I need the practice too. But, sir, Richard swings his warhammer. He swishes it through the air between them. Come on, he says. I want you to come at me with your axe. I'll not hurt you, I promise. This is practice. Thomas doesn't believe this is possible. For a moment they circle one another. Catherine can see the panic in Thomas's eyes. He is scared. It must remind him too strongly of his fight with Riven, and Riven had not been encased in harness or armed with anything more lethal than a stick. Richard swings the hammer all the time, slowly backing Thomas into a curve in the wall. When he can move no more, Thomas raises his poleaxe and blocks the hammer, a ring of steel that reverberates in the low-ceilinged room. Richard spins and mimes a blow that would have planted the hammer's fluke into Thomas's back. You're dead, he says. They step apart and come together again in the same way, and this time, when the first blow comes, Thomas brings the axe up to block it and then spins on his heel to catch the next. He takes his top hand off the poleaxe and waves his fingers as if the blow had stung. Gloves, she thinks. That is what he needs.
But Richard has turned again and tries to jab Thomas in the stomach with the handle of the axe. Thomas sways one way, lets it pass, and then pushes Richard back with the flat of his axe. "Good," Richard says. "Now come at me, hard as you like." Thomas cuts at him, a half-stroke. Richard blocks it with an armoured arm, the blade ringing on the steel vambrace. Now Richard steps back, lifts his visor, and looks at the dent in the plate. "Damn," he says. But Catherine sees he is pleased with the mark. It makes him look as if he has been in battle. He articulates his wrist and winces, then he lowers the visor again. "Come on," he says. Thomas swings again. This time Richard catches it with his hammer shaft. Thomas tries again, and Richard steps into the blow and uses his weight to push Thomas back. The hammer comes around again and stops short of Thomas's neck. Again they stand apart. 3 more times this happens. The first, Richard hooks the hammer behind Thomas's knee and sends him sprawling. The second, he hits him with his fist in the teeth, drawing blood. During the third melee, Thomas only just manages to stop a chop that might have caved in his skull, even if he had been wearing a helmet. Thomas drops the axe and clutches his hands. Richard steps back. Thomas bends to pick up the axe. Richard steps forward and brings his knee up to Thomas's face, but this time Thomas rocks forward, grabs Richard's other calf, and then throws himself backwards, pulling Richard's leg out from under him. Richard crashes to the floor and loses his hammer. Before he can roll away, Thomas is on him, axe held like a spear, the point pressed against the rim of Richard's helmet. "Stop!" she hears herself cry. Richard is still for a moment and then slowly moves his hand to lift his visor. Thomas puts the axe down. He is breathing heavily, his eyes wild. He stands up, shaking with effort, and he smells sour. He helps Richard to his feet and they stare at one another. Catherine stands by, her face held in her hands, all blood drained away. Richard appears unruffled. "Enough for one day, I think," he says. "Next time we'll wrap our weapons." The next day there is a repeat of the fight, but this time they each tie long lengths of sacking around the heads of their weapons. Thomas borrows a sallet off Daffyd and a pair of leather gloves off one of the Johns, and the fight lasts perhaps 20 minutes. By the end, both men are red-faced and sodden with sweat. Again, Richard has the upper hand, and not just because he is wearing armour, for though that gives him protection, it hampers his movements, and Thomas is able to get behind him. Thomas learns to target Richard's more vulnerable points too, and though Richard always wears the padded doublet with the mail patches under his plate, soon his elbows and armpits are blue with bruising where Thomas has struck him. Geoffrey comes to watch the third afternoon. "Funny thing about wearing armour," he says, "is that people tend to go for it in a fight. Don't know why. Seems to attract their blows, so they don't hit your flesh. Worth wearing a piece of it just for that." The next afternoon, Thomas borrows one of the rusted breastplates. It is so large it sits low on his hips, and it ends up with a sizable indentation just over the heart where Richard smashes it with the fluke of his hammer. By the next week, their fights have taken on a different sound, the constant clang and slide of steel on steel, and with every hour of it, Thomas becomes stronger. No longer does he lash out or become overheated. He learns anticipation, craft, and guile, and soon the giant's poleaxe has come to look like an extension of his arm. Richard's armour is scuffed and dented, but he too learns from his bouts with Thomas, and by the third week their fights can last an hour or more, swift, vicious, and exhausting. At the end of each one, Catherine has to undress Richard, removing the armour, cleaning it with sand and vinegar before oiling it and returning each piece to the right bag. He stands by and drinks mug after mug of ale. "Thirsty work," he says. His eyes are bloodshot. He looks mad. Then she has to help him with the sweat-soaked doublet. The smell and sight of his hair-covered body still frightens her, and she is glad that Thomas stands by, watching, though she wishes he would not wear that anxious expression. It is Walter who worries her. She can tell he is watching her, even across the crowded room. She can look up and find his gaze fixed on her. Sometimes he will look away instantly, other times he will carry on staring. Every time it happens, her heart lurches. She knows she only makes it worse by tugging her jacket down to hide her hose, since that only emphasises her bosom. One of the days when it's raining, Hugh's bow breaks in the butts, and one of the broken pieces nearly takes his ear off. Despite the boy's tears and the blood that pours from the wound, Walter sends him back up to the fort with a series of cuffs and kicks. Catherine finds him whimpering by the well, and she washes the wound with clean rags and cold water, and then applies some of the pardoner's salve. Hugh rests his head against her shoulder, and she puts her arm around him to soothe him as he weeps. It is not the pain. She understands this. It is the misery of his life, so far from home. There, she whispers. There. Just then Walter returns. He stares at Catherine. How come you don't stroke my hair like that, girlie? He asks. Hugh stiffens and she nearly drops the salve. Her fumble covers her shock, but she still doesn't know what he means. If he knows she is a woman, why has he not exposed her? And if he thinks she is a boy, then why does he look at her so? She tells Thomas the next day while they are out on the beach together, scavenging for driftwood. It is St. George's Day, nearly summer, and although a light mist is coming in off the sea, the water is mill-pond still. He frowns. Walter knows you're a woman. He seems not to believe her, and it makes her angry. She turns her back on him. Later she finds a charred piece of ship's timber, nuzzled by the tide, and she needs his help with it. They are carrying it up through the dunes, consciously not talking to one another. Thomas is leading the way, carrying his end of the spar behind his back. The sooner we reach England, the better, he says. Then we can go to Canterbury. Yes, she says. Canterbury. They walk on. The timber is heavy and she needs a rest. He gives her some water. Will you miss the world? He asks. When you are back in the Priory? He is making conversation, trying to apologise, but the question makes her stop. She still has not told him the truth about Sister Joan. I will, she says cautiously. All this, it has been a revelation. He says nothing, and his head is cocked as if waiting for her to go on. A bee bumbles in the still air. The day is already warm and sweat prickles her eyes. Your people will be happy to hear you returned at last, he says. He is probing for something, but what? I have no people, she tells him, or none that I know of. But everyone knows their people, he says. Everyone must know where they come from. You have to. It's the only way to know who you are. Catherine is silent. She shrugs, and after a while they pick up the log and carry on up the dune. Although she does have a vague memory of something nicer, warmer, anyway, she only really remembers the Priory, and any other thoughts as to who she might be beyond the Priory walls are something she's never had the luxury to pursue. All I recall of life before the Priory is a hearth with a fire, she says, and of being warm beside it. That's all. I thought for a long time that the memory was just something I'd imagined, but there are odd details about it that I do not think I can have invented, such as a window filled with coloured glass, yet I am sure I have not knowingly ever seen such a thing. Do you recall anything about your arrival at the Priory? They are on easier terms already. I can picture it so easily in my mind that I may have invented it. How does it go? I was 5, or thereabouts. It is snowing, but I was not cold. Not then, anyway. And I have some letters, the words of which I cannot read, of course, and a heavy purse. And whoever I am with, I think it is a man, but I cannot be sure. And when I think of it now, it cannot have been a man, for they would never have let one into the Priory. But whoever I am with, they make me give the letters and the purse to an old lady in black, who must have been the Prioress before the Prioress. I recall her being kind, or having a kind face. Then? Then, nothing. I remember the person I was with leaving, and then the life began. She does not want to tell him about all the punishments and the beatings and the humiliations and the coldness of the place. She does not want to tell him about the prioress or Sister Joan. "The money must have been for your keep," he says. "Someone will still be paying it. Someone will be worrying about you." The idea that someone has been paying for her keep when all she ever did was work until her fingers bled makes her smile. The thought that there might be someone out there to care what happens to her, though, that is beyond comprehension. Someone worrying about me. For a moment, she is at a loss for more words. Then a flush rises within her. Someone is paying for her keep? Someone who knows who she was? Someone is worrying about her? It is as if some previously dead part of her body is coming back to life, and she cannot stop the tears. She drops the wood again and turns so Thomas cannot see her crying. "Kit?" he says. "Catherine?" He takes a step down the dune towards her and tries to put his arms around her shoulders, but she flinches and stretches her hand to hold him away. Tears are spilling down her cheeks. She tries to rub them away and spreads soot on her face. Unable to speak for a moment, she looks out to sea, then she turns back. "Thomas," she begins, "I have something I must tell you." But before she can say more, the alarm bell in the fort rings out. Chapter 12. It was Brampton John who saw the Duke of Somerset's men first. "About 300 archers," he tells the company, "maybe more, and about 200 billmen coming up the Boulogne road." "Any horsemen?" Walter asks. Brampton John tries to think. "Not so many as to make a difference," he says after a moment. Walter grunts and hurries to catch Richard. They are moving down the road as it passes through a pocket of dead ground, and for the moment Newnham Bridge and its fort are hidden from them just as they are hidden from it. When they emerge over the rise and begin their descent again, they hear a crack that splits the silence of the day. The men duck as one. "Lord above!" someone cries. When Thomas raises his head, he sees a sallow puff of smoke hanging in the air above the battlements of the fort. "It's all right, lads. It's all right," Walter says. "It's one of ours." Nevertheless, the noise of the gun is impressive, and for a moment they are so absorbed in the sight of the smoke drifting inland that none notice the mass of men moving in 3 blocks up the Boulogne road. When they do, they swallow hard. Banners are unfurled, and Thomas can hear the drums beating and the high pitch of a fife and a trumpet blowing. Daffyd crosses himself. Walter licks his finger and posts it in the air, checking the wind. "Whatever can they hope to achieve?" Richard wonders aloud. He is sitting on his horse, war hammer across his lap, with a better view than them. "They have no siege weapons to break the castle, and surely not enough men to invest it." "Must have run out of beans and women then," Walter says. "They'll take everything in the town that isn't nailed down, torch it and piss off back to Guine. What I'd do." "Will the Newnham garrison come out, do you think?" Richard asks. "Got to," Walter says. "But there aren't enough of them to stop that lot. Calais garrison will have to come out too." They watch the last of the townspeople hurry across the bridge under the fort, trying to get away from Somerset's men. They seem to share Walter's opinion on what will happen next, and they are pulling carts laden with everything they can carry. In the distance, the Calais garrison are already emerging from the Boulogne gate, moving up in order, archers, billmen, and a handful of horsemen, all hurrying. Walter is more interested in Somerset's men, though, who are arranging themselves in their own blocks on the far side of the town. "Something funny about this," he says. "They're all in their shape. Normal men would be in there, grabbing everything they can get their bloody hands on, finding a woman before anything else. And they can't have had it easy these last few months," Geoffrey agrees. Since the Duke of Somerset had taken Guine Castle the year before, he'd been cut off from supplies. He'd promised the garrison prompt payment of their wages just as soon as a relief force came from England, but when the fleet reached the coast of France, the wind had turned and the fleet had drifted helplessly into Calais harbour, where its supplies had been snapped up by the grateful Earl of Warwick. Warwick had then lined up every man of the relief force, and those he recognised as having switched sides with Andrew Trollope the year before at Ludford, he hanged on the quayside. Another force was fitted out back in England, but that too was captured, this time in a dawn raid while it was still moored in the harbour at Sandwich. Warwick's men caught the Admiral in bed and brought him back to Calais as a prisoner, along with some others the Earl had enjoyed mocking at the dinner board. Since then, Somerset's men have lived hand to mouth, scavenging, bartering their futures and begging off the local population. Now here they are, though, positioned across the road just beyond Newnham, ready to make a fight of it. Thomas watches as a detachment of soldiers breaks ranks and runs forward into the town. "Here we go," Walter mutters. A moment later, a plume of pale smoke spews from a straw roof, then another. "Trying to draw the garrison out," Walter says. If this is their plan, it is working. The Newnham garrison in their red livery are now crossing the bridge to take up position along the town road west of the bridge. Thomas can even make out the garrison captain and the sergeants shouting at the men, keeping order. They watch in silence for a moment, impressed by the display. 3 men on horseback ride the line, scanning the houses ahead for any sign of the enemy. "That's it," Richard says suddenly. "Where are his horse? Why hasn't Somerset brought his prickers, his scurriers, his scouts? Where are they?" Walter nods. "You're right," he says. "Don't tell me the knobs walked all that way." "Can you see any? Where's Kit? He has the best eyes. Come up here, boy." Catherine hurries forward, pushing past Thomas. She still has no helmet, for none would fit so small a head, even with a woolen cap beneath, nor any sword. "Can you see any horsemen among them?" Richard asks. There is a pause while Catherine scans Somerset's army. The men gather around, staring through the trees. "None," she says. "Not even the banner carriers?" Richard asks. Catherine shakes her head. "And if there are none on the field," Richard begins, "then where are they?" Walter finishes. They scour the flat landscape below. Thomas can see nothing of any note. There are various stands of trees among the furlongs and balks, and there is the broad skirt of green-coated marshland down by the village, but not much else. "Perhaps he has no horse," Richard is suggesting. "Perhaps he's eaten them." Walter doesn't look convinced. "Can you make out the banners, Kit?" Richard asks. "There is one divided into fourths," she says, "red and blue with some flowers or something, and the white one has what looks like black marks on it." "Are they birds?" Richard snaps. "I cannot say. They might be." Richard is sharp. "Look again," he commands. "Look again. Is the edge of the white flag checkered?" "I can't see. It is too far." "How many birds are there?" Catherine counts them. 6, she says, "but they—" Thomas is on his tiptoes, peering into the distance. His heart is pounding. "It's Riven," Richard says, turning to Geoffrey. "Riven's here. I know it. It is him. Look." Thomas nearly shouts something. He too is sure Riven is here. "What about the horsemen?" "We can worry about them later. Let's go." Richard wrenches his bridle around and is about to jam his heel in when Catherine starts. "There," she says, pointing. Richard stops, wheels around again, drags his nervous horse prancing across and follows her directions. "Christ on his cross," he breathes. "Where did they come from?" There are about 50 of them, filtering along a narrow path between 2 orchards, using the trees as cover, moving up like grey wraiths in a grey land. Each carrying one of the long lances and each wrapped in a thick travelling cloak so the spring sun won't shine on their harness. Even their horses wear sackcloth. As they come up on the Newnham garrison's flank, obscured from view by a copse of poplars, Somerset's archers and billmen are retreating back down the road to Boulogne, luring Warwick's men further into the trap. "Must have moved up in the night," Walter says. "They'll wait until the garrison have shot all their arrows, then they'll get in among 'em." "The priests will be busy then," Geoffrey agrees. "It'll be a slaughter." "We've got to stop them." "Hard to see how." Richard throws his leg over his horse and drops to the ground, his armour ringing. He turns to Catherine and passes her the reins. "We can come behind them," he says. "That's what we can do. Tie her up, Kit, will you?" He nods to his horse. "Then follow with the arrows. We'll need every one of them." Catherine pauses, her gaze still on the flat lands below. She opens her mouth to say something, but it is too late. Richard has hurried forward. Walter is rubbing his hands, his eyes shining like a ferret about to kill. "All right, this is it, boys," he says. "This is it. We won't have time to..."
CD 5.
Thomas checks his bow, his arrows, his blade. He presses the helmet down onto his head and all sounds are muffled. He wishes he had found a buckler like the other men. He glances at Catherine, still unsettled by what happened between them on the beach. He had not meant anything by trying to hold her, only that... What? He shakes his head. She is tying Richard's horse's reins to the bough of a tree, yet he must say something. If he's going into battle and is killed, well, she must know what he meant and what he didn't mean. She turns and catches his gaze. He almost glances away, ashamed, but she hurries to him. "Thomas," she begins, "listen to me." "I'm sorry," he interrupts, "for earlier." Catherine waves it away. It is as if she has already forgotten it. "It's not about that," she says. "Look, I've been watching the men in the butts. I've seen how you shoot. You form a pattern, like a block, don't you, and then loose your arrows." Thomas nods. It is exactly as she imagines. "So?" he asks. "So if you come up behind the horsemen, when you shoot at them, they'll ride out of range, won't they? Or they'll turn and ride you down. They'll still be able to attack the garrison troops. But if you cross the marsh and follow the dike, there..." She steps up to the brow of the hill and points to a length of earthwork that runs beside the road. "You might get alongside the horsemen as they charge the garrison. That way you'll get each and every one of them. That way Riven will not get away." Thomas sees what she means. The road along which the horsemen will ride is bracketed on one side by a steep dike that holds back the marsh and the cesspit. If they can cross the marsh, they might reach the dike, and from there they can cut the horsemen off before they reach Newnham. "Tell Richard, will you?" she asks. Thomas nods and sets off after the archers as they hurry down the slope. All chatter has stopped now. Faces are pale. Hands keep moving from bow to string to arrow bag to crown of helmeted head as each man checks his equipment over and over again. They run down the sandy lane until it bottoms out and then rises again between two muddy furlongs where onions grow. Here they pause so that Walter can sight the horsemen. Thomas crouches next to Richard. "Godspeed, Thomas," Richard says, fiddling with his visor. "Remember our practice, and we shall come through this with our smiles in place." Thomas repeats what Catherine has told him. He does not tell him it is Catherine's idea. Richard listens. Then he stands and studies the way the land lies. Then Walter returns. "Bloody waste of time," Walter says. "The horses are in a stand of trees on the other side of the road, so we'll set up here. Harrow formation. 6 in each rank." Richard wets his lips. "We'll do it Thomas's way, Walter." Walter stops, turns, spits. "Thomas's way, is it? Not how Sir John would want it. Sir John is safe in his bed in Calais. We are here. We'll do it Thomas's way." Richard turns to the men. "Take off your boots and jacks," he says. "Drop everything but your bows and arrow bags and bring a dagger each. Hurry, now." The men begin to remove their equipment. A moment later, they are in shirt sleeves and hose. "Fuck's sake," Walter snaps, throwing his jack on the ground. "No way to fight a war." "Walter," Geoffrey warns. They can hear the drums change now, signalling the Newnham garrison advance. A trumpet blows. "Quick, now, Kit, help me." Catherine arrives, breathing hard, and begins helping Richard out of his armour. Come on," Richard urges as her hands fumble with the leather points. That'll do. Stay here with it, Kit, and keep a good eye on it. With God's blessing, we'll be back soon." One by one, the archers slip into the mud of the marsh, freezing water up to their midriffs. "Christ on his cross," Walter is saying, as if staying dry is his right. "We'll drown." The water in the marsh is rich and brown, brackish with seawater, its margins stippled with sedge and reeds. Birds' nests are secreted in the rush thickets, and the mud draws and sucks at their legs. The smell is ripe.
Thomas half gags. They have about 300 paces to go, each man carrying his bow and arrow bag above his head. To their left is the river, sluggish in the spring sunlight. Ahead is Newnham. On their right, beyond the road, stands the copse of trees behind which the horsemen are hidden. They go silently dipping through the stagnant waters. The sky ahead darkens briefly, as if a flock of starlings has come between them and the sun, and Thomas looks up to see a flight of arrows flit from the market square. Each shaft looks so delicate from that distance, like the most considered stroke of the best sharpened reed. But then comes the irregular flurry of thumps and cracks as the arrows hit stone, steel, and flesh, followed by the cries of the wounded men. "Quick!" Richard urges. "Quickly now!" The water is thickening, fouler still. There is a salvo of arrows from Somerset's men in return. "Hold on to some of them fucking arrows," Walter urges, but more shafts fly. The archery duel will last only moments, until one side exhausts their arrows, and then they'll retreat to let the billmen or the men-at-arms take up the melee. Once their arrows are spent, the lightly armed archers will fall easy prey to the horsemen with their lances, hammers, swords, axes, and God knows what else. They'll be driven into the river behind them. "My foot!" Daffyd gasps. He's spilled his bow and shafts into the water and is stuck fast in the silt. Thomas grabs one arm, Owen the other, and they haul him out of the ooze. Swirling clouds of black mud roll under the surface as he comes free, and the smell makes them retch. Thomas surges forward. The thought that Riven might be waiting beyond the dike makes him numb. He wishes he had the giant's poleaxe with him now, but he's left it at the fort. Then he stops. The giant, of course, the giant will be there. He will be protecting Riven again. At the thought of the giant and his thumb on his eyeball, Thomas wavers. What is he doing? Why is he here? He is a canon of the Order of St. Gilbert. He stops. The others catch him. "All right, Northern Thomas," Red John asks. "Not thinking of turning tail on us now, are ya?" Thomas gathers himself. He thinks of the Dean. He hears that sound of steel in flesh. He thinks of Riven holding out Alice's beads, and something comes over him, like a glove over a hand, the same feeling that made him throw the staff at Riven in the first place. He surges forward and finds himself at the front of the men once more. The marsh shelves into grainy mud, with patches of slick green waste to one side, its edges crusted with lichen green, stinking slime. They slip as they scramble across the reach, two of them going down into the ooze, neither dropping his bow, both emerging with eyes white against the brown faces. They struggle to the water's edge, where it solidifies into land against the dike. "Keep down," Richard calls. The men are crawling out of the water, and they lie gathering their breath on the side of the dike. Thomas crawls to see what is happening, and is about to poke his head over the top, when he feels them through his knees and the palms of his hands. The horsemen have set off. "God's teeth," Daffyd hisses. "They're close." There is fear in his voice, echoed in the face of every other man. "Keep down and spread out," Richard calls. "Come on, get ready. We'll have but one chance at this. Knock, knock, damn you." Walter has his bow gripped sideways, an arrow knocked, 3 more tucked through the points of his muddy hose. The others fumble for their bows, knock their arrows and copy him, crouching in the reeds, giving themselves space to loose. Richard crawls up on the tussocky grass next to Thomas, peering over the dike from behind a clutch of reeds. "Here they come," he says. "Wait for it. Wait for it." Thomas can feel the weight of the horses through the ground. A stalk trembles before his nose. Then he hears them, their hooves on stone, the jangle of harness and the shouting of men gearing themselves up for the slaughter. "Now!" Richard cries. The archers stand. "Draw!" Walter snarls. One of the horsemen sees them at this last minute and flinches, hauling at his reins, trying to bring his lance around. Thomas's arm is fully cocked, the linen string to his ear. He cannot hold this pose for more than a long breath, but he swings his bow along the line of the charging men, looking for anything that might identify Riven or the giant.
There, a flash of that red coat, or there, that white livery. Loose! He looses. He cannot miss. None of them can. Their arrows slam into the charging horsemen from 5 paces. The din and the violence are terrible. Riders are hurled from their mounts. Horses slew or rear. They fall and throw riders. Men and horse scream together. A horse is upended and lands with a crack. Another cartwheels, its shadow flicking over a man below, sparing him before landing on another, killing him instantly. One is trampled before he hits the ground in a drum of skittering hooves. Thomas watches his arrow crash through the breathing holes of a man's helmet, so hard and so close that the steel visor opens in ragged flanges to admit the bodkin head. He is plucked from his saddle and vanishes from sight. His horse swerves, hits another, screams, and crashes to the ground. Knock! Thomas knocks and sees the man in the white livery. Draw! Where is he? Where is he? He's already down. Loose! Thomas lets the shaft go at another, whose armour is swathed in sackcloth. He hits him in the stomach and he jumps in his saddle, and another arrow hits his horse and knocks it aside. The man goes down under it. They loose 3 more salvos. From that distance, an arrow will pass through a man, armour or no. It will pin him to the ground, or his horse, or whatever is behind him. It will pin 2 men together. As they knock for the 4th time, Richard raises his arm. It is over. It is done. The archers lower their bows. There is no one left standing. There is only a single white horse galloping into the distance, stirrups flying. The road is filled with the dead bodies and the stink of shit and blood and ruptured guts. A horse is still trying to get up, but has lost the use of its back legs and is dragging them behind as it crawls on, screaming with the pain. Geoffrey raises his bow and looses an arrow that fizzes across and catches the horse behind the jaw. It collapses. Another lies wheezing, its chest rising and falling, its eye suddenly enormous. Blood spreads from an arrow that is buried up to the fletch in its shoulders. The horse's black lips vibrate as it gasps for air. It seems this is the only thing left alive. Walter takes 3 paces from the top of the dike down into the road, steps over a dead man and smashes the animal's skull with a lead maul. No one says anything. Everyone is breathing heavily. Owen turns away from what he has done. Dafydd puts his arms about his brother and holds him as he sobs. He soothes him in a language only they can understand before breaking into English. "It's all right," he says. "It's all right. It's over now." One of the Johns vomits. Another horse shudders and whinnies. It is trapped under the body of another horse. It raises its head, its neck arched, and stares at them. It is looking to man for help. Walter crosses to it, bends down, lets his hands drift over the heaving chest, down to where the animal's foreleg is trapped under the dead horse. It is bent where it should have been straight. Walter shakes his head sorrowfully, then stands and crashes the maul down again. The animal subsides. Walter peers over to look at the rider the horse has pinned to the ground. He laughs, "Like a bloody hedgehog." Richard is silent, pale-faced, unmoving on the bank. Thomas feels weighed down with regret. One by one they step down and into the road. Blood leaks from between armoured joints, clots in mail. Are any of the men alive? Does that one move? Does this one raise his gloved hand in a gesture? There is a gentle scrape, like a man breathing out, and a grate of steel on stone. Each archer is drawn to the rider he killed first. Thomas stands frozen. Then, Christ, a man has caught his ankle. He can hardly see him, for he is pinned by the weight of a horse. Thomas pulls free. The man's fingers go slack. Walter steps past, over the bulk of the horse, peers down at the man. He bends and lifts the man's visor. He smiles. It is almost tender. Then he raises the maul and brings it down with a grisly crunch. Walter tucks the maul under his arm and begins undoing the man's chin strap. "I'll have this," he says. Thomas turns away. He can still feel the man's fingers on his ankle. He finds the man in red lying face down, crumpled against the far bank. Thomas thinks he recognises the coat. It is the same madder red. As he turns the body, it slips to the road. Thomas's arrow is broken, jammed in the visor. He inserts his knife into the hinge on the other side and levers it open. It is not Riven. It is a man with a thick moustache and a spider's web of blood spreading across his face. His eyes are open, curiously blue, looking into the far distance. Thomas waves away a blowfly. "May God have mercy on your immortal soul," he murmurs, "and grant you eternal rest." He makes the sign of the cross over the man, and then Richard appears at his shoulder. "Let me see," he says, and he stares into the dead man's face. "It's not him," he says. "He was never here. Never here." He gestures across at the man in white, lying between his horse's legs. There are black marks on the man's tabard, but they are not birds. They are ornate, curlicued crosses, arranged in the same 3-2-1 pattern that distinguishes Riven's livery. "Look," he says, "Kip mistook the banner." The dead man is fat, with leathery skin, quite elderly. He does not even look like an Englishman. Richard is in despair. Geoffrey and the other men pass among the dead men, lifting their visors where they have not already been shaken loose. "We will find him," Thomas says. "I know it." Richard nods. They stand like that for a moment, shoulder to shoulder. They become aware of a presence. A man stands behind them. It is the captain of the Newnham garrison, the one who lent Richard the practice bow. He stares at them speculatively. Behind him stand his sergeant and 3 of the garrison ordinaries, bills in hand. They are the men who jeered at them as they had passed over Newnham Bridge. Now they are silent, staring at the carnage, counting the bodies. The bells in both churches in the village begin ringing again. "It is you, isn't it?" the captain asks. "You're the archers who can't shoot to save yourselves a barrel of ale." Richard stands up and wipes the blood from his palm on the front of his shirt. He's about to say something when his attention is taken by something else over the man's shoulder. A party of men in costly, burnished plate is walking towards them. One of them carries a blue and Murray battle standard emblazoned with a white lion, the others their poleaxes. The captain turns to see what Richard is looking at. As soon as he sees who it is, he steps off the road with a slight bow. A huge knight, with a visor raised to form a peak on his helmet, leads the party. His armour is scratched and dented, and there is another man's blood on his plated lower legs. He stops in front of Richard and stares down at him. "Who in the name of great God above are you?" he asks. Richard takes a breath. "I am Richard Fakenham, my lord," he says, "of Marton Hall in Lincolnshire. My father is Sir John Fakenham. He is my Lord Fauconberg's man, and we are his company." He gestures at the archers, who stand perfectly still. The man stares at him, then at them. He is very big, almost a giant, and very young, with wide blue eyes and fair hair. "Then, Richard Fakenham," the man says slowly, "I owe you a debt of thanks, for you have saved many lives here today. I do not know how you came to be stationed here along this road, but without your famous action, there would be many more widows and orphans and childless fathers alive today." He bends to pick up one of the spears the horseman had been carrying. It is more than twice his height. He peers at the tip to make his point. "I shall not forget you," he says, turning back to Richard. "I shall not forget you, Richard Fakenham, you or your men, do you hear? England needs men like you, Richard Fakenham. I need men like you. If you ever need a favour of me, I hope you will ask. I hope I shall be able to help you in return." Richard bows. The man shakes his hand. Thomas whispers in Geoffrey's ear, "Who is that?" Geoffrey looks at him as though he has gone too far this time. "Give me strength. Who is that? Who is that? Do you really know nothing?" Thomas shrugs. "That is Edward Plantagenet, the Earl of March. He's the Duke of York's son. He's the King's cousin. He's... Oh, for God's sake." Chapter 13. The Earl of Warwick's fleet puts into harbour 5 weeks later. It is a fine, early summer's day, and they see his ship's masts break the horizon just after dawn. When the news spreads, every bell in the scunnage rings out. What it must have meant for the Duke of Somerset's men, beleaguered and decimated in their castle at Gwyn, Catherine can only guess. But for Sir John Fakenham and his company of archers, it is reason enough to rejoice. "Soon be home now, Owen," Dafydd says, thumping his brother on the back. "Home," Owen choruses. Instead of any celebration, though, Walter makes them work harder, as if punishing them for something they haven't done. They spend every daylight hour practicing in the butts. He picks on Thomas especially, so that almost all Catherine sees of him is a lone figure in the distance, constantly running the length of the clearing to collect arrows, bring them back, loosing them and running to collect them again. The Earl's return brings with it an increase in the number of tents outside the town walls and an increase in the level of noise across the Pale. "Very keen on guns, the Earl of Warwick, isn't he?" Dafydd moots, his hands over his ears. "Big ones, little ones, you name it," Geoffrey agrees. "Keen on anything new, he is." They are taking a rare break, gathered on the walkway of the fort, leaning against the battlements. They are staring out across the Pale towards the town, where rolling puffs of grey smoke erupt from the butts. Burgundian hand-gunners are down there, and the air crackles with the reports of their guns. Twice that first morning they hear an unusual crump as one of the bronze-barrelled weapons bursts. "Don't see what's so great about them," Simon says. "Rather use a bow any day. At least when they break, they don't kill no one." "You ever faced gunfire, boy?" Walter asks him. Simon shakes his head. "Well, wait till you have before you say anything so bloody stupid again." Walter is still sour-tempered. He's been thus ever since the skirmish at Newnham. The others are happier, especially with rumours of their return to England circulating. "Must be soon, eh? Do you see how many ships they've got in the harbour?" "I can't bloody wait," Dafydd says. "You know what I'm going to do when I get there? I'm going to find a rich knight, someone in the Duke of bloody Somerset's affinity, and I'm going to kill him and take everything he has, I am. I'm going to take his lands, his horse, his armour, his squire, his missus and his dogs, everything, even his chickens, aren't I? Then I'm going to ride back home to Kidwelly with Owen here, both of us fully armoured up, see? And we're going to kick that no-good fucker Will Dunn right into the bloody sea." "Who's Will Dunn?" Red John asks. "Will bloody Dunn? Don't you know Will Dunn? He's the fucker who's supposed to marry Gwen, isn't he?" "Gwen," Owen says. His voice is deep and so larded with affection that everybody stops and looks at him. "Is Gwen your sweetheart, Owen?" "Gwen's not his sweetheart," Dafydd says, as if everyone should already know. "Gwen's our sister." Walter cackles. "Heard about you Welshmen and your sisters." Before a fight can start, Walter holds out a hand. He's pointing at the woods. "Now who the fuck's this?" he asks. A man in green is casting about in the scrub. He has a short-legged dog on a lead. "Richard says he's a huntsman," Catherine tells him. "He had a boy with him earlier, but he sent him back off to town." "Must have found a scent," Geoffrey guesses. "The boy'll have gone to fetch the hunting party." Later that morning, they watch a party of horsemen on the road to Newnham. There must be a dozen or so. Those at the rear are carrying flags, and around the horses' legs run the tiny dots of dogs. "A hunting party," Walter says, "all we bloody need." "You recognise any of the flags, Kit?" "There's the red saltire," she says. "The Earl of Warwick," Geoffrey says. "Coming this way." Better let Richard know. Geoffrey goes to find Richard. Catherine watches the party crossing the bridge. The riders stop at the fort and then emerge from behind the castle and ride through the village and start up the road towards them, along the road where they fought on St. George's Day. The bodies are gone now, some buried behind the church in a piggery, some thrown in the river. The dead horses have been dragged away by a tanner and butcher. By the time the horsemen come over the crest of the hill, Richard and Geoffrey are in the courtyard. There are about 15 in the hunting party, including the standard-bearers, various grooms and servants. Trotting alongside are 5 or 6 greyhounds. One of the riders is a bishop in purple. He is swarthy-faced, wearing a long, fur-lined cloak. It seems almost comical that he should be there. Catherine finds herself staring at him, ignoring the man in black behind him, a cleric of some sort, ill at ease on horseback, and the other huntsmen, each dressed in high boots and thick coats, each with a bow and a bag of arrows. She remembers the nerves the sisters all felt when the Bishop of Lincoln paid the priory a visit. They had scrubbed their half of the priory for weeks beforehand, and each had washed their cassocks and their bodies so that nothing might offend him, and all the while they had known he would never see them, just as they would never see him. Richard starts out as the riders draw up. "My Lord of Warwick," he calls. "Good day to you, sir, and may God guide you safe." The man at the front of the party raises his hand in salute. The clouds of yellow dust the horses kick up slowly settle. His is a black horse, ostentatiously beautiful. "You are Richard Fakenham?" he asks. "I am, my lord." "Then let me shake you by the hand," Warwick says, swinging his leg forward over his horse and descending lightly to the ground. "I have heard of your actions from my cousin, the Earl of March." "It was no more than my duty, my lord," Richard counters, shaking his hand. "Nonsense, nonsense. You and your men are the talk of the town. I have brought His Grace Bishop Capini all the way from Milan to meet you." Richard kisses the bishop's hand, who ignores him and keeps up a lively stream of chatter aimed at the large, snowy-haired fat man sitting on the horse next to him. At first, Catherine thinks this might be Sir John Fakenham come to see them from Calais, but where Sir John Fakenham's face is open and cheerful despite his pain, this old man looks sour-tempered. "That's the Earl of Salisbury," Walter mutters. "Warwick's father. Right bastard." Salisbury takes Richard's proffered hand in a half-hearted squeeze and drops it quickly. Warwick ostentatiously steps back to stand with his hands on his hips and survey the fort and the men who are gathered at its battlements. He pretends it is a fine sight. "So that's the famous Earl of Warwick, is it?" Daffod asks, staring back down. "Quite small, isn't he?" Red John says. No, he's not," Little John Wilmington snaps. A couple of them laugh. "They say he never sleeps, you know, not ever." "They say he never sits down either, and that he has his hair cut 3 times a week." "A peacock," Owen says in his thick voice. Warwick is dressed in a deep purple, extravagantly puffed hunting coat that stops at his waist. His hose are lapis and his boots so pointed in the toes so that it is a wonder he can ride in them at all. "To think he's our only chance of getting out of this shithole and going home." Warwick is asking something of Richard, who gestures to the other side of the fort where the huntsman with his dog paces impatiently through the long grass. A third man, whom none of them recognises, leans forward, both hands cupped on his saddle. Catherine thinks he looks slightly out of place, but she cannot say why. "Who is that?" she asks. "Hastings," Walter says. "Lord Hastings?" "No, just Hastings, William Hastings." "Stupid name if you aren't Lord of the Manor." "Supposed to be a good man, though, good to his men and so on. Their wives." Catherine cannot tell what he means. She can see Richard is smiling at something this Hastings has said, nodding his head and then hurrying back through the gate. Geoffrey there." Geoffrey has the horse saddled already. Richard is quickly on it and he joins the party as they ride around the fort to find the huntsman. "He loves his hunting, doesn't he?" Walter says. "Misses those hawks of his." The archers in the top of the fort walk around to watch them taking the huntsman's directions and disappear under the canopy of the branches. Soon a trumpet is blown. "All right, into the butts," Walter says. "Make it look good for when they come back. Northern Thomas, you stay here. They might stop and talk to us, and the last bloody thing I want to hear is you telling them cutting across the marsh like that was your idea, understand?" Thomas knows better than to argue, and anyway he values any time away from archery practice. When the others have gone, Thomas sits in the sunshine and oils his new bow. His old one eventually broke in his hands, just as he always said it would, and from his own money, Richard brought him a new one from a bowyer in Calais. It was meant as a reward for his part in the skirmish on St. George's Day, and, for a day or two, Thomas hid it from Catherine because he was anxious she would take offence at him being credited with the plan. She'd laughed when she found out. She watches him for a moment, the way his new muscles move as he works. He is much bigger now than he was. It is all that food and all the work in the butts. He looks like a soldier, almost like one of those hard-faced men who made up the Calais watch, and he has taken to carrying the poleaxe around with him all the time, hanging it around his shoulders on a leather strap, pinned to the wood. She often sees him staring at the palms of his hands, frowning at them, and she wonders what he is thinking when he does so. Now, though, he looks happy, or at least content, carrying out a soothing task in the sunshine. She smiles to herself and carries on pacing. She has spent more hours on the walkways of Sangat Fort than she cares to think about, and knows the land all about intimately. From up there she has watched spring give way to summer, watched the woods around them take on a green haze of new leaves, then spread into full, dark leaf. She's also watched the daily skirmishes unfold on the Boulogne Road as the Duke of Somerset's men continue to harass the staple. She's seen the carts bringing back the bodies of men killed and wounded. After a moment, she turns and stares across the sea. "What do you think he's doing now?" she asks. "Who?" "Riven." Thomas looks up. "I suppose he is waiting to see what happens next," he tells her. He is not good at imagining things. She nods. "I imagine him in that castle Geoffrey is always talking about," she says, "Cornford, with his son married to that girl whose father he killed. I can almost hear her screams in the corridors, can't you? And everyone looking away." Thomas looks anxious. He nods uncertainly. "We will have justice when we see the prior," he says, missing the point. "When we get to Canterbury." Canterbury. She opens her mouth and then shuts it again. It is so pleasant to be up here in the spring sunshine, and there is always some awkwardness about Thomas whenever they approach the subject of returning to Canterbury and the prior of all. In another person she might think his evasions are a sign of duplicity, but this is Thomas. She assumes he becomes flustered because he is anxious at the prospect of appealing to the prior. He has moved onto the bowstrings now, pulling them between his waxed thumb and forefinger. "There were no men like Riven in the Priory," he says, "or so it seemed. But out here in the world, it's as if everyone is using one another for some gain, something they do not deserve." She feels her mood darken. Does he mean her? "And yet, how much happier you seem to have left the Priory so far behind," she says. Thomas stops his work. "It seems distant now, doesn't it?" he says. She nods again, but says nothing. The Priory does not seem distant to her. She thinks about it almost every moment of every day, of Sister Alice and Sister Joan, of the Prioress, and all this, the plentiful food, the conversation, the days going by without the hours spent on her knees in the nave, sitting in the sun with a man in his shirt. It seems unreal, a dream, and there is a greater part of her feels the world of the Priory, with its black and white certainties. That was the real world. She has removed her hood, as she sometimes does when they are alone, and she is enjoying the sun on her face. "Your hair needs cutting again," he says, resuming his work. "Perhaps you can do it when you've finished that?" She nods at the strings and the little flask of oil for the wood of his bow. He puts them aside and takes out his knife. "What did you make of the Earl of Warwick?" she asks, as he takes her hair in his hand. "I don't know," he says. "Everybody speaks so highly of him. Men seem to love him." He slices through a hank of hair and drops it over the edge of the wall to scatter in the breeze. "But that is not to say he is a good man, is it?" "No, that is true," he agrees. "Everything I hear of him makes me think he is no better than a man like Riven, perhaps worse even because his power is so much greater." Thomas grunts. But she does not want to think about the Earl of Warwick. It is a pleasure to be with Thomas, to have him touch her hair. She recalls the time he cut it on the shore at Boston, when it was so cold and she was ill with fright. Now she feels herself soften, relax. She hums with pleasure. She feels as if she should take his hand and hold its palm to her cheek. It is the sun, the warmth, the food, the lack of care. "There," he says. "It is quite straight." She smiles at him. "Thank you, Thomas," she says. He smiles uncertainly back, hesitates as if he does not know what to do with his hands, then goes and sits with his bow again, but she can see him fiddling pointlessly. Her own heart is beating erratically and her limbs tingle. She feels dizzy. The feeling makes her anxious. She gets up, walks to the wall, places her hands on the warm powdery stone, tries to breathe slowly. Eventually the feeling passes. She watches the others in the butts below for a few moments. It is always Hugh who is last. He is not strong enough for the bow. She hears Walter barking at the boy as he is sent up the butts again, and she turns and crosses to the other side to look out over the woods to the pale beyond. Suddenly a scattering of birds takes flight from the canopy of the trees with shrill calls of alarm. There is a drumming of hooves below and some shouting from the woods. Something is wrong. "Thomas!" she calls. The hunting party is back, but they ride urgently, with the dogs at their hooves, heads down, riding fast, the horses white with sweat. They flash from the tree line, and for a moment it looks as if they will not stop at the fort gatehouse. Geoffrey is out to greet them straight away, and Thomas and Catherine hurry down. Warwick is at the head of the little party as they pull up by the drawbridge to the fort. He looks grim, his mouth a downturned slash, all that morning's pomp gone. Next to him, the legate, Capini, looks frightened and is having trouble keeping his horse in check. The Earl of Salisbury's face is mottled and clenched with anger. None of the hunting party gets down from their saddles, and Warwick's horse, caked in mud, bucks and prances, sensing its rider's desire to be gone. "There has been an accident," Warwick says. "Richard Fakenham has taken an arrow in his back. He is coming in now." "He lives?" Geoffrey asks. Warwick shoots a glance back towards the woods. "Just," he says. "How did it happen?" Close to, Warwick is clean-shaven with a long face, a wide jaw, and eyes like polished brown pebbles. There is just one deep line down the side of his thin mouth, the work of nature rather than a wound, and there is no spare flesh on him at all, so that they can see every muscle at work below the thin skin of his face, trying to control his expression and failing. "Hastings brings him now," he says. "He can tell you. The heart got away. That I can say." He turns his horse. "Are you not staying to see him home?" Thomas asks. He speaks before he had thought it through. Warwick turns his horse with a savage yank. He stares at Thomas. His lip is curled and his eyes have deepened in his head. He spurs his horse towards him. Thomas steps back. "Who are you?" Warwick spits. "Who are you to presume anything?" Geoffrey intervenes, stepping between them. Thank the Lord he is so fat. "Sorry, my lord," he says. "He forgets himself." "We will look to him," Catherine says, meaning Richard, distracting the Earl. Warwick glances her way. "Do so, will you?" He turns to the other men. "Come, we have wasted enough time here." He makes it sound as if it is someone else's fault he's been hunting. He turns his horse, and with one last look at Thomas, he jags his spurs into the animal's belly and canters off, leading the party away over the crest without a backward glance. "Bastard," Geoffrey says. Thomas and Catherine follow him around to the other side of the fort, over the earthworks and along a shaded track through the woods. A horse appears at the end of the charcoaler's track, then two more. The first is ridden by the man Walter called Hastings. It was he who invited Richard to join the hunt, and here he comes back, leading the second horse on a long rein. Richard is slumped over the horse's withers, his arms either side of the horse's neck, his face waxy and lifeless. Next to him trots the hunter and the short-legged dog. Behind comes the third horse, ridden by the cleric in black. Despite her anxiety for Richard, when Catherine sees the cleric, she catches her breath. All the old anxieties grip her, and she hangs her head. The cleric ignores her and rides by in silence. They lead the horses into the yard, where Hastings slides from the saddle to help Geoffrey and Thomas ease Richard down and carry him to a grassy bank. They lay him face first on the turf. The arrow is buried deep in the muscles that divide his back. He is alive, but his eyes are closed and his face is sheened with sweat. He is breathing very quickly. "Who shot the arrow?" Geoffrey asks. "My lord the Earl of Warwick," Hastings says. "It is a broadhead, I'm afraid. I have mine made by the same man." He pulls an arrow from his bag to show them. It is a typical hunting arrow with a chested shaft and a flat head that ends in 2 barbs, each about a finger's tip long and the same again wide. "How did it happen?" Catherine asks. "I cannot say," Hastings says. "I was looking elsewhere. I was distracted." "We should send for a surgeon," the cleric tells them. He has one of those voices she's heard countless times floating over the wall of the nave back at the priory. "A surgeon," Hastings says, standing. "Saints, that will certainly do for him." "His father, then," Geoffrey says, "for there is nothing we can do for him here. If we try to extract it, it will only take more flesh. It will kill him. And yet we cannot leave it in." Geoffrey takes his knife out and slices through the jerkin and then the blood-soaked wool of Richard's coat and his linen around the wound. Richard's flesh is pale, mottled, like stained marble, and the flesh around the arrow is already turning purple. "We can cut it out," Catherine says. "Find out which way the barbs are and then slice the flesh ourselves so that it does not tear." Hastings looks doubtful, but Catherine feels a curious certainty. It takes her by surprise. "I have heard of this thing done," the cleric says, "but with forceps. You have nothing like that here, do you?" Geoffrey shakes his head. "How can we tell where the barbs are?" Thomas asks. "We can feel," she tells them. Hastings shakes his head. "It is a hunting arrow," he says. "The barbs run along the line of the notch. Look." He points to the fletched end of the arrow carved across with the notch for the bowstring. "A war arrow's notch runs the other way across the barb. Each is designed to slip through the target's ribs, you see. A huntsman is after a stag, an archer is after a man. 'Tis the way it is." There is a beautiful sense to that. "I will do it," Catherine says. She bends over Richard's body. There is a long strand of material embedded in the wound. She tugs it. Richard stirs. "Might be better done quickly, you know," Hastings offers. "Men asleep after a fall in the tilt yard feel no pain until they wake up." Geoffrey passes her his knife. She still feels entirely calm. Of course she will do it. She takes the knife. It is big and dirty. She looks at it doubtfully. "Here," Hastings says. "Use mine." Hastings' knife is beautifully wrought and perhaps twice as sharp as Geoffrey's. She puts the back of the blade against the arrow. The wound is bleeding freely now. She blows the hair from her eyes, then slowly forces the knife down into Richard's flesh. Blood wells from the wound and pools against the torn cloth of Richard's shirt. The meat under the blade is resilient. She imagined it might part easily, but no. Richard shudders. "Hold him still," she says. The 4 men press down on Richard, pinning him to the grass. He moans. She feels the knife tip touch against the barb. "It's there," she says. She cuts away from the arrow a few tugs of the blade. The grain of Richard's flesh parts a little with each pass. When she has repeated the process on the other side of the shaft, she hands the knife back to Hastings, who takes it gingerly and goes to wash it in the trough. "Shall I pull?" she asks. Geoffrey nods. She takes the arrow with both hands, gripping it just below its feathered fletch, then slowly eases it out. Blood fills the wound, dark and free-flowing. "I pray the head does not come away from the shaft," Geoffrey says. "These are well-made arrows," Hastings objects. The arrow comes free with a tiny suck and a well of blood. "We must stop the bleeding," she says. "Cut the shirt into strips, will you?" While Geoffrey cuts the cloth, Thomas takes the arrow and joins Hastings at the trough. It can still be used. "Thomas," she calls, "fetch the salve." He turns and looks at her blankly. She is about to remind him it is in the pardoner's pack when she recalls that it is supposed to be his pack. She gives him the monastic sign for an old man and then the sign for bag. She notices the prick of interest in the cleric, who leans forward to look at her more closely, and she feels her stomach turn. She flushes and busies herself by pressing one of the linen pads against the puckered mouth of Richard's wound. He stiffens under the pressure and gasps with the pain. He is coming to. She presses gently down. The linen soaks up the blood quickly. She puts another fold of it over the first and holds it down again. She will not look at the cleric. When Thomas returns, she spreads some of the gritty salve over a clean pad and begins blotting the wound. "What is that?" the cleric asked. "A salve," she says, as if she knows, roughening and deepening her voice. "And what is its purpose?" "It is to prevent putrefaction." "And does it work?" "I hope so." The cleric grunts. "Is he still alive?" Hastings asks. "Is he still breathing?" "I don't know." She stops the pressure and blood fills the wound in small rises. She presses the linen back. "Hold it in place," she instructs Thomas. "Press down." She moves and kneels beside Richard's head and holds her blood-wet fingers to his lips. She feels the faintest coolness. She nods. He's breathing. When she looks up, the men are staring at her. "Saints," Hastings says. "That was neatly done." "Almost as if you've done it before," the cleric says. "Have you worked in a hospital?" He is looking at her very closely. He has a long, pale face and, visible now that he has removed his hat, sleek dark hair that lies flat on his pin head as if oiled or wet. "No," she stammers and pulls her hood over her head. Perhaps it is that exact action which confirms the cleric's suspicions, for then, when she goes to the trough to wash, plunging her arms into the cold water up to the elbows and watching the blood float off her skin in delicate skeins, he comes to stand behind her. "Sister?" he says. She turns. Her heart is thumping, her throat blocked. She can feel the heat in her face. "What do you want? Why are you calling me that?" "I wanted to make sure," he says. "Sure of what? Who are you?" "Sure of who you are," he says. "My name is Stephen Lamb. I am secretary to His Grace Bishop Capini, but I am a Lincoln man, you see, of the Gilbertine order." Part 3. The Road to Northampton Field. June to July 1460. Chapter 14. Thomas groans when he sees the Carrack Mary again. He'd hoped he'd seen the last of her and her little master, whose name he's forgotten, but as they trudge through the seaward gate and out onto the wharf, there she is, lying low in the water, and there he is, one tooth still in his head, standing at the tiller with his hands on his hips. As they come aboard, he stares at them with undisguised contempt, not recognising them, quite as if he has come by the ownership of the Carrack through some proper process and is now her legitimate master. "Come on," he calls. "Get yourself sit down, tide's changing and we'll lose the wind if you don't get a move on." Thomas wishes Catherine was there to see him. It would have made her laugh. But Sir John Fakenham has asked her to stay and care for his son, and so she will be sailing later, and for that he is glad. What could she have done anyway, if it came to fighting? The archers, meanwhile, have climbed down into the ship's hold and now spread themselves in the waist. More archers come aboard, men in blue and white with Falkenberg's fish-hook badge over their hearts. Thomas's eye is drawn to the spot where he killed Cobham and Saxby and the other men. The arrow shafts have been broken off and adzed flat in the deck, like knots in the planks. As soon as it is agreed they can fit no more men aboard, the sailors take in the gangplank and cast off. 2 barges take up the hawsers' slack, and their crews haul on their oars, and the Carrack labours out into the channel. Once she is in the deeper water, the barges let go, and the Carrack's new crew set a sail that fills with a crump. After a moment's hesitation, Mary gathers herself, quickens, and surges out to sea on a skirt of milky froth, to join the rest of the small fleet waiting to cross the channel, each tub filled with men in harness and helmets. "Soon be there," Geoffrey says. "I've heard that one before," Thomas tells him. But they are. They are soon out on the green sea, butting through the choppy waters, a constant wind behind them. The sun shines on their backs and seagulls cry in their wake. They are one ship of 6, each packed with Fauconberg's archers and men-at-arms. A fine sight. Soon they can see the low line of England in the haze, and then, not much later, even the chalk cliffs above Dover. The thought of crossing the narrow sea again has so preoccupied Thomas these last few days that he has not given much thought to the fighting that lies ahead, but as they close with the coast of Kent, the mood on board changes. Fear makes 1 or 2 men more vocal, others become quieter, mumbling their prayers, crossing themselves. Others fiddle with their weapons, retie bracers, stretch gloves, check arrows for trueness. 1 or 2 yawn uncontrollably. Daffyd whistles through his teeth. Thomas's mouth is dry and his hands are trembling. He wishes for ale. "Sandwich," Walter says. He points out a distant huddle of pale roofs gathered around a dark stone church among a green swathe of marshland. "I'd be trying this if the French hadn't already busted down the walls and burnt the place to the ground." He is gloomy, sour-tempered still, unenthused by the thought of what is to come. "Good to see England again, though," Geoffrey tries. "Never had to come ashore somewhere I'm not wanted," Walter continues, "and I'll wager they've got guns this time. Guns and water. Guns and water. Worst combination there is, that one. If you don't get a stone in the face, you'll most likely drown. This is going to be fun, this is. Where's Simon?" "Here." "About to see what's so bloody good about guns you are, you ignorant bastard." They hear the first one go off as they breast the channel. Ahead of them are the docks and then the flint walls of the town. The gates are shut. Smoke rises from fires, and all along the wall men are clustered at embrasures. The first boulder thrums through the air, then falters and falls, slushing into the turbid waters of the channel. There is a faint cheer from the first boat. The next gun fires. This time there are 2 separate noises that run into one, the report of the gun, then the longer sound of its boulder hitting the first tub amidships. The stone smashes through the wooden planks and tears into the men behind. The boat staggers, loses way. Thomas hears bellows of rage and pain. Blood comes running down the boat's side. Bodies soon follow. Dead and wounded men pushed overboard as those left alive struggle to find space to loose their arrows. Then a third gun goes off. "See!" Walter shouts above the noise. "See!" Again the stone crashes into the tub, sending her shivering. There are more screams. Thomas hears men shouting at the defenders, men begging for mercy, begging not to be fired on. A 4th gun goes off. The archers in the first tub begin loosing their arrows at the men on the shore, aiming for the gunners, but they are too tightly packed, and the gunners ashore are behind palisades and under tile roofs. Arrowheads spark on the cobbles. The defenders loose fire arrows, sooty trails arched in the sky, and soon the first sail is on fire, dropping in flaming black rags onto the heads of the men below. Then a stone hits the carrack. It is a small one, about the size of a man's head. It comes with a thrumming sound and an explosion of splinters from the top of the ship's rail in the waist. It passes through the first man's chest, throws the second man into the air, and then shatters the third's hips. Splinters of wood and man fly in every direction, and others clap hands to their faces, and suddenly blood is everywhere, a steady pink drizzle. It turns faces red, gums eyes, lingers on lips, tastes distinct and coppery. The Mary butts the first ship, now ablaze and listing against the quayside. Her deck is scattered with corpses of the dead, and the wounded are scrabbling to get off before they are burned or drowned. Thomas follows Walter across the gap, scrambling over the bloodied ship's rails. He slips on the gore, picks himself up before he is trampled by those behind. Men around him are roaring, and he realises that he is too. A steady thunder of arrows keeps coming at them. Arrows pick men off, spin them around, hammer them to the deck. The man next to Thomas goes down, skewered by an arrow between the buttons of his jack. It is the other Thomas. Johnson takes an arrow through his thigh too, a typical archer's injury. He doesn't scream, but throws down his bow and turns, limping away, where he is swatted aside by one of Fauconberg's men trying to make firm ground. Another one of Fauconberg's men falls, just as he's scrambling over the ship's side onto the harbour wall. He screams, and Thomas feels his body give under the press of the boat against the dockside. He doesn't look down. "A Fauconberg!" Thomas makes it stumbling onto the dockside, getting the pole of his axe caught between his legs and tripping just as an arrow whispers over him to crash into the burning ship. Black smoke chokes them all. He finds his feet, swings the axe on his back, and begins loosing his arrows without any thought. Knock, draw, loose. Knock, draw, loose. All those hours in the butts rewarding him now. He lets his shafts go wherever he sees the pale disk of a face. The defenders are wearing the same livery as the men in Calais, murky linen jacks with the cross of St. George. They are good archers, too. They keep the sky overcast with volleys, and they are withering Fauconberg's men. Shafts boom down, men are killed and the wounded cry out. Friends drag friends away before they are hit again, and blood turns the cobbles black. An arrow strikes his helmet. It seems to grab his head and throw it at the ground. His feet fly up above him. He sees a flash of green light and then finds himself lying, staring up at the grey sky where smoke clouds billow and arrows flit from left to right and back again. Men step over him, trip on his lifeless legs. They are shouting. He can't get up. Darkness crimps his vision. Sound comes at a remove. Where is he? What is happening? He feels warmth stealing over him. He can feel a foolish smile covering his face. Then his view is blocked. Owen towers over him. A great paddle of a hand catches him under the arm and hauls him to his feet. "Back," Owen says. He is using his huge body to protect Thomas, and he pushes him. "Go back." Thomas comes to. Power returns to his legs. He bends to recover his bow. Owen is still with him, back turned to the enemy. Daffyd arrives. "All right," he shouts. Thomas nods. He still has arrows to loose, and the guns by the town gate keep firing. One of the bombard barrels is sighted across the Hard, and Thomas can see men crouched over it, blowing on the wick to set the fire going. Then they all step back and clap their hands over their ears as the gun goes off with a jump. It belches a great spike of smoke, and the noise itself is enough to drive a man mad. The stone passes through a rank of men at the front. 4 of them are instantly cawed. Bodies drop and sprawl. A mist of blood drifts in the air. Men wail. They try to turn and run, but the vintners are there with their poleaxes, driving them on with jabs and thrusts. Then the second gun fires, but it explodes. Chunks of iron and oak hurtle into the gathered defenders, scattering them in a cloud of smoke and blood, ripping them to pieces. The invaders cheer. They take new courage and storm forward across the blood-slicked Hard. More ships' companies debouche and join the assault. Fresh numbers begin to tell, and soon it looks as if they'll do what they came to do. They move up into the town, one pace at a time, seeking the shelter of walls, barrels, and coils of rope and carts. But the arrows still find them out, heavy bodkin heads landing with a distinct chunk, thumping into wood and daub, stone and flesh. Thomas's muscles go on working without him thinking until he is out of arrows. With his bag hanging limp at his belt and sweat in his eyes, he turns and pushes his way back through the press of men, twisting to let other archers take his place. Walter is there, paused by a foul-smelling alleyway between 2 new-built cottages. "We need to get around behind the guns," he shouts. "Bring that bloody poleaxe and come with me." Thomas sets off after him, but they are too late. The defenders have run out of arrows too, and now they throw aside their bows and draw their side weapons, the mauls, the daggers, the falchions, the pimp cleavers, and they swarm forward over their wall to engage with their attackers. Fauconberg's billmen move forward to meet them, and so begins the melee, the cutting and hacking hand-to-hand fighting that will be decided not by skill, but by the fear of being driven back into the sea. For a moment, it looks to be in doubt. The press of the defenders seems heavier than that of the attackers, but the drums are beating and trumpets are sounding and men are shouting for Fauconberg. The left flank gives under the pressure and the axis of the fight pivots. But a knot of armoured men-at-arms under Fauconberg's banner surge forward, and already the left flank is rallying, and then the right is turning the enemy. It is over soon enough after that. It reaches the point when, unannounced, everybody knows what will happen next. The attackers take the first easy step forward, the defenders break and run, and now the rout can begin. When it is over, Thomas sits on a broken barrel with his head in his hands. His temples throb and his fingers are bleeding from the bowstring. He unties the leather strap of his helmet and studies its previously smooth surface. There is a star-shaped depression and a long gouge on the back where the arrow has hit and glanced away. He feels the puffy welt on the side of his head, his fingertips coming away damp. He puts the helmet back on again and ties the straps under his chin. Smoke drifts across from a burning cottage roof, and the smell of it is mixed with blood and shit and saltpetre. The men-at-arms have pressed on into the town after their slice of glory, but all around him the archers and the billmen have broken off, and most have fallen to looting. Corpses are scattered across the quayside as if they'd been flung away, piled the one on the other, some pinned by arrows, others bearing the marks of war hammers, glaives, daggers, axes. Some have been blown clean apart by the guns. Already there are noisy flies in the air, and blood glistens between the cobbles, an oily slickness, viscid as phlegm. It is splashed on the cob walls of the houses, and there are scraps of cloth ripped from banners and clothes, peelings of broken armour, discarded weapons, broken arrows, a dead horse. There is an arm lying alone on the cobbles, neatly dismembered from the elbow. Thomas watches as two archers in murrey and blue begin picking through a pile of bodies thrown against the church wall, 3 or 4 deep. They haul them off as if they are grain sacks until they find a man alive. One archer shouts a warning to his mate. The man on the ground bellows something and throws up his hands in supplication. The second archer falls on him and stabs him in the face. The screaming is horrible. Men look up from what they are doing and then look away again. The dead man stops thrashing, but the archer keeps on stabbing him, too terrified to stop. He has a short black dagger, and his arm goes up and down, as if he is pounding walnuts in a pestle. Thomas puts his hands over his ears. Walter comes back down the road with 5 or 6 of the others. He has blood on the sleeves of his jack, a dent in his buckler, and a small leather purse he is throwing up in the air and catching. He looks pleased with himself. Thomas is glad to see Daffyd and Owen and Red John with him. Daffyd's hose is ripped at the knee and there is blood all over the stocking. Owen has a black eye, but they are alive. "Wait here, you lot," Walter says. "Take what you like off the dead, but don't touch anything else. Don't for fuck's sake go in any houses or I'll kill you myself." He turns and makes his way back through the town gate to the harbour. The rest of them gather around and find places to sit. They pass around a jug of ale. "It's all right," Red John says. "I paid for it." "Ale," Simon says. "Saints, it's good to be back." But it feels wrong. "Feels as if we're invading, though, doesn't it?" Daffyd says. He gestures at the dead bodies, "as if we're not wanted in our own country." "You mustn't mind all these bastards, Daffyd," Simon says, taking a draught. "They might be wearing the king's livery, but they aren't proper Englishmen. Bet you half of them are, what have yous, Frenchies." "Still," Thomas says, "the people want us back, you wait and see. Soon as we get on the road to Canterbury, they'll be flocking to join us, and girls too. That's why they don't want us smashing the place up, nicking stuff, in case it scares them off. And to show we're better than those bloody northern bastards. Begging your pardon, Thomas." Men and women and children are beginning to appear now, round-eyed, stepping between the grisly piles, stopping to stare at the bodies. Mothers hide their children's gaze. A merchant and his wife stand in front of their house and survey its broken windows, arrow-studded thatch, and a dead body slumped across their doorstep. There are bloody fingerprints on the plaster. Then the child gets blood on her shoe and starts to cry when her mother can't get it off. "I saw Thomas killed," Thomas says. There are mumbles of regret and the others stare at the ground. "What happened to his bow?" Daffyd asks. Thomas's bow had been a beauty. Thomas shakes his head. Someone must have picked it up. "And look what I found," Little John Wilmingham says. He He shows them a finely worked dagger with a badge on its pommel, a cockerel with its tail feathers raised. "Wouldn't hang on to it if I were you," Daffyd cautions. "Imagine his son finding you with it." "Well, I can't sell it back to him, can I? Cunt's dead." "Break the chicken off, then." John flips the knife and bangs the decoration on a stone. After a while it breaks off, but now he finds he doesn't like it anymore, so he throws it in the water. They sit for a bit and watch the other archers going about their business, lifting visors, cutting the leather arming points, stealing rings, weapons, purses, anything. One laughs when another treads in a coil of blue guts that have spilled from a man who's come off worst against something sharp. Hugh is sitting a little apart from the rest of them, looking out to sea. His face is the colour of goose fat. Thomas calls over to him. "You all right, Hugh?" Hugh shakes his head but says nothing, just gestures to the nearest dead body. There are tears in his eyes, vomit on his livery, and he is trembling. His arrow bag is full. "Once we get to London, it'll all be over," Daffyd says. "The king'll get rid of whoever it is we're trying to get him to get rid of, and then we'll all be home for the harvest." "Got to be home for the harvest anyway," Brampton John says. "Can't let me old ma get it in. I hate them fields, though." Walter returns with Geoffrey. "Back to the ship, you lot," Geoffrey calls. "Fetch the stuff up. We need to get moving if we're to find somewhere dry to sleep tonight." They pick their way back across the market square, but have to wait by the town gate while prisoners are led down to the harbour. One of them is wearing fine armour, the beaver broken, obviously high-born. "Who's that?" "Fuck knows," Walter says. "Taking him back to Calais anyway, so that's where he'll get his." He chops one hand onto the palm of his other to make the noise of an axe falling on a wooden block. The knight hesitates mid-step. He's no more than a boy, really, with clear skin and big frightened eyes. But then an unshaven soldier in Fauconberg's livery pushes him from behind, and on he goes. By the time they are back aboard the carrack, Johnson is dead. He lies in a pool of blood to one side, the arrow still in his thigh, his head thrown back, lips blue, face as colourless as the moon. "Saw he was still moving," the master says with a shrug. "Thought he was just wounded." They gather their gear, and between them they carry Johnson's body in a hammock down the makeshift gangplank. They load it onto a cart. There are no oxen to be had, so they have to wheel it themselves through the town. Once they are through, they find a burial party at work with spades and mattocks in a field. 3 priests and 2 heralds are counting the bodies. They unload Johnson, distribute his valuables, and swing him into the trench. Beyond the graveyard is the common ground where Fauconberg is making camp. More men with shovels are throwing up earthworks, while others cut stakes from the nearby woods. A fire is being lit near a red bell-shaped tent with a yellow trim, and a man is erecting Fauconberg's banner on a spear. Others in unfamiliar liveries are milling about, each waiting to speak to his heralds. "See," Simon says, "men are flocking to our colours now." They put up their tent in the corner of the camp and then scavenge some wood from a barn for their fire. They sit on their helmets by the flames and watch as men queue to join Fauconberg's army. There is every sort of soldier, from swineherds with rough iron bills and glaives, all the way up to knights with liveried retinues. Some of the soldiers they've been fighting only that day are returning to join up. Companies and contingents bring with them carts laden with barrels and sacks and their women and children, and as evening descends, the army has already doubled its size. "Be invincible soon," Daffyd laughs. "Wait till we get to Canterbury before you say that," Walter says. "That's the first real test." Canterbury. Even the mention of it hurts Thomas. He looks around for Catherine, but then remembers. "How far is it?" he asks. "A day," Geoffrey guesses. "Not far." Rain sets in. They retreat into the tent and stand peering out as the fires hiss and are slowly extinguished. It doesn't stop for the next 2 days, and by the 3rd the camp is a stinking quagmire. Men slip and fall, horses slip and fall, armour and weapons rust. Thomas's jack doubles its weight. Men relieve themselves from the earthwork walls. They are waiting on the Earl of Warwick, still in Calais. "Why doesn't he just hurry up?" Dafydd asks. "Seems I've spent half my life waiting for the bloody Earl of Warwick and a favourable bloody wind." "Favourable wind," Owen repeats, rolling onto one buttock and farting. It is still raining the next morning when the ships come in. Thomas is drinking ale with Geoffrey under the sodden straw awning of an alewife's house. She is looking at them because together they take up most of the space and there is little room for any other customers. They are talking about Hugh. "He's a boy," Thomas is saying. "He should be still at home, not seeing all this." He gestures at the marketplace where now the rain has washed the blood from the cobbles and all that remains of the fight are broken windows, starred stonework, arrows stuck in thatched roofs like pins in a cushion. One wall is still sooty and pocked where the gun exploded. Geoffrey laughs. "Listen to you, Thomas. Ha! Like the old soldier all of a sudden." Thomas thinks for a moment. Christ, Geoffrey is right. All the things he's done. The men he's killed. Look at his hands. Blood in the creases. Dear God. "I'm plenty been to fight younger than Hugh," Geoffrey is saying. "I was in France when I was his age, and Walter, well, how old was he when he first went to the wars? 3, 4? The ale leaves a wet crescent on Geoffrey's upper lip. "But Hugh feels things," Thomas goes on. "Did you see him after we landed? He'd vomited on himself and soiled his hose. He'd not loosed an arrow." Geoffrey looks away, as if it is somehow his fault. "I'll make sure he has more ale next time." "It is not want of pluck, I think." Geoffrey shrugs. "Perhaps you're right," he says. "Perhaps he shouldn't be here. Perhaps he should be in a monastery." Thomas opens and shuts his mouth. A boy comes through the harbour gate where the portcullis has been broken down and already taken away by a smith. "The Earl of Warwick is come!" he shouts, and they begin drinking up. By the time Warwick has disembarked, word has got out. Men and women and children are ignoring the rain and have come to watch. Warwick rides the same beautiful black horse he rode hunting that day, and he is wearing a travelling cloak with a cross of St. George on a tabard underneath. It is a gesture to please the common soldier and to let the people know he has not come to make war on their king. As he passes, the crowd shout their greetings and thank him for coming. Men bless him. "A Warwick!" they cry. "A Warwick!" "Why do they love him so?" Thomas asks. He remembers seeing Warwick after the hunt. Hastings would not be drawn on what had happened in the forest, but it was the Earl who shot Richard, and the Earl who rode away in haste. "You can't blame them, Thomas," Geoffrey is telling him. "He's kept the narrow sea free of pirates these past years, free of Frenchmen, more than the king could ever do." They stand at the side of the road that leads up to Fauconberg's camp, and as Warwick rides past them, his glance falls on them and his face twitches with recognition. His smile clouds, his eyes snap to the front. He rides on, his fist clenched by his hip. "But he is a bastard," Geoffrey says quietly. "That much I will say." The Duke of York's son, the Earl of March, is next, much the bigger man, on a beautiful grey destrier. Thomas last saw him after the skirmish at Newnham. He is smiling and waving and laughing, and even from where Thomas stands he can see why. A little farther along the street is a tall young woman in a dark green kirtle. Her hat is high on her head and her chest is plump. One glance at her makes the spit in Thomas's mouth dry. As the Earl of March rides past her, he makes his horse skitter on the cobbles, sparks fly. He makes a show of soothing the horse, patting its neck. Then, when the horse is calmed, he takes off his hat and speaks to the woman, who blushes, and all the while her husband stands at her shoulder, smiling fatly. After a minute, the Earl of March rides on with a long backward glance. Next comes Warwick's father, the Earl of Salisbury, slumped in his saddle, glaring from under the brim of his hat where raindrops are gathered in a line. He looks at the people as if they are in his way and somehow responsible for the rain. As he passes, the little crowd falls silent. Behind him, by some distance, comes Sir John Fakenham, his small pony being led by William Hastings. Hastings's face is green, as if he has not enjoyed the passage and does not trust himself swaying on the back of a horse. A lad wearing his black bull badge is leading Hastings's horse a few yards behind, and even the horse looks ill. Sir John sees Geoffrey and Thomas and waves them over. They greet one another with handshakes.
"Thanks be to you that are still with us. I hear they put up a fight."
Geoffrey nods.
"And what's the reckoning?"
Sir John asks.
2 dead, Geoffrey says. 2 boys from Orme.
Sir John pulls a face.
"If you give me their names, though I know not how I'll ever get word to their families. By all the saints, this is a bloody business. Englishmen killing Englishmen."
"And what of Richard, Sir John?" Geoffrey asks. Sir John's face puckers.
"He's with Kit aboard some damned carrack that has been cruelly knocked up, with that old pirate as a master. But she sailed on the same tide and should be off the coast now. That friend of yours is a born surgeon, Thomas. My Lord of Warwick is sending his own man over, a physician, and just as soon as Richard is settled, he shall have the best attention money can buy."
Thomas smiles to think of Catherine. He glances down towards the dock, where her ship should be arriving. There are more horsemen coming up from the ships now, and it takes him a moment to realise he is looking at a man in a bishop's headgear among them. When he sees him, Thomas instantly turns his back on Sir John and disappears into the crowds. "Thomas," he hears Geoffrey call, "where are you going?" It is not the bishop he fears, but the man riding.
CD 6.
Chapter 15. Catherine is standing at the ship's rail when the Mary nudges against the dock at Sandwich for the 2nd time in 4 days. The ship is now patched with blood-stained sailcloth, and her timbers are scorched and studded with broken arrows. "Stand by," her master calls, and the Genoese cook, now promoted to sailor, throws a line for the boys on the dockside. Catherine returns to the waist, where Richard lies face down, loosely tied to a softwood plank. He is asleep. When she peers up over the ship's rail, she sees Thomas and Geoffrey waiting on the dockside, and she feels the warmth of relief. Both are alive. The state of the carrack had given her cause to fear the worst, but now here they are, shoulders hunched against the rain, waiting with a carter and an ox. Thomas looks older, strained somehow, and she sees the burned houses, the smashed windows, the pitted stones. "Was it bad?" she asks when she is ashore. "Nothing we haven't seen before," Geoffrey answers for him. "Though we missed you. Johnson's gone, dead, and the other Thomas too, God keep their souls. The rest are fine, though. How's himself?" He nods at Richard. "I think he's through the worst of it," she says. Richard still looks terrible. His face is fallen in and his skin tinged with a feverish rosiness around his eyes and mouth. She doesn't tell them how bad it has been, how close she's come to calling a priest. They lift him up on his plank, and together they carry him down the gangway onto the dockside. He groans as they load him onto the cart. Geoffrey sits with the carter while Thomas and Catherine walk behind. "Lamb is here," he tells her. "I know. He sailed on the ship before mine. I thought I was unlucky not to be sailing with Sir John, who would at least have insisted Richard have some ale, but we were delayed, and then the bishop and his retinue joined Sir John's ship. After that I was glad. And he still said nothing. Not so far." When he had accosted her by the trough at the fort, after Richard had been wounded, she had denied his accusation. Thomas had heard her voice raised and had loomed over the cleric, and, with Geoffrey behind him and the rest of the men returning from the butts just then, Lamb backed away and pretended to have made a mistake. He'd said no more, and once they had carried Richard inside, Lamb had ridden away with William Hastings without a backward glance. As soon as he was gone, Catherine had hurried up the steps to where they slept and had started gathering her things. "He will be back tomorrow," she'd said, "with the friars." Thomas tried to persuade her that no one in Calais was going to listen to Lamb. "Warwick needs every soldier he can keep," he'd said. "No one will care if we are apostate."
She'd known then that she must tell him she was more than an apostate, but still something held her back, and now here they are back in England with Canterbury only a day's march away. But who is he? Thomas wants to know. The bishop, I mean. His name is Capini. Sir John says he is a Frenchie from somewhere called Italy. He comes straight from the Pope himself. Thomas laughs. The Pope? She smiles too. Even the word Pope feels foolish on her lips. It reminds her of the night they met the pardoner in the woods and they found themselves talking about the king. Such people weren't for them to discuss. The cart rumbles on through the town until they reach the camp. Here the mud has become thick and pale, the sort to pull a man's boot off, and the rain doesn't look like stopping soon, if ever. When they unload Richard from the cart, he wakes. "How was it?" he croaks. His lips are cracked and his breath foul. He cannot open his eyes properly. "You didn't miss a thing," Geoffrey soothes. "They turned tail as soon as they saw us." "There was no fight?" Geoffrey shakes his head. Richard closes his eyes. "Is Kit here?" he asks. "I'm here," she answers. Richard is relieved and drifts off again. They take him into the tent where Sir John is already sitting on his cushion on his chest. After he has bent and kissed his son, he turns to Catherine. "I have good news, Kit," he says. "My lord the Earl of Warwick is sending the physician over this morning, a fellow called Fournier. He has a great reputation." Catherine can think of nothing to say. "It is no reflection on your care," he goes on. "No man can have wished for a more attentive nurse, and Hastings has been boasting of your skills with the knife far and wide." "He is a kind man, William Hastings," she says. Sir John agrees. After Sir John leaves, she crouches in the tent next to Richard and tries to make sense of it all. She still has no idea what to do. She will have to leave soon, before Thomas can take her before the prior of all, but she cannot simply abandon Richard. Perhaps this physician will reassure her. But when Fournier turns up, she is still unsure. "Master Dominic Fournier," his servant announces, holding open the tent flap as the physician steps in. He is wearing a velvet cloak, greasy at the worn lapels, and a sagging fur hat sprouting an array of damp goose feathers. He is poorly shaved, and his dark eyebrows meet in the middle. He looks anxious, as if he might be unmasked at any moment. "Do you have wine?" he asks. "Any will do." "None," she says. He nods. "Very well, then let us make this short. Boy, expose the wound." The boy looks at Catherine for permission. He is grey-faced, with a clipped right ear, from which, for a moment, Catherine cannot take her gaze. She wonders absently how strange it is that one rarely sees men with clipped ears. What happens to the boys? Do only a few live long enough to become men? She does not want the boy to touch the wound, so she bends and peels back the dressing herself. She hears Fournier suck his teeth, then sniff the air. The wound is black-lipped and slightly puckered, the skin around it rosy and delicate, fine as silk. Something glistens between its lips. Catherine knows that the wound is healing, and she is pleased, no, astonished, by what she has managed. "Yes, yes," Fournier says. "It is as I feared. The wound has cured from the outside in. It has sealed in the hot, wet humour. It needs cauterizing. We'll need a fire." Catherine stands. "You are going to burn him?" Panic makes her voice high. "It is the only way," Fournier says. "We must clean the wound from within with fire, then we shall bleed him. Such a wound, particularly in such a place, unbalances the humours. We need to make a small incision between the fingers, there." He points at Richard's limp hand with a long point of his pattern. "It is connected to the functions of the liver, and the moon is in an auspicious quarter for cutting." He gestures upwards. Catherine stares at him a moment. Something begins growing within her, a physical force that shakes her narrow frame, fills her skin. It is always this way when she puts herself in harm's way. The prioress once suggested it was the presence of the devil within her and beat her for it, as if this might expel the demon.
Now she crosses to where Thomas has left the giant's poleaxe against one of the tent braces. It is lighter than she remembers, but the weight of its head gives it fearsome impetus, and when she picks it up, it levels itself at Fournier's belly. He steps back. "If you so much as touch him," she says, "I will run you through." Catherine has never been more certain of anything, and yet, what is she doing? She is threatening the Earl of Warwick's personal physician with a poleaxe. Fournier takes a step back. Spots of high colour have come into his cheeks, and his mouth quavers. He slips off his pattens as they catch in the mud. "You are mad!" he squeaks. She jabs the axe at him. "Out," she says. "Get out." "You have not heard the last of this," Fournier cries as he backs through the tent flaps. "You have not heard, do you hear?" He is away before she can think of anything to say. His boy stoops to collect his pattens and runs out after him. When Geoffrey comes to find her, Richard is asleep under a rug, breathing steadily. They say nothing for a moment, but it is clear Geoffrey is exasperated. "Sir John is upset," he says. Catherine says nothing. She does not know what to say. The shame weighs on her. "Whatever were you thinking?" he goes on. "He is the Earl of Warwick's personal physician." She shakes her head and closes her eyes to stop the tears. She can still think of nothing to say. Why can she not be content to let things pass? But then, he was going to burn Richard. That cannot be a right thing to do. "You're an odd one, Kit, and no mistake. And if you haven't been looking after Richard so well, then, well, I don't know. You'd have had your ear clipped long ago." She thinks of Fournier's grubby boy and nods tightly. She swallows. "As it is," Geoffrey goes on, "keep out of his way for a day or two." Later that day, the order comes to break camp. "Thank the Lord for that," Thomas says. But if he thinks breaking camp will mean getting away from Fournier or Lamb, he is mistaken, for the news comes down that the bishop is to travel with them. "Warwick hopes to persuade him to excommunicate the king's army." Sir John laughs while he watches them start clearing their tents in the rain. When they have the cart loaded, they leave the town of Sandwich and begin up the Roman road towards Canterbury. 1,000 years old and still mostly passable. In the fields either side of them, water lies in the hollows, and anyone who leaves the road comes back with mud up to his knees. "Never seen it rain so," one of them says. "Wheat'll rot if it goes on like this." "Everything'll bloody rot if it goes on like this. We'll bloody rot." They cross a river that has broken its banks. Swans sail on the fields. Still the rain comes down. But still men join them. Soon the towers of the cathedral break the skyline ahead. Catherine is walking next to Hugh, just behind the cart. Every step towards the city pains her, but she cannot think what to do. Panic has reduced her to indecision. "I can't stand it again," Hugh whispers to her. She looks up. "Stand what?" Hugh looks about them, down the column, seeing if it is safe to speak. He sees something or someone and shakes his head. They walk on in silence until he stops again. Here the trees have closed in on the road, the bushes are thick with leaf. An archer is squatting over a ditch. "Goodbye, Kit," Hugh says, and he holds out a slim hand. Catherine takes it. It is cool, like holding a fish. "You're going?" she asks. He nods. "I am not strong enough," he says. Then he steps off the road onto the grass verge. A moment later, he is gone. Catherine opens her mouth to call after him, to tell him to stop, to come back, or to wait for her. She does not know which. Come on, Daffyd says as he and Thomas push up against her from behind, and she turns again and walks on. Ahead of them, the banners are hanging in damp folds. Men huddle within their cloaks. Walter drops back from the cart. He is carrying 4 bags of arrows. He gives one to Thomas. "Try to keep 'em dry," he says. "You'll need 'em first thing tomorrow." He looks around for a moment. "Where's that streak of piss, Hugh?" he asks. Thomas shrugs. Walter glances at her. She shrugs too, but differently, and Walter understands. He steps off the road and peers back along the lines. "Silly fucker," he says.
Hope to God the prickers don't get him. They'll hang him from a branch soon as look at him. They walk on. So that is Hugh, she thinks. Gone. And will she ever see him again? Ever find out what happens to him? Some cows in an orchard watch them pass. We should take one, Daffyd says. Never know when you're going to need a cow. Touch one of them and the Earl of Warwick will have you drowned in a puddle. What about a swan? Same thing. But look about you, Daffyd exclaims. Look, there's so much here. I've never seen anything like it. It's all orchards everywhere. Pear trees, plum trees, cherry trees. What's that? A bloody chestnut tree. And all those birds. Partridges and peafowls and pheasants. And that's without even talking about the sheep. Sheep, Owen says. And where is everybody? It's like it all goes on without anyone looking. There are fat chickens loose in every village, and well-kept inns where they serve beer brewed from imported hops, and serve it in pewter cups with cheese pies and buttered peas, and every step she takes only brings her nearer the gallows. Just then there is a blaring of trumpets and shouting from behind them. Make way! Stand aside there! It is the Earl of Warwick riding past in full armour, his visor up, followed by a body of men in armour, their hooves throwing up mud as they pass. As they pass, though, men begin to lift their heads. They start to stride forward. Catherine shakes her head. Why they cannot see him for what he is, she does not know. A moment later the Earl of March rides past, languid, with less of the bustle, and then came the others. Salisbury and Fauconberg and their household men, their banners held stiff despite the rain. Then the Bishop Capini, and last, Lamb. Late for their supper, I bet, Daffyd sneers. That night they camp on the common land outside the silver-grey walls of Canterbury, and in the still of the night, such as it is, Catherine gathers her things, her knife, her few clothes, the spare hood, and she puts them in her bag, and waits. Chapter 16. The sound of trumpets and men shouting in the dawn. Stand to! Stand to! Come on, you lazy dogs! Get up and stand to! It is Walter, at the tent flap. Fleeting shadows cross the canvas as men go about their business by the fire's light, scuffling and cursing in the gloom. Thomas rolls to his feet and straps the bracer on his forearm. He forces his still, raw fingers into his blood-stiff glove. Catherine is already awake, her eyes open in the dark. Good luck, she says, and God be with you. You too, Kit, you too. She throws her blanket off and stands, smelling of sleep and warmth. No, Thomas, she says. I mean it. She grips his hand. He smiles. The way she behaves can still surprise him. Me too, he says. She is unblinking in the dark. He has to pull his hand free of hers, and he feels her stare following him as he leaves the tent. Something is wrong, but what? Outside, Geoffrey is shirtless, his hairy belly silvery like a moon in the dawn. He is emptying a jug of ale into his mouth as two boys march past, one hoisting a banner, the other beating a drum like a heart. Ba-boom, ba-boom. Men are falling in behind them, their faces black and smoke smutted from the fires they've tended through the night. There is a strong smell of horses. Archers to the front, a man shouts from his saddle, though they all know what is expected of them. Archers to the front, find your mark, quickly now. Thomas finds his spot. They are in a grass meadow a little way off the road, the ground under their feet soggy, copses of elms and oaks to both sides. Behind them, the men-at-arms and the billmen are forming up, rattling in their armour plate, 5 or 6 deep. Some of the billmen are carrying just farm tools, a hayfork, a knife lashed to a pole to make a glaive, all of them on the lookout for better weapons for the next time. These are the naked men, the scrapings of the recruitment barrel, the men who make up the numbers for the commissions of array.
Others are carrying bills, hammers, axes, swords, mauls, pikes and spears. Most have a helmet and some have gauntlets. None of it matches, and most of it has been looted at least once before, if not twice. Gathered under their banners are the armoured knights and the men-at-arms, the household men of those who can afford to pay them. The men of the Earl of Warwick take the central division straddling the road, and those of March take the left flank, while Fauconberg's men occupy the right. It is easy to see March. He is the tallest man on the field, his banner long and fish-tailed. "A Fauconberg! Come on, lively now!" The day comes slowly. What has been invisible in the dark becomes discernible in the light, and they find themselves facing the town walls across a ditch and a stretch of broad water meadows. Before the gates of the city, to one side of the road, is a small hamlet clustered around the squat tower of another church, and beyond are some earthworks from which a man with a donkey and a spade moves off sharply when he sees what is afoot. In the city, men are moving between the battlements of the gatehouse, and there are more on the walls too. Thomas imagines them staring back out at the besieging army, trying to estimate their number and disposition, gauging their banners, waiting and wondering. The bells begin a steady toll. "Easy now, lads," Geoffrey is telling them. "Check your equipment. Take the time to make sure you've got everything you need. Check your arrows, check your bow, then take a drink." Ahead of them in the hamlet they can see a number of men in livery, some of them horsemen. They can hear the slide of harness and the stamp of horses' hooves. "Here they come," Dafydd says. He bends and makes a sign of the cross on the mud beneath his feet. Then he takes a piece of earth in his mouth and knocks an arrow. So do all the other archers. A priest walks ahead of them, intoning the paternoster, blessing them as he goes. They all kneel. Thomas can hardly swallow. "I hate this bit," Red John says next to him. Even in the gloom, Thomas can see John's eyes are unnaturally bright. He wishes he had a wineskin with him or a mug of ale. It is easier with a drink. "Wait for the order," Walter murmurs. He licks his finger and checks the wind. There is none. A party of well-mounted horsemen ride forward from their lines up the road and into the hamlet. "Who are they?" Thomas asks. "Heralds," an archer at the front says. "Warwick herald there." They relax. Red John stabs his arrow back into the ground. The horsemen, about 5 of them in different coloured tabards, dismount and leave their horses for a servant. "Harley it is," Walter says. "See if we're going to fight." Thomas finds his lips moving in prayer. Time passes. The light grows stronger. Someone is sick. Men laugh. Thomas holds out his hand and watches it tremble. It will be better when it starts. He wishes he'd had something to eat, and he still craves something to drink. Anything. Then, suddenly, instantly, he is no longer afraid. He is bored. He thinks about Catherine. She has been behaving strangely since they returned to England. Perhaps it is being so close to Canterbury. He looks across at the spire of the cathedral and thinks about returning to orders again. He looks at his hands. How they have changed their shape. They are calloused and square now, firm with muscle, and all that remains to mark his former life is a dent in his forefinger where he held the reed. His arms must have doubled their girth. Now he tries to imagine the prior of all, just beyond the city walls, seated over some wine in a room very like the almonry. He can see him receiving Catherine back into the order, and then what? Here the picture becomes vague. He cannot imagine her standing before the prior in her stained jack, her hacked-off hair, with her hose sagging around her ankles. He cannot imagine her bowing her head to some old man. Perhaps he will have to find her some sort of dress and headgear. It will be the least he can do. And the last thing he can do, for once they say goodbye, that will be the end. He will never see her again. He remembers suddenly her feverish grip that morning and her heartfelt wishes. He hawks and spits on the ground. Dafydd has found something to eat and his fingers are greasy with meat juices. He offers a bone to Thomas, then quickly drops it as he sees something moving. He snatches up his bow again. "Here we go." The heralds emerge from between two cottages in the hamlet and canter across to where Warwick waits with his men under his banner. There is a brief conversation. After a moment, Warwick forces his horses forwards so that he is alone in front of the army. Then he turns and faces them, stands in his stirrups, and tips back his visor so that they can see his face, a pale square. He raises his arms and gestures. Thomas cannot make it out, but those who can begin cheering. "Bloody hell's he up to?" Trumpets and horns begin too, and then the bells in the cathedral begin a celebratory peal. "He's done it!" someone shouts. "They've opened the gates!" Along the line, the men begin cheering. "A Warwick! A Warwick!" Another party of horsemen ride out from the hamlet, more heralds. Up the road, the city gates are pushed open from within. Canterbury and the Archbishop have declared for the Duke of York. There will be no fighting. Not today, at least. Thomas feels a mix of emotions. Relief, of course. But now he will have to say goodbye to Catherine. They disperse back to their tents and Thomas goes to find her. His heart is heavy with what is to come, what he must say, but he has imagined this part many times. He thinks he knows what he will tell her, and how. "Where's Kit?" he asks. No one has seen her. He helps Geoffrey with dinner, one eye out for her, but she does not appear. When the food is ready, they sit on the earthwork wall, yawning with fatigue, spooning stewed mutton into their mouths. Above them, their jacks hang from the branches of a hawthorn tree, drying in the weak sunlight. "Anyone seen Kit?" Geoffrey asks. "Richard's asking after him." No one has seen her since they'd been called to stand to. "Probably found an inn somewhere," Brampton John says, though there are none to be seen. "See if you can find him, Thomas, will you? Tell him Richard needs him." Thomas nods. In the tent there is no sign of Catherine's pack. Trumpets begin blowing in the camp again. Drums are beating. Horses cross the meadows. A Te Deum has been sung in the cathedral, and the earls have paid their respects at the shrine of St. Thomas, and now Walter returns to the camp. Come on, he says. "Let's get cracking." And they move up and begin the weary process of breaking camp once more. There is still no sign of Catherine. Carts are already starting to wheel along the road and in through the city gates when a handful of horsemen come riding through the chaos, shouting that they are looking for Sir John Fakenham's company. They are Warwick's men, on good mounts. "That's us," Walter tells them. "Found a boy of yours," their vintner says, "making his way across the country. Hardly worth the trouble keeping him, he's so skinny, but the Earl wants examples set. Anyone slipping away gets theirs." He gestures towards a party of men threading their way through the breaking camp. Between them, Catherine, hands bound, dragging her feet. She looks so small, so round-shouldered and miserable that even Thomas mistakes her for a boy. Walter stands with his hands on his hips. "Christ," he spits. "What do you want us to do with him?" "Hang him." Thomas feels a chill grip him. The atmosphere hardens. Colours spring to life, lines sharpen. "Hang him? What the Earl wants." Catherine stares at the ground. She has a bruise under one eye. "What were you thinking, girlie?" Walter asks. Catherine says nothing. "He's just a boy," Thomas tells the vintner. We can't hang him." The vintner looks down from his horse. "Who are you to say?" "Dear God." "Look, he's right," Geoffrey says. "Kit, how old are you?" Catherine will still not talk. "He's 14, for the love of God," Thomas says. The vintner lifts his hand from the saddle. "Could be 2 for all I care," he says. "The Earl of Warwick wants an example." The men look at one another. Others are stopping to stare. "Oh, Christ. There must be some, mistake," Thomas says. "Kit's no reason to run." "He's nowhere to run to," one of the men says. "Why'd you do it, Kit?"
She will not answer. The vintner is growing impatient. "You're not listening," he says. "There's nothing I can do about it. Either you do it or we do it." One of the horsemen has a rope. He is surveying the hawthorn for a suitable bough. "Thomas," Walter mutters, "go and find Sir John. He's the only one can get Kit out of this." "Where is he?" "Try the watch tent. He'll be near Fauconberg." Thomas tries to catch Catherine's eye before he turns and runs, tries to reassure her that he's doing something, but she remains staring at the ground, acknowledging none. He runs through the camp to its centre. Fauconberg, March and Warwick have all been to the cathedral to hear the Te Deum and are riding north together. No one has seen Sir John. A bell rings in the city. Time is passing. He begins a prayer, his footfalls punctuating the Latin lines. He abandons it halfway through. He is sick with panic. Where is he? Where is Sir John? He thinks of Catherine, a rope around her neck, legs kicking in mid-air, hanging in the hawthorn branches with the laundry. Oh, Christ, he cannot stand it. He runs through the lines and back again, looking where he's already looked. Where is the old man? Surely he cannot have gone far without Geoffrey's help. "Thomas!" he hears a man cry. Half the men in the camp are called Thomas, but Thomas recognises William Hastings' voice. He is at the head of a table with some men Thomas does not recognise. They are drinking wine, and there is a pie on a board and a small dish of salt. "Thomas Everingham, hero of Newham, come and join us in a drink," Hastings calls. "I cannot, sir, I'm looking for Sir John," he explains in a hurry. "Not because of the surgeon fellow. I thought Sir John had managed to sort that out." "It's not that. They've caught him trying to run." Hastings springs to his feet. "But he's... Christ, what a waste. No, we can't have that. Lead me to him. My word counts for something, enough perhaps to delay the inevitable." When they find her again, Catherine is standing under a tree in her shirt, with her hat pushed back. She looks pitifully thin, and in the watery sunlight her skin is translucent. One of Warwick's men stands behind her, bending the damp rope to form a noose. Walter is still arguing with the vintner. Catherine will still say nothing. It is as if she has already left them. "Hold fast, hold up there." When he sees Hastings, the vintner touches his knuckle to his helmet. "Sir," he says, "you can't mean to hang this boy." "Earl of Warwick's orders, sir. Caught him the other side of the village over there, put up a fight, saved us a deal of time and trouble if we killed him there and then, but his lordship wants an example made, so..." Hastings turns to Catherine. "Is this true?" Still Catherine says nothing. She will not even look at him. "Kit, you must say something in your defence, otherwise..." "Get on and hang him," someone in the crowd jeers. The soldier throws the rope over the tree above her head. "Look, he's a little un," he says, finding the branches thin. Hastings holds out his hand. "There'll be no one hanged here," he says. The vintner is surprised. "You'll take responsibility?" Hastings nods, but he is anxious. To countermand the Earl of Warwick is no small thing. "I will," he says. "I will." Thomas feels his heart beat again. The crowd is disappointed. "Piss off, all of you," Walter snarls. The vintner nods to his men. The one with the rope pulls it down again and folds it into a sack. It is difficult to read his face. Is he disappointed or relieved? The others mount their horses. "I don't suppose this is the last we've heard of this," Hastings tells them, "but keep an eye on the boy and don't let him wander off again." Walter nods. "Thank you, sir," he says. "I'd better find old Warwick before he finds me," Hastings says. His gaze lingers on Catherine, who will still not speak, and whose expression has hardly changed. "A handsome lad you are, Kit, if only you'd fill out a bit, and you'll never do that if you're hanging by your neck from a tree." Again there is nothing from Catherine, and with one last nod to Thomas and Walter, Hastings parts the crowd and strides off back the way he has come. Walter exhales. "Christ on his cross, girlie, Christ on his cross!" A single tear slides down Catherine's cheek. "Don't do that again, do you hear?" Walter barks. If you do, then we'll all bloody well hang, and I am not hanging for a strip like you, understand? Catherine nods. Thomas, Walter says, you keep an eye on him. Find out why the bloody hell he ran and make sure he doesn't do it again, understand? They sit together on the bank under the branches where the clothes are still drying. Why? Thomas asks. After all we've been through. When you were so close to Canterbury. She shakes her head. I will tell you, she says. But first I must sleep. I'm so tired I can hardly lift my head. She has been watching over Richard for more than a week with no proper sleep, he supposes, and relief at escaping the rope must have diminished her too, and so now she lies on the bank and sleeps so soundly that even the men packing up and taking their still damp clothes from the branches above do not wake her. Thomas fetches her blanket and drapes it over her. He sits by her and stares at her, and tears well in his eyes when he thinks how nearly he lost her. Later, Sir John appears. He looks fretful and is leaning heavily on Geoffrey's arm in great pain. Geoffrey, too, looks anxious. They have come from Warwick's tent, and the news is not good. Hastings did what he could, he said, but punishment must be seen to be done, or it ain't punishment. He wants Kit's ear clipped. Thomas closes his eyes. Well, now we'll see what he's made of, Walter says. Wake him up, will you, Tom? Walter never calls Thomas Tom. No one ever has, except his father and the Dean. He crouches over Catherine. She looks peaceful, snoring gently under her blanket. He rests his hand on her shoulder. Kit, he says. Kit. She wakes and looks at him for a moment. I was having a dream, she smiles. She sits up and stretches, then looks at him again. The men are gathered around, looking at her. What is it? She asks. The Earl of Warwick, Thomas tells her. She is still. What does he want? Your ear. My ear? She does not look especially frightened. He wants it clipped, he goes on, gesturing in case she has not understood. Catherine frowns. Ah, she says. Then, how do they do it? Scissors. He hears her swallow. Her eyes are wide and she looks around. Will you do it? She asks. Me? She nods. He stares at her. He feels sick at the thought. He cannot stop himself glancing at the pink tip of her ear. If you want, he says. She nods again. Get plenty of linen, will you? And keep the pardoner's salve to hand? Walter is standing by. Here, he says. He holds out a pair of iron shears still warm from the grinding wheel. Nearby, Sir John stands way-faced. Sorry it has to come to this, Kit, he says. My Lord of Warwick is adamant, though, and it is only through the good graces of William Hastings that you are not swinging from the tree. It will make a good story for your grandchildren one day, but I do not suppose it will improve your looks. The men watch silently. You want to take your shirt off, Kit? She shakes her head. Sit, then. They take away Sir John's cushion and they sit her on the chest. A group of stable boys appear, summoned to witness the punishment, and one brings a drum he intends to beat until Walter threatens him with a knife. Thomas looks at the shears in the palm of his hand and squeezes them together and lets them spring apart a couple of times. Put them in the fire for a bit, Walter says, passing him a cloth. Get them good and hot. Help seal the cut. Catherine sits there, and he remembers first cutting her hair back on the staiths in Boston. Then he bends and puts the blades over the embers for as long as he can stand it. His hands are shaking. Geoffrey stands behind her, ready to catch her, and over her head, he nods. She tilts her head, exposing the line of her throat and her small right ear. Thomas takes the shears and moves quickly, brushing aside her hair and cutting down across the top of her ear with a sharp snip. He feels the rubbery tag of the ear under the slide of the blades, a moment of toughness, then a give, and then the smooth snick of the scissors. He is through. Hot blood covers his fingers.
She stiffens and thrashes, kicking his shins, but does not scream. Geoffrey holds her tight. Thomas's nostrils are filled with the smell of burning flesh and hair. He drops the shears and turns away. Walter stoops and tosses the piece of ear onto the flames, then kicks the shears out of sight. Geoffrey holds Catherine to him, soothing her, stroking the back of her head. "It's all right, lad," he says. "It's all right. It's over now. The pain'll soon go." He winks at Thomas. "Well done," he mouths. All right, Walter bellows. "Show's over. Piss off, all of you." The men and boys drift away. Thomas applies the linen swabs to her wound. It is not bleeding as much as he'd have thought, and he wonders if perhaps Walter was right about the heated blades. Catherine is grey-faced, where she is not gummy with her own blood. "We'll stay here tonight, Geoffrey," Sir John is saying. "Give them time to get over all this. Let's turn in early, though. And only small beer, you understand?" Geoffrey nods. A strange atmosphere lingers. "We can hear Mass in the cathedral tomorrow," Geoffrey says. "Thank the Lord for small mercies." Thomas helps Catherine back to Richard's tent. He is asleep on good thick sheepskin now, brought from the sale of his horse, and Catherine lies down on his old mattress next to him. Thomas brings a bowl of water and some linen, and he begins washing her face. "Can I bring you ale?" he asks. "It might numb the pain." She nods with her eyes only. "Thomas," she says, You know. She stops. She glances at Richard where he lies in feverish sleep. Thomas thinks she is about to tell him why she has run. "What?" he asks. "You know I can never return to the Priory now." He sits back on his haunches. Dear God, he had not thought of that. Then he dips the linen into the water and wipes away more blood under her neck. He needs time to think. "By the saints, Catherine, I am sorry." She smiles. "No," she says. "No, it is a good thing." He pauses. "How can that be? Do you not want to go back to the Priory?" She places her hand on the bandage over her ear. He feels a fool. Of course, she does not want to go back to the Priory. "But what will you do?" "Seems I have no choice," she tells him. "Even if I had anywhere else to go, the Earl of Warwick wants me to stay." She smiles again. He smiles too, and is silent for a while. She closes her eyes as pain grips her. She relaxes when it has passed. "So you will stay?" he asks. She opens her eyes. "If you do, yes." A great weight is lifted. "The wheel of fortune," he laughs. "Just when you think you are down, you are up." She opens her eyes and looks at him for a long moment. "Yes," she says, "but then again, just when you think you are up, you are down." He grips her hand. She smiles once more, then turns over onto her side, her back to him, and goes to sleep. The tears course down his face, and he wipes them with the back of his wrist. "Bloody hell, Kit," he says. "Bloody hell." Chapter 17. The next morning they break camp and cross the water meadows and enter Canterbury through the gatehouse. The bells are ringing and people call out to them as they pass, wishing them luck in the name of St. James. Thomas walks with Catherine. She takes short, shuffling steps, gingerly, and leans against him now and then. She's pulled her hood up to cover her ear and face and walks looking down at her feet rather than up at the cathedral. In the suddenly cramped confines of the town, they are hemmed in by friars of every hue. "I would like to go to Mass again," she admits, her gaze rising quickly to the cathedral windows. "I have not made my confession since we left the Priory." Thomas hangs his head. "And we have much to confess," he says. Catherine says nothing. They walk on. "Will you confess to apostasy?" he asks. "I have not thought about it," she says, "and the truth is that I will not." "Then you will die unshriven. You'll be damned for eternal life." Catherine shakes her head. I don't believe leaving the priory was a sin. The prioress used to beat me with a hawthorn broom. She used to starve me. She chained me to a log and stretched me for a night, and the Lord knows what she had in mind for me had I stayed. Have you ever heard of a sister from a place in the north called Wotton? Thomas is staring at her. No, he says. She cannot tell if he believes her, but there is a curious, almost tender look in his eye. He raises his hand as if to touch her, then drops it. He shakes his head. Well, count yourself lucky, Catherine tells him, in more ways than one. The crowds pat them as they pass, and wine flows, and everywhere men and women are laughing. Thomas stops to buy some reeds and ink from an ink seller. She tells him he has paid too much, but what does either of them know? Then they are through the city gates again and out across the fields. The old road is dead straight, heading west where clouds threaten more rain. News spreads up and down the column that the Archbishop of Canterbury has thrown his lot in with the Earls of March and Warwick, and that he will be riding with them. Capini says it is all his doing, Sir John laughs from the back of his cart. Typical bloody Frenchy. Richard is sitting up. He is pale, very thin, still not talking much, just staring back at the cathedral spires as the town drops away behind them. There are dark circles under his eyes, and his skin is like that of a drowned man. But he no longer smells of contagion or of the grave, and Catherine is sure he is on the mend. For his sake, later that morning, they let Catherine ride with him, but she is conscious that she remains under a shadow. Sir John ignores her, though she sometimes catches him staring at her with an expression she cannot read. Is it regret? Anxiety? Now and again he leans forward to try to see her wound, but she has it well hidden under her cap. The cart creaks along, its wheels spinning through the long troughs of mud, jarring over the loose stones. Here and there the road has slipped away into the verge, and the men behind must steady it as she rolls, or they must put their shoulders to the wheels when it becomes stuck. The threatened rain begins to fall. She covers Richard in a travelling cloak and places a straw hat on his head, and after a while she is sure he is asleep, and she watches out for Thomas, walking behind with the others, a head taller than most of them. He smiles at her and rolls his eyes, and a smile breaks her own lips, and she feels a small thrill alike to that one feels with the first scent of spring. Men are still joining the column as it marches west, and each evening the scurriers return with the news that such and such a place has declared for the Duke of York and the Earl of Warwick instead of King Henry. Soon the men no longer cheer as one after another the towns and villages along their way send archers and billmen to join them, each contingent led by mounted men-at-arms under a new flag, a new banner. Even those men raised by order of the king join them, and the army drifts along the road like a flock of sheep, numbering many thousands. As the numbers grow, food becomes steadily more scarce. Despite the wealth of the land about them, ale isn't to be had. Not even in Rochester itself, where they camp under the stern walls of the castle before crossing the river. By then, the column stretches for more than 10 miles, and those at the back have less of everything than those at the front. Everything, that is, except mud and shit, both horse and human. Every night the column stops and a camp is built, earthworks and staves enclosing a town of tents. At the camp's centre, a watchfire is lit and the lords compete to have their tents erected as close by it as they can. The camp is divided into 4 quarters by 2 roads that intersect in the centre by the fire, and these roads quickly become impassable because of mud and drifting soldiery. In the morning, the camp is struck. Tents packed up and staves collected, fires doused and everything thrown into carts, and off they move, leaving the earthen walls and ditches, soot-blackened fire pits and a telltale cross of mud to mark their passage. And every day it rains. On Sunday they say Mass in the open air outside Gravesend, and the priest calls on the Lord to send them a let-up in the weather. It rains all that day too, but the next day is bright, and they take this as an omen, and by evening they wind their way through the hills above Southwark, and in the fading light they see London for the first time. The city is dominated by the spire of the Cathedral of St. Paul, finer than an arrow's bodkin head, and so high, Catherine thinks it must be a trick of the light. It is such a sight that the rest of the men line the hill and stare in silence for a while. The usual pall of wood and coal smoke hangs above the city, and the river is busy with all manner of boats toing and froing on its dimpled surface or moored against the wharves that line both banks. Downstream, on the other side, is the tower, a massive complex behind its serried walls and moats. But Catherine is more concerned with the churches. The skyline is crowded with spires and steeples, and there are more in the fields and villages beyond the walls. There is even one balancing on the bridge below them that looks as if it might topple one way or the other any moment. The place will be overrun with friars and priests, Catherine tells Thomas. The sooner we are gone from here, the better. Thomas ignores her. Geoffrey says the main body of the king's army is in the north, he says. Somewhere near Coventry. Coventry? Thomas nods. Where Riven was bound? Yes, Thomas says. The king thinks the Duke of York will come that way when he comes from Ireland, so he's there to meet him. But now we are here, behind him, he will have to do something about that, won't he? I suppose so, Thomas admits. Catherine pulls her face. It is the thought of much more travel. Will we go to them, do you think, or will they come to us? She asks. Thomas doesn't know. Perhaps we'll meet halfway, he says. It's all supposed to depend on tomorrow, and that if the aldermen of London close their gates to us, then we are sunk. Geoffrey says Warwick and March won't be able to borrow any money from the merchants there to buy us food or pay their liegemen to keep in the field any longer. The following day, men on horseback ride constantly through the camp, coming up from London with messages from the mayor and the aldermen of the city, taking them back from the Earls of Warwick and March. By the next morning, something has been settled, and the earls appear at daybreak wearing their finest clothes, and they make ready to lead the army across the bridge into London. The sense of relief is everywhere. The townspeople have welcomed us, Sir John explains as they roll down the hill, but by Christ it was a close-run thing. And what about the king's men? Catherine wonders. Surely they must fight. There are few enough of them left, and those that remain are expected to run, save perhaps Lord Scales, who has retreated to the tower. Even as they pass through the fields outside Southwark, they hear a distinct crack in the distance. Everybody flinches. After their experience at Sandwich, the men all fear the sound of guns, even Simon the braggart. A tiny finger of smoke erupts from the battlements above the donjon of the White Tower, away down the river. What is that? Lord Scales is firing on the city, St. John says. He always was mad. Even Walter is shocked. That's not right, he says. He'll be made to pay for that. Those at the head of the column are met by cheering crowds as they enter Southwark. Men and women and children and pigs and dogs stream out to greet the earls who are riding with the Archbishop and the legate. But by the time Thomas and Catherine file between the lines of inns 2 hours later, boredom has set in and only the pigs remain. They buy ale from a woman who lives next to an inn called the Tabard. Normally sell it to folk heading east, she says. Pilgrims and that. They follow the cart across the drawbridge and onto the bridge itself, packing together to pass through the gatehouse, a squeeze so tight they are thrust together and men are injured. All eyes are involuntarily drawn to the grisly lumps on poles that line the battlements. Expect we knew half of them, Walter says. Birds mob the heads, pulling at what soft flesh they can find under the tar in which they are dipped. Farther along, Walter points to the beams of the houses that are scorched and the stonework marked with the distinct pits left by arrows. From Jack Cade's time, Walter mutters. And Catherine sees that among the crowd there are some serious expressions, and that not everybody is pleased at the thought of having an army of Kentishmen march through the city. Once across the bridge, the crowds thicken again. They are all so strange, these Londoners, not just to her, but to one another, from the finest merchants in their budge-lined cloaks on fine palfreys, right down to the roughest gong farmers with shit-caked feet. There are so many foreigners, too, terrifying men with dark skins and outlandish clothes who may not even be Christians, and men with pale skins, dark clothes, and odd hats, watching them from narrow-set eyes as they followed the street up towards the spire of St. Paul's. Hereabouts, the friars stand in groups, their grey, black, brown and white cloaks signalling their orders. Catherine seeks the shelter of Thomas's arm, and she huddles in her cloak. "It's all right, Kit," he says. "They're only friars. You are a soldier." Behind the crowds, all manner of shops are shuttered against temptation, and every few paces a vintner in Warwick's red livery stands looking grim. Each carries a poleaxe or a hammer or a sword, making sure the various companies keep their hands to themselves. Walking underneath the steeple of St. Paul's, she looks up, still scarcely believing anything can be so tall, or that the vast rose window set in the eastern end of the church can be so lavish. Thomas stares open-mouthed, tripping himself on the road, but soon they turn and pass along a street where the smell of rotten meat rises from the stones, and the friars give way to butchers' boys and husbandmen. They queue again to pass through the new gate, and then they are outside the city walls again, among priories and abbeys and small holdings, as they follow the road up the hill past various inns. The smell of cows is everywhere, and the road is thick with their dung. Soon they reach some worn-out pasture around a pond, where once again they set up camp among the pigs and dogs and piles of every kind of filth. Geoffrey has to buy the wood for their fire from a local farmer, and they eke it out with discarded rushes that burn without a flame or heat and send a column of dense grey smoke into the damp afternoon air. "What a shithole," Daffyd says. Thomas finds his reed and a bottle of ink and then unstraps the pardoner's ledger and begins copying the design of the rose window of St. Paul's from memory in a margin. Catherine sits and watches. It is mesmerising, seeing his reed shape and shade the paper. After a moment, Red John joins them and is alarmed. "What are they?" he asks, pointing at the names. He looks at them, as if the words may have magical powers, as if they are a chant or are somehow threatening. "The names of Englishmen stationed in Rouen in 1441, Thomas tells him, and he runs his finger along the crudely rendered letters. "Look, there's the Duke of York mentioned, and his retinue." Red John is amazed. "I thought it was just the Bible in words," he says. "No," Thomas tells him. "It is a record of men and their movements in France. It says the Duke spent the summer of 1441 in a place called Pontoise." "Where's that?" "I don't know." Red John points to another column. "And what are they?" "The names of men who stayed in Rouen that year." "Read 'em out." "William Hyde, Hugh Smith, John Rigelin, William Darset, Robert Phillip, Nicholas Blairborn." The list is long. Who are these men? Catherine wonders again. Thomas has said they are long-dead soldiers, so why was the record of their movement important to the pardoner? "Can you write as well?" Red John asks. Thomas nods, and he writes 2 words. "Look," he says, "that is your name." He writes Catherine's name too, and she smiles and tries to remember the letter K, so that she will know it when she sees it again. Red John settles himself next to her, and they watch while Thomas finishes the window's design. When it is done, he nods with real pleasure. "Very fair, Thomas," Red John says. "Very fair. But I still don't know why you've all them names written in a book." Thomas shrugs. "I don't know either. They were there when I got it. The book's supposed to be very valuable, though I cannot say why." Red John squints at him as if he is daft. "And it isn't because, it's made of gold or something?" Thomas holds up the plain old binding, the rough-edged paper. "Nope," he says, "it's not that. So it must be what is written in it that makes it worth something." "I suppose so." "And it's just a list of who was where when? Nothing more?" "Nope." Red John thinks for a while. "Then it means someone whose name is written there as being in one place should have been somewhere else, or he shouldn't have been where he was when it says he was. You see? It's got to be one or the other."
Thomas laughs. But there are thousands of names. True, Red John admits. So what you have to do is find out who it's valuable to. Who wants it, I mean. Sell it to them. Then you'll not have to follow the Earl of Warwick about the place for the rest of your life. With that, he gets up and leaves them, and they watch him walk away with something like awe. Wrap it up well, Thomas, she tells him, and watches while he does so. Later that day, a long line of carts comes out from London loaded with beans and peas and dried fish. There is ale, wine, bread, and even bacon. There are pimps and faggots and great logs of ash. They eat well that night, gathered together around their fire, drinking ale, singing songs, and watching the sparks fly up into the dark. They drink so much that most are unsteady on their feet, Thomas among them. Catherine has enjoyed the beer and drunk more than usual, and now she feels warm and full and generous. Thomas sits beside her and is silent for a moment as they watch Daffyd and one of the Johns enact a strange dance with one another, while the tabor man taps the skin of his instrument at the speed of heavy rain. When it is over, everybody cheers, and then there is a moment when people are smiling and laughing, and the evening could go in one of many ways. "How's your ear?" Thomas asks. He is watching her in a way that unsettles her, but she is pleased by. She touches her cap that hides the missing tip. It still aches. "I think this helps," she says, raising her mug of ale. They smile and drink, and there is a comfortable moment between them when they are alone, despite the crowd. "Why did you run, Kit?" he asks in a low voice. She looks at him quickly, and she can see he fears he has spoiled the mood, but then she lets out a quick sigh and settles back. She stares into the flames for a moment, then comes to her decision. "Thomas," she starts, "I should have told you this when we first left the Priory. I kept meaning to, but I was too ashamed of myself. I was frightened about what you would think of me, what you would do when you heard." "Heard what?" "When I was at the Priory, there was a nun there, Sister Joan. She was older than me, and a great favourite of the Prioress. It was she who used to hold me down when the Prioress beat me. She looked after the keys, that sort of thing." Thomas nods, but his mood is sombered. "When I left, just before I left, we were in the infirmary, with Alice, do you remember? Well, I pushed her, Joan, I mean, onto a mattress." Thomas is puzzled. "So?" he asks. "Sounds as if she deserved it." Yes, she did. But I'd left a bottle on the mattress, or a jar. I can't remember now. It was made of glass." Thomas understands what she is saying. "And she fell on it." Catherine nods. "The bottle broke, the glass, the shards, they went into her back, into Joan's back, do you see?" "Was she hurt?" Catherine nods. "I threw myself on top of her. I did not know about the glass, but I was pressing her down onto it. I wanted to kill her, I admit, but I didn't think I could. And then there was blood in her mouth." "Her mouth?" Thomas asks. "You mean the glass went through her—" He gestures towards his back. Catherine nods. She is shaking a little. "Did you save her?" he asks. Now she shakes her head. "I did not even try. Did not know how, even if I'd wanted to." Thomas looks into the fire. "So that is why the friars were so busy when we left Boston, because they were looking for you. The girl who killed Sister Joan, yes." There is a silence. Thomas takes a long draught from his mug. "Dear God," he says, when he has swallowed the ale and wiped his lips with the back of his hand. "No wonder you did not want to see the prior of all. No wonder you ran, but Jesu, I wish you'd told me." She nods again and looks at her hands. "I wish I had too," she says. "But I thought you might turn away from me, to leave me to fend for myself. And I just cannot go on, not without your help. Look what happens when I try." She touches her ear again. He nods again, but his face has softened. His gaze travels across her, from her broken boots, up her baggy hose,
across the jack that is too big for her, to her hat that hangs over her eyes, and she can see that he is consumed with the same tenderness he showed on the shoreline that day in Sangat, and for a moment she wishes he would lean forward and put his arms around her, as he had tried to do that day. Instead, he asks a question. "Do you remember that first day?" he asks. "After the giant came after us and the boat sank?" She does, but not exactly. A tear has found its way from her eye, and she wipes her nose with the back of her hand. "Two are better than one," he quotes. "For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow," she completes. Catherine catches his hand in hers and blinks away her tears. Thomas returns her grip. They let go at the same time. "So," he says, "if you will not go back, what will you do?" She looks around. The pipe and tabor are playing a new tune now, a slower one, and the men around her have become introspective, and it is possible to imagine them thinking about absent loves, or missed opportunities, or past regrets. "I don't know," she tells him. "I just don't know. Whatever the Lord has in store for me is what the Lord has in store for me." Chapter 18. It is past dusk and the rain is still beating on the canopy of leaves above their heads. Thomas huddles next to the tree, listening to Daffyd moaning in the dark. "I can't believe this," Daffyd says. "We've been traipsing all over England for 2 weeks solid in the pouring bloody rain, and now we've got here, we've got to stand picket." "Just give it a rest, will you, Daffyd?" Henry, the new archer, says. "You talk so much, I don't know what you're like. Quiet." Henry is from Kent. He joined them in London just as they lost Simon the Braggart, who slipped off unmissed in the night. Henry is broad-shouldered and a fine archer, but his mouth pulls down at each corner, and he glowers at the world from under heavy brows. Nevertheless, what he says is true. Daffyd has not stopped moaning since they left London. First, they had marched north up the Cambridge Road, following Lord Fauconberg in search of King Henry and his army that were rumoured to be making for the Isle of Ely in the Fenlands. After 2 days' travel, never moving faster than the slowest cart, it was discovered that the rumour was false, and so Fauconberg stopped them, and they waited in the fields by the roadside for news as to where they should go next. Then they'd broken camp and made their way westwards on terrible roads towards the town of Dunstable in Bedfordshire. Here, at least, Geoffrey found a new ox for their cart, but there was no sign of the king's army. After another delay, while messengers were sent and received, they moved northwards again, up along the old Roman road towards Coventry, but on the way they heard that the king was moving down from Coventry to meet them. So now they are camped on a rise just off the old road to the south of the town of Northampton, and the Earls of Warwick and March have brought their troops up from London and Kent to join Fauconberg's, and at last they are ready to meet King Henry's troops. "Settle this thing for me once and for all," Daffyd says. "Then we can piss off home, can't we?" "Why are you here at all, Daffyd?" Thomas asks. "I know you're after a fine suit of armour and that, but how did you come to fall in with Sir John?" Daffyd tells him how he fought for Lord Cornford, who had land near their home in Wales, but when Cornford was killed at Ludford Bridge, rather than go home to face some trouble he does not want to specify, he joined Sir John Fakenham's company, also of Cornford's retinue. "Happenstance, see?" Thomas grunts. Happenstance. That was the force which seemed to guide them all. Him, Catherine, the pardoner, Sir John, Daffyd, all of them save the Earl of Warwick, who seemed to bend the forces of destiny to his own will. Time passes. The rain continues, and in the camp someone throws more wood on a fire and sparks rise above the pointed roofs of the tents. Walter arrives through the darkness with a fresh tallow lantern. He is bristling with anger. "Right," he says. "Come on, you idle bastards. Up you get. Come on, we've rounds to make." The men get to their feet and find their spears wet in the grass. They follow Walter, swinging his light. Daffyd bringing up the rear with his own. Henry's greaves squeak as he walks.
Get some bloody oil on them, will you? Walter grumbles. That noise goes right through me. They tramp around the earthworks. Men are gathered in groups at the entrances to their tents, quietly sharing ale and stories around their fires when they should be sleeping. Funny to think some of them will be dead tomorrow, isn't it? Daffyd starts. I hope to bloody God one of them's you, Daffyd, Walter snaps. Since they heard the news the scurriers brought back with them that afternoon, Walter has been in a savage temper. The scouts had met the enemy in the fields just this side of Northampton. 2 of them had been killed outright, another wounded and expected to die in the morning, but able to bring back the news that the king's men are encamped before the town with a river protecting their flanks, that there must be nearly 10,000 of them, that they are hard at work throwing up a defensive rampart, and that they have more cannons and bombards than either of the 2 survivors have seen in their lives. It is this last piece of news that has made Walter so foul-tempered. They walk on towards the road where Geoffrey and the other men are waiting by a hissing fire, their eyes sore with the smoke. Anything? Nothing. Bloody waste of time, this, Walter says. We should be getting our heads down, not on guard duty. But they're all fast asleep behind their walls right now. Nothing's going to happen tonight, that's for sure, Geoffrey agrees. He holds his hand out to cup some of the rain. It has picked up again, drumming on their helmets and running into their eyes. A moment later, the rushlight dies on them. Bloody thing. Walter throws it away against the roots of a tree. We may not have to attack them, Walter, Geoffrey says. Walter is furious. They've just spent the best part of 2 days digging in behind that bloody wall, and you think they're going to leave their guns behind and come out and have a pop at us, are they, up a hill? Warwick is still sending heralds. And they keep getting sent back, don't they? And so long as the Duke of Buckingham's in the king's camp, they always will be. They're still the Archbishop. If he gets involved, the king will have to listen. Listen to what? It's you that's not listening, Geoffrey. Warwick says he wants to talk to the king. Fair enough, you'd say. But what does he want to talk about? I'll tell you. He wants to talk about getting his lands back and getting rid of bastards like Buckingham and Somerset and all the other turds the king's got hanging off him. So why would all those turds who are hanging off him want Warwick to talk to him? They wouldn't, and they won't. Warwick knows that. March knows that, which is why we're here. A huge, bloody great army that should be in France beating the crap out of the bloody French, but instead we're waiting to charge down there into a load of other Englishmen who are waiting to blow us into goddamn purgatory with all those bloody cannons. It's bollocks. That's what it is. It's just bollocks. There's a long silence. Rain pits in the fire. Walter spits, then walks off and urinates loudly into a puddle. Geoffrey raises an eyebrow and catches Thomas's eye. Ah, well, he says, shrugging. Walter stops pissing halfway through. Everybody turns to wait, unsettled by the hiatus, holding their breath. Saints, he says over his shoulder, pulling up his hose. Someone's coming. Geoffrey throws more wood on the fire. A horseman, Walter whispers. Maybe more than one. You lot, get out of the light. Knock your bows. Geoffrey, come with me. Henry, get the captain of the watch. Bring him here, fast as you can. They can all hear the horse now, coming up the road from the direction of Northampton. It is coming slowly, picking its way through the dark. Thomas fingers the beak of his axe. The horse is a grey, the rider muffled in a dark travelling cloak. It stops on the fringes of light where the fire gleams faintly on his greaves and sabatons. Not a traveller, then. Sir, you are very welcome to our fire, Geoffrey calls out into the dark. Though why you're travelling on a night like this, I should dearly love to know. The rider kicks his horse forward 1 or 2 paces. The firelight still doesn't stretch to his face. I am here to see Richard Neville, the Earl of Warwick, he says. He has the firm voice of the well-born, though in his cloak it is impossible to make out what sort of man he is, young or old, fat or thin, well-made or sickly. Walter steps forward a pace and peers into the stranger's face. Can I tell him who you are? He asks. He does not know me by name, the man says, but he will want to hear what I have to say.
Give him this, as a token. The stranger leans forward to hand something to Walter. He is wearing gloves. They still cannot see his face. Walter accepts it, frowning. "Are you armed, sir?" he asks. The stranger pauses for a moment, as if considering this an insult. Then he pulls his cloak back to reveal an empty sword scabbard at his hip. He wears a white livery coat. "Thomas," Walter says, "run and give this to Warwick Herald." "No," the stranger snaps. "No, give it only to my lord the Earl." Thomas steps across the pool of light to take the token. It is warm in the palm of his hand. He turns and begins to walk away. "You there, wait." It is the stranger. Thomas stops. The stranger leans forward in his saddle and stares down at Thomas. His face is hidden in the depths of the hood of his cloak. A long moment passes. Thomas can hear him breathing, hear his mouth click open, then close. Finally,
CD 7.
Thomas turns and walks on into the camp. In the scant light of the fire, the design of the token is hard to make out, but it is a small silver badge such as a man might pin to his jacket to show his allegiance to a particular lord. Thomas holds it in front of the watchfire in the middle of the camp and can see the badge is of a ragged staff, Warwick's own symbol. The captain of the watch meets him as he approaches, hurrying up the path with Henry trailing behind. "I have something for his lordship the Earl of Warwick," Thomas says. "Give it to me," the captain says, holding out his hand. Thomas shakes his head. "It is for the Earl alone." The captain raises his eyebrows. "I hope you know what you are about," he says, and he turns and gestures across the clearing to the largest tent, lit from within by numerous candles, so that he can see the shadow of a man sitting in his bath. Another shadow pours a bucket of water that sends up swirling clouds of steam. A large awning extends from the front, where 2 more men guard the entrance. Thomas explains his mission, and while one of the guards watches Thomas, the other puts his head through the tent aperture and mutters in a low voice. Thomas hears the Earl barking. "Send him in," he shouts. The guard emerges and jerks his thumb. Thomas slips through the tent flap. The Earl of Warwick sits in his bath while a servant pours water over his back. His knees like islands in the cloudy water. The smell of herbs is strong, but that of the candles, tallow, is stronger still. Warwick's hair is plastered to his head. "You," he says, recognizing Thomas despite the feeble light. "What in the name of all the saints do you want?" Thomas is surprised Warwick recognizes him. He has only glimpsed him that moment after the hunting accident. "There is a rider at the edge of the encampment who bid me give you this token, sir." Thomas steps across the rug on the ground to hand it over. Warwick takes it with a wet hand and turns it over a couple of times. A frown gathers on his brow. "Who is this man?" he asks Thomas. "He will not say his name." Warwick grunts. "Wait for me." He stands up, letting the hot water cascade from his body, and holds his arms out. The servant hurries to rub him with a length of linen. "Hurry, man!" Warwick dries and dresses quickly. He makes Thomas wait, and Thomas stands and has to watch him as he slides into his travelling cloak and riding boots. Thomas has never seen a man so full of energy, so certain in all that he does, and there is a sort of concentrated ferocity in the way he moves. When he is ready, he steps out into the night, clicking his fingers and gesturing to the guards to bring a lantern. Thomas says nothing as he leads Warwick back through the camp. When he reaches the picket, the rider has dismounted, but Thomas still can't see his face. Warwick moves forward and speaks to him, and after a moment, the 2 men shake hands. "Right," Walter says. "Another tour of the camp. Come on." They set off again, and by the time they are back, the stranger has left and there is no one to say what has happened. By dawn, the rain has stopped. Thomas sits next to Red John on the earthwork, and they drink their ale in silence. The bushes are thick with birds, and their song is loud in the air. A wagon comes into the clearing, one wheel wobbling, loaded with barrels of ale. It is pulled by 4 oxen. Another follows, then another. "So Walter is right," Thomas thinks. For all the ambassadors and overtures that Warwick and March are sending to King Henry and the Duke of Buckingham, they know it will come to a fight. And now here it is, the ale the men will need to insulate themselves against the horrors of the day to come. He slips off the earthworks. If there's any ale going, he wants to be in there early. He takes a full mug from the woman and retires to the bank again. Richard Fakenham appears, the first time he's seen him walking without help since his accident. He steps gingerly, like his father, as if he does not quite trust his feet to hold him up, and behind his new black beard his face is pinched with pain. He wants to speak to Thomas. "What was that token the messenger gave you last night, Thomas?" he asks. "It was a ragged staff, I thought. Did Warwick recognise it when you gave it to him?" "I don't think so. I think he was confused to begin with." "And what about when he saw this messenger?" They'd shaken hands warmly, hadn't they? As if Warwick had recognised him, and yet the stranger had said that he wouldn't know him by name. So here is a mystery, but it is not one that will be solved just now, because a trumpet sounds and the men look up. This is it. Thomas downs the last of his ale and returns the cup to his pack. He helps Richard back to the tent. Catherine is there, helping load the cart. She is to stay with Richard and Sir John and to keep an eye on the baggage train. "Good luck," she says. "You too. I'm glad you're not coming with us," he adds. "Walter says it is suicide." There is a long moment. "He will be there this time, Thomas," she says. "I know it. I don't know why, I just do." Thomas swings the poleaxe behind him. "I thought it would be different," he says. "I thought I'd meet him alone somewhere and it would be fair, but this—" He gestures to the army around him, the men sharpening swords, packing arrows, testing strings, honing blades, men of all sizes, shapes, ages, experience, thousands upon thousands of them. How will he ever find Riven among such a crowd? How will he ever find the time and space to fight him? It may not be as either of us imagines it, she supposes, but surely it is God's will that it should happen. Thomas nods again. He knows she is testing him, half in jest, half serious. He knows she no longer believes in God's will, but Thomas does, and if God wills it, he will find Riven and that giant of his. And then it will all be over, he says. She looks at him steadily, and he cannot help smiling. She is so slight, yet so fierce. She breaks into a smile too. "Yes," she says, "all over." He turns as once again the shouting begins and the army starts to form up, each body of men trying to find the right banner under which to gather. "I must go," he says. She nods. "God go with you," she says, and she clutches his hand. "You too, Kit," he says. And he watches her as she steps back out of the way, and her place is taken by a column of archers in fire-scale steel helmets. Chapter 19. "Archers to the front! Archers to the front! Get over there, goddamn you, man! Fauconberg! Where is Fauconberg? Stafford! John Stafford to me! Where are William Hastings' men?" By mid-morning, Thomas and the rest of Sir John's company are in their battle, ready to move out, 2 bags of arrows apiece, spare strings, mauls, bucklers, sallet helmets. Lord Fauconberg leads the way with his household men and his knights in their plate, still mounted. Their banners and standards are heavy with all the rain and hang from their batons as if broken. Fauconberg is to take the vanguard of archers and the men of Kent, while the Earls of Warwick and March are to take the other 2 battles. They move up the road at the head of a loose crowd, hemmed in on both sides by dense woods of hawthorn and alder, everything vivid green with all the rain. Behind them come the rest of Fauconberg's battle, in blocks of about 200 men, archers tramping along with their bows over their shoulders and their arrow bags pumping against their backs, followed by the men-at-arms with their hammers and swords, and then the Kentish billmen with their bills and glaives. Then come more archers, and so on, the pattern repeating itself down the line. Behind them come the naked men in shirt-sleeves and hose wielding farm tools, and then the prickers, those old soldiers on fleet-footed horses posted to stop any stragglers turning and running. Once or twice they are forced off the road as messengers from the front thunder past, hurrying orders from one commander to another, and all the while the drums and trumpets continue. "Make way! Make way there! Make way for the Archbishop!" "So Warwick is still trying to make terms?" Thomas asks aloud. "It's all bollocks," Walter says again. He is huddled in his cloak, wearing it like a winding sheet, and he is pale and worse-tempered than ever. Thomas takes up his usual position between Daffod and Red John, and ahead of them, across a sloping meadow framed by the trees, he can see the spires and watchtowers of Northampton behind its walls. Above the town, there is a thick column of smoke, dark against the rain clouds. "Is that normal?" Thomas asks. Walter snarls. "Course it's not normal," he says. "They're burning the town. It's like bloody France." When they emerge from the trees and onto the meadow, the rain starts in earnest. They huddle in their damp jacks, and some men tuck their strings under their helmets for the sake of superstition. There is an abbey in the grounds nearby, and an ornate stone monument to some long-forgotten event surrounded by camp followers and a local audience, there to watch what happens. All right, move along now." More drums and horns, and they turn off the road, dropping down into a broad ditch with water up to their knees, then scrambling up and out onto the slope where cows have stripped the lower branches of the few trees. The grass under their feet is soft and tussocky, and as they file across the fields that dip gently down towards the town on their right, men begin cursing. Then Thomas sees why. Across the meadows, no more than 1,000 paces away, down in the crook of a bend in the river, the king's men have excavated a broad ditch that is now filled with river water. The earth they've removed has been piled up and compacted behind the ditch to make a long wall as high as a man's head. It is bristling with sharpened stakes, and at regular intervals along its length it is punctured by embrasures from which stick the unmistakable snouts of guns.
"Suicide," someone mutters. "That's what this is. Suicide."
"Bloody Burgundians," Walter murmurs, "just like Castillon, worse even." "How many have they got?" Geoffrey asks. He too has lost some of his colour. Walter counts. 20 bombards, he says. "Lots more small ones, a whole bloody armoury. And look at all them." Behind the bombards stand thousands of men in rank, men-at-arms at the front so that they may defend the dyke, archers behind so that they may shoot over their fellows' heads into any onrushing army. "Haven't got many archers," Geoffrey says. "Don't need archers if you got all those guns, do you?" Walter mutters. "We'll be dead before we ever come in range." Behind the thin line of archers is the camp, 100 tents, like a village, including a huge 2-poled tent above which flies the royal standard. It is the king's tent. Above the troops there must be 50 banners of all sorts, including those long fish-tailed battle standards carried by the Lord's retainers. After all the rain, even those droop so as to be unrecognisable from any distance, but Thomas is only looking for one, Riven's white flag with its checked edge and rising triangle of crows. He wishes Catherine was there. She had better eyes than anyone. She might even have been able to see the giant. "Can you make out any of the banners?" he asks, turning to Geoffrey. Something has caught his eye in the rain, a pale square towards the back on the left flank, marked with black symbols. "The King's, I suppose," Geoffrey says, "and Buckingham's. And there's Ruthin's, on the left there. Beaumont is there, and Egremont too, and that one is the Earl of Shrewsbury. Christ, there are a lot of them. Must be scarcely a man left to fight for all those holding flags." He tries to laugh. Walter sneers. They can hear the king's men shouting now, a rolling roar both defiant and taunting, and Thomas looks along the line of men about him, silent in response. Not a face about him shows anything but fear. There is none of the resolution he'd seen in Sandwich, none of the determination they'd shown at Newnham Bridge. Walter looks as if he's given up the ghost already, and a tremor has appeared in Red John's cheek. He keeps clenching and unclenching his hands on his bow. After a moment, he turns to Thomas. "Thomas," he says, "I've got a bad feeling about this one. If it goes wrong, will you find me? Make sure I get a decent hole. I don't want the heralds to throw me in the river with the rest of them." He holds his hand out and Thomas takes it. "It's going to go fine," Thomas says. "Falkenberg knows what he's about." The words sound hollow, and he wonders he has the nerve to say them when Falkenberg rides along the line out in front of his troops. Raindrops bounce off his armour and the raised peak of his helmet. He undoes the beaver at his throat and turns to address the men. "Men of England," he calls out, "this is an infamous day. Today, through no fault of our own, we are called upon to make war on fellow Englishmen. Those of you who fought with me in France will know my preference for killing Frenchmen, so today finds me heavy-hearted that we must take the field against the King's army. But I say to you that our cause is just. I say to you that God has given it his blessing, and though we go against the banner of the King, we do not go against the person of the King himself. So therefore, in the name of God, I command you to spare those who you may spare." "Lord, spare us," Walter mutters. "Spare first the King. No man among you is to touch the person of the King on pain of death. Where it can be helped, spare to the common soldier where you find him, for he being duped is more to be pitied than despised. Spare him his life, so that he may use it more profitably in the future." As he speaks, the rain becomes a drenching downpour. Falkenberg huddles into his armour. "Kill only those of a noble stamp," he shouts above the noise of the rain. "Kill only those in harness under their own banner. You may kill as many dukes and earls and lords as your heart's desire, and for each death you will find yourself handsomely rewarded. Kill them all. Kill them all save those persons who fight under the banner of Sir Edmund Grey of Ruthin. Do not harm him or his. The men of Ruthin fight in red coats and are distincted by their ragged staff badge, which is similar to my Lord of Warwick's, save that while his device is white, the men of Ruthin carry a grey-coloured staff. Spare these men where it can be helped." "As if we'll get the chance to spare a soul," Walter says. So that is what last night's rider was about. His token was not Warwick's, but Ruthin's. What does it mean, though? He turns to Walter to ask, but Walter is just then sick, throwing up his ale in a welter of bile. A vintner along the way tosses a handful of grass in the air, watching where it falls. The wind is negligible, the rain heavy, and the grass falls swiftly to the ground. "Just let's get on with it," Walter says, wiping his mouth. His eyes are bloodshot. "Let's get it over with." But there are further delays. Falkenberg turns his horse and holds his hand out to check on the rain. Behind him, on the plain below them, in front of the King's position, Warwick Herald and a party that includes the Archbishop of Canterbury are riding back from the enemy lines across the meadow. "We have time for a prayer," Falkenberg continues, and he dismounts and passes his horse's reins to a page. He kneels in the mud, and a priest appears alongside, and the rest of the men fall to their knees too, and together they begin the paternoster. When they've finished, a trumpet blows in the middle of Warwick's battle. Falkenberg turns and faces the rain, and the enemy then raises his arm and holds his battle hammer high. Men make their last signs of the cross and lower visors. Another trumpet, and Falkenberg drops his arm. The men surge forward, armour and weaponry clinking and scraping as they go. A first man slips in the grass, another follows. The line sags and wavers, and they've only gone 10 paces before another slips, his feet taken from under him, and yet another. Now the line buckles. Weapons are dropped, picked up, carried on. Thomas digs his heels into the soft earth, and Black John behind has to use his shoulder to stop himself sliding down the hill. Walter has forgotten his duties as vintner and is mumbling prayers. "Keep a line," Geoffrey shouts in his stead. "Keep steady there. Steady, lads. Forget the guns. Forget them." They are near the bottom of the slope now, getting into the boggy ground of the river's floodplain. The mud sucks at their boots. There are pools of brown water where the rivers burst its banks. Around him, Thomas can only hear the din of men beginning to run in armour. And that is when he sees it. And this time he is sure. It is waved like a signal. It rises briefly in the extreme left-hand end of the wall. Riven's flag. Thomas stumbles, trips, nearly falls, but he feels as if he is floating, being held up by some unknown force. He feels invincible. The bog beneath him firms and he surges forward. "Come on then," he roars. "Let's go." He elbows his way to the front of the archers, splashing through the mud. He cuts across the line and the men follow him, bunching up on the left. "Thomas," Geoffrey calls, "slow down, let the billmen take the brunt." They are 600 paces from the enemy line now, 600 paces from those guns, but Thomas runs on into them, his eyes fixed on that flag. He can hear the enemy roaring at them, at him. He keeps running. 500 paces. The line is stretching to the left, hollowing out in the middle. Thomas is still ahead, mud caked up to his thighs, leading them towards the king's right flank. Whatever plans Fauconberg had for his attack, they are of no use now. Everyone is pouring after Thomas. 400 paces. And then the first gun goes off. A spike of grey smoke that stabs across the ditch towards them. It is followed instantly by a clap of thunder. The boulder cuts through the air behind him, throbbing through the space the archers have just left. It drills into the ranks of the men-at-arms who've moved up to take their place. The noise is shattering. Thomas glances back to see a man in mid-air, his feet above his shoulders, his head gone. Behind him, an alleyway has appeared in the ranks, paved with the dead and the dying, men skilled in the tilting yard, men who'd trained all their lives with lance and sword and hammer, men who can control a horse with their knees and heels, men now bowled over and left on the ground like butcher's spoil. Another gun, then another. The sound splits the sky. With each one, a new hole opens up between the ranks. Smoke drifts across the meadow, and the bitter tang of saltpetre fills the air. Thomas can smell it above his own sweat and the blood and the lush earth beneath his feet. He falls. He spills his bow and a bag of arrows. A man treads on him, can do nothing else. He is pressed into the mud. Men thunder past. He wrenches himself up, crawls to his knees, and is pushed down again. He hears an oath in his ear. He snatches his bow and then gathers himself and stands and starts running again. He is well back now, but around him men are wavering. It is the boulders. This is not why they have flocked to the Earl of Warwick's banner, Thomas thinks, to be torn apart by a stone fired from a wall by French mercenaries. An archer from another company is writhing on the ground, crying out for his mother. The archers around him slow. They are in position now and they fumble with their bows. Thomas pulls an arrow from his belt and knocks it. He looses it and moves forward. He sends another, flitting across the meadow at one of the gunners prancing on the wall. He hits the man, knocking him down in a heap. A fourth gun fires and the stone skips across the marsh and decapitates a man so quickly his body stays upright for a moment. The stone ploughs into the mud under the heels of some billmen who've turned to begin back up the hill. And suddenly, there is Walter, seemingly restored, and all is well. "Loose and move," he is shouting. "Loose and move." Thomas knocks another and looses it. He is still pulling them to the left. The billmen are pressing up now, coming through the archers' ranks in their companies. Then the fifth gun fires, but instead of the expected crack that follows, this one gives a muffled sigh. Walter pauses and lowers his bow. "A misfire," he shouts. Then comes an even softer report as another gun misfires, and smoke billows above the enemy lines. There's yet another low thud. Walter starts laughing wildly and pointing to the sky. "It's the rain," he shouts. "The bloody rain! God is on our side! They can't light their bloody guns!" They can see the Burgundians now, throwing their hands up, turning from their guns, trying to run away. One of the king's men, in full armour, slashes at a Burgundian to stop him retreating, knocking him flat. He raises his sword at another, but a third throws something at him, knocking him down, and there are running men everywhere. "Come on," Walter bellows. Move up, we've got him now." He gestures to a captain of the billmen, a gangly boy in rusting helmet and greaves he's probably borrowed from his father. They are still 200 paces from the wall, coming into range of the enemy archers, and just as the men-at-arms and billmen next to them begin their charge, the sky above darkens with arrows. "Look out!" someone cries. There is a sudden frenzy of noise, like 100 hammers falling in succession, and all around him men fall, and arrow shafts are bouncing among them, cracking and splintering. The men-at-arms huddle in their shells, heads down, pushing forward, their vision blocked by their visors so that all they can see is the neck of the man in front. Speed is vital. There is no help for the wounded. To dither is to die. They keep on, charging over bodies, knocking the wounded out of the way, just trying to get through. And all the time, Thomas is knocking, pulling, loosing, 3 or 4 steps forward, knocking, pulling, loosing, 3 steps forward. Then he is out of arrows. In front of them, the boy in his father's greaves writhes on the ground, splashed in his own blood, gagging for breath. He is trying to pull an arrow out of his chest, but he has one through his thigh as well, and it is all up for him. One of the vintners lowers his bow and looses an arrow into the boy's throat. "Only to shut him up," he shouts, as if the others have accused him of something, but he too is already moving on, knocking and loosing, knocking and loosing. They scurry through the beaten-down, blood-soaked grass of the meadow, feet squelching in mud and worse. Bodies lie pinned to the ground, and the turf around them bristles with fletchers. Thomas steps over a man apparently asleep in the grass, and next to him another one is screaming with an arrow in his stomach. 100 paces. Sweat stings his eyes. He pulls arrows from the ground, knocking and loosing them all in one movement. He sends his shafts thumping into the faces of the men on the other side of the ditch. He's only a few yards behind the men-at-arms now, moving towards the river, moving towards that banner. 50 paces. The shouts from the enemy rise into a solid wall of muffled sound as Fauconberg's men-at-arms reach the wall. Thomas waits for the crash of arms as they meet the enemy, but the impact never comes. Instead of the melee, there is another sort of excitement. After a moment of confusion, he looks up. Men are roaring with joy. There are others standing on the wall, men in red livery with grey badges. They aren't fighting. They are breaking down their own barricade. They are spilling out onto the top of the earthwork and throwing down the logs and stakes to make walkways across the ditch. Fauconberg's men in their blue and white livery are storming up them. They are charging through the gaps in the defences and jumping down into the camp. The men in red are helping them, offering hand-ups. One of them stands on the barricade and waves them forward. He has a grey, ragged staff on his chest. Walter is screaming with delight. "They've turned! Rithen's men have turned! Come on, you fuckers, let's get at 'em!" They scramble across the rough bridges, Thomas helped by the outstretched hand of one of Rithen's men, and then they are in the camp. Underfoot it is foul with mud, river water, blood and shit. There is a pile of corpses to one side, stuck with broken arrows. Already one of Fauconberg's archers is going through them. Thomas tries to push through the crowd of men, to get back towards the river, towards Riven's flag. But the fight isn't over yet. In the camp, trumpets sound, drums beat and orders are shouted. The rage of the recently betrayed lends the king's men an unstoppable savagery. They tear into Rithen's troops, men who only moments before had been their comrades in arms, and begin driving them back. For a moment, it looks as if they'll be cut down or thrown back into the ditch to drown, but as more of Fauconberg's men-at-arms join them, the balance begins to tip against the king's army, who have relied on the guns instead of archers, and on the strength of their wall instead of numbers of men. Now both have let them down. They are outnumbered and outflanked. There are only 2 things they can do: run and be killed, or fight and be killed. They choose to fight. One knight in black and red livery blocks Thomas's way. His plume of exotic feathers bobs and sways as he clears a circle around him with a long hammer, as if cutting hay. Bodies of every hue are piled around. He stands on dead men and knocks a billman's glaive to the ground, steps forward and dispatches him with a backhanded chop that passes through his teeth. He is inhuman, sealed in his blood-glazed armour, wheeling and stabbing. Nothing can touch him. This is no place for a man without even the meanest armour, but Fauconberg's men are crowding forward. Thomas is caught in the crush, his arms pinned to his sides, shunted towards the knight. Nor is the knight alone. His household men are together, holding back the blue and white liveried tide. Thomas pushes and shoves. He tries to slip away, but men push back. The din of steel on steel is louder than in any smithy. Iron thunders against iron. He can't get through. He is face to face with one of Fauconberg's men, snarling, but his opponent is stuck too. Thomas turns to find himself facing the man in harness. He drops his bow and swings his poleaxe up. The man lunges at him. Thomas throws himself back. The crowd behind gives. The man in armour slips on a dead body, and Thomas catches his dagger with the butt of his axe. The knight is committed, pulled off balance for a moment, and a man on the ground grips his bill in both bloody hands and hooks the knight behind his knee. The knight staggers, tries to right himself, isn't quick enough. Another of Fauconberg's men-at-arms hammers his halberd down on the knight's shoulder. The knight buckles, rears back again, but his armour is jammed. He can't move his arm. Another billman, smaller, like a ferret, darts forward and smashes the knight's visor up, while a third plunges a long spike into his mouth. The knight's retainers have been too slow, and now they turn and run, or try to. But their path is blocked, and Fauconberg's men cut them down from behind, hacking at their hamstrings. It is so easy. Now Thomas can move. He forces his way towards the river, scrambling between two carts. Some archers have discovered the King's Ale and are busy trying to drink themselves stupid. Dead bodies lie everywhere in the mud. Wounded men blink at him. Thomas ducks left, down a path between rows of tents. Shoddy canvas bivouacs for the common soldiery, finer for the nobility. His boots sliding under him. There is another surging cheer from the main field and the percussive ripple of arms as Warwick's men engage, and now the King's men begin streaming back through the camp, ripping off their armour as they come, casting weapons aside. A billman, wild-eyed, half his clothing missing, bounces off Thomas, flinching when he sees the axe and hurtling away through the tents towards the river. Another's clothes are smoking. Thomas follows the path and comes to a clearing. Dafydd and Owen and Henry are there before him, crouching pale-faced over a body in white livery. Dafydd is trying to unscrew a ring from the dead man's finger. Unarmed men flash past right to left. Henry knocks an arrow and follows a man just as a huntsman might follow a bird. He shoots straight through the man's chest and sends him bowling. He laughs. Dafydd glances up, sees where Thomas is going. "You don't want to go up there just yet," he calls. "A bit hot for the likes of us. Come and have a drink." Owen holds up a flask. Thomas shakes his head, carries on. "Bloody hell," Dafydd shouts. He drops the dead man's hand, slings his bow and pulls Owen after him. Henry follows. He is out of arrows anyway. Along the path they can see the King's tent, a coat of arms on the canopy, banner flags drooping from both poles. In the clearing before it, over the ashes of last night's watchfire, a crowd of Fauconberg's billmen are gathered around 5 or 6 knights in harness, hacking and chopping at them, wearing them down as dogs bait bears. These are the lords, the dukes and the earls, those too well known to need to bother with livery coats, and they are differentiated only by the decoration on the crowns of their helmets. They've been deserted by their retainers, or perhaps they are all that are left alive of their household men, and their billmen, in red and black livery coats, are being beaten back by Fauconberg's men. Behind them, watching with pale faces that remind Thomas of the monks at the priory, are the royal heralds in their quartered tabards. And then there is Riven. He is unmistakable, even in his ornate harness, a long black hand-and-a-half sword in both hands, parrying, twisting, feinting, ducking the thrusts of the billman with well-practised moves. Thomas is rooted for a moment, watching. Riven steps aside to let a bill glance off his thigh, then grabs it, pulls the billman forward onto the point of his sword, and then thrusts him backwards to die on the ground with blood frothing at his throat. Riven never looks at the man again, but hurls the butt of the bill at another one of Fauconberg's men, distracting him for the moment it takes one of the other knights to reach forward and smash his mace into the man's face. "Christ on his cross," Dafydd mutters, "not having anything to do with that." But Thomas takes his place in front of Riven. He stares into the dark slits of Riven's helmet. He expects some sort of reaction. He gets it in the form of a lunge. The tip of the sword, flat and round like a tongue, hums past his eyes as he throws himself back. He rolls away and gets to his feet. Then he moves in again and ducks and swipes the poleaxe at Riven's right side. Riven steps aside, dodging the blow, but the axe's spike catches and runs down his side, rippling over the buckles of his cuirass. It breaks the bottom leather strap and the cuirass sags. Riven feels the change and pats it with his steel-ringed fingers. There is nothing he can do about it. He waits. Ash rises around his feet. Dafydd is on Thomas's shoulder, Henry sliding round to the left. He's picked up a bill from a dead man. Thomas feints with the poleaxe. Riven lunges. Dafydd steps in with his sword, takes Riven's blade on his buckler, staggers under the force and slashes at Riven. But his sword bangs uselessly on Riven's vambrass. He skips away with a yelp, clutching his hand. Riven smashes his keon at Dafydd's head. It hits his helmet and Dafydd staggers back, blood streaming into his eyes. Riven turns, faster than ever, and slices his blade at Henry, aiming for his legs. Henry takes the blow on his squeaking greave and swings the bill short-armed at Riven. Riven steps inside and crashes his elbow into Henry's face. Now Henry sags, 2 spurts of blood on his lips. Riven steps over him and lifts the sword. Thomas steps in, jabs at him, the point of the pole ringing on Riven's cuirass, sending him staggering, breaking another of the leather straps. Henry forgotten, Riven rounds on Thomas, who ducks and runs. 5 paces. He turns and comes back. He chops at Riven. Riven blocks, then cuts back. Thomas drops back. 1 nick of that sword and it will all be over. He comes again, and once more Riven sends him scurrying away. His blade is so quick it defies the eye to follow it. But the knight next to Riven is floundering. His sooted armour is crimped from some earlier blow, and he is finding it difficult to move. He is staggering as the other billmen lash their pikes at him. He's being beaten down. He doesn't have long to live. Riven is tiring too. Thomas slashes at him again, the point of the axe scraping a wheal down the side of his visor, nearly unpinning it. Riven dances aside. His sword flashes and slices through the meat on Thomas's shoulder. It feels as if he has been burned, and he gasps with pain. Henry has recovered, but his legs are sloppy, and his chin and chest are covered in blood. He comes at Riven from the other side. Riven forms a triangle, back to back with the 2 knights still standing. There are dead billmen lying in the ashes under their feet. Many more are wounded enough to want no further part in this. A moment later, the 3rd knight goes down under a flurry of blows from the other billman, but as they move in to finish him off, one of the billmen loses his wrist to the 2nd knight's axe. Blood sprays over their feet in the ash as the billman slides away. Thomas goes back at Riven, and for the next minute they trade blows with blocks and near misses. Riven keeps him and Henry away with sudden feints, swapping his sword from one hand to the other, but after Henry breaks the final leather strap on his cuirass, he begins to move more stiffly. The plates of armour gape, showing a sliver of vulnerability. Again Thomas attacks, sweat and blood and rainwater in his eyes, his joints vibrating from the blows, but Riven is moving sluggishly now, an almost different creature from before. Each time Thomas attacks him, Riven's sword gives an inch or 2. Thomas starts to land blows on his body as well, and Riven's armour is dented. He is still strong enough, though. He knocks the bill from Henry's hands. Henry trips over a wounded man. But now the 2nd knight has killed the last billman. He stands over him with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Then he stands and labours around towards Henry, but before attacking, he stops for a moment and raises his visor. His face is streaming with sweat, scarlet with exertion, and even his eyes are red. He holds up a hand for a stay. "A moment, for the love of God," he gasps. Henry is on his feet. He has an axe from somewhere and steps in. He chops the knight across the face, knocking him back on his heels, and the man falls screaming into the sky and clasping his pulpy face with both hands. Henry steps over him and crashes the axe down into him like a woodsman splitting a log. Afterwards, he can only move the axe by standing on the man's neck and levering it free. Riven turns to kill Henry while the axe is stuck, but Thomas lunges. Riven parries, tries to catch him with the pommel, and then a long, thin dagger appears in his hand. Thomas feels it pass his ear as he ducks away. It is Riven's last, desperate move, and this time there is no mistake. Thomas feints right, then turns and swings the poleaxe in a blur. A bellow escapes as the pick head hums through the air. It crashes through the gap in Riven's cuirass and stops still. Riven staggers and drops his knife. He lowers his hands carefully. Time seems to stop. All clamour ceases. Thomas pulls the pick out, and Riven stands for a moment, his arms by his sides. He takes a step or two, then drops to his knees. For a moment he stays upright, his arms by his sides. Thomas drops the poleaxe and falls to his own knees, facing him. Blood is pouring from the slash in his shoulder. His livery coat is sodden with it. He is shaking, his vision blurred. He stretches to open Riven's visor. He wants to see Riven before he dies. He wants to be seen, wants to look into his eyes. But the visor is jammed. Thomas scrapes it open and stares at him. It is not Riven. Thomas's insides rebel and he vomits, scorching and sour, all over his hands and wrists, all over the steel plate, all over this night. He falls and rolls onto his back. The rain is wonderfully cold. He lets it fall into his eyes, mix with the blood and sweat. He stares up into the grey rain clouds, watching them coiling and unfurling, gathering in fists and then drifting away like the smoke from a gun, and all the while the rain falls gently, and all around him he can hear the conclusion of a battle as men have finished off with screams and cries in a welter of blood. Henry is there, still with that axe. He is threatening someone by the king's tent. "Who by all the saints are you?" Henry asks. Thomas hears a reply, and then a tall man appears, looking down. He is shaking his head and saying something Thomas cannot understand. He has one of those boneless faces that reminds him of a brother in the priory who died from what the dean described as an abundance of piety. Then Thomas sees nothing. Sound and vision fade, and silent whiteness envelops him. Later, he wakes to find himself propped against the canvas wall of a well-braced tent. He can taste blood and ash. A mug of ale is pressed into his hands, but he cannot hold it. Someone takes it and presses it to his lips. He lets it run over his chin. A face looms into view. "You all right, Thomas?" Daffyd shouts. He is splashed with blood, but alive and grinning. Thomas's head is ringing and he hears him as if from a distance. He keeps jabbing his arm, pointing at something, but Thomas can only see the backs of men drifting around the clearing between the tents. Daffyd is laughing. "New Henry caught him," he shouts. "Confined him to his tent. Imagine, a bloody archer from Kent capturing the king of all England, Henry the bloody Sixth, in his tent, a bloody archer." Thomas tries to move to see what is going on, but the pain is too great. "We've done it," Daffyd is saying. "We've beaten him. We've killed all the nobs and captured the king of bloody England." Thomas manages to sit up. Owen presses more ale on him. "What happens now?" Thomas asks. "We drink more ale." Owen pours it till it runs down his cheeks, leaving pink smears in his ash-smutted face. "The Earl of March has gone down on his knee to the king, hasn't he?" Daffyd said. "But we all know who's in charge now. There he is, the Earl of Warwick. Look at him." Thomas's eyes ache as he inches his gaze across the clearing. A gap in the ranks has appeared, and there is the Earl of March, huge in his steel plate, on one knee before the king, the whey-faced, boneless man whom Thomas saw the moment before he passed out. The king looks stricken, mortified. He doesn't seem to know what to do, what to say to this bloodied giant kneeling before him. Thomas can almost smile. He wishes Catherine were there. It would make her laugh and mutter something. Behind the two, but standing apart from a mob of other men in harness, is the Earl of Warwick. It does not look as if he has exerted himself in the battle. He is still smiling as he looks up and around the gathering, and then his smile broadens in welcome. He raises his gloved hand, and a man on a grey horse slides across Thomas's vision, blocking it for a moment, so that all he can see are the man's cuisses, his greaves, and his sabatons. And then the man gets down from the horse, and the horse is led away, and Thomas sees the man in full for the first time, and he recognises him as being the visitor from the night before, who came to see the Earl of Warwick. It is Rithin's man, he who organised the arrangement, and Warwick is turning to him with that smile, crossing the clearing to greet him, and while every other man is now cheering at what is happening, and while Warwick's and March's and Fauconberg's men are celebrating their famous victory at this field outside the town of Northampton, Thomas is gripped by a new spasm, and is spewing such ale as he drank in a hot, stinging torrent, for now he recognises the man. Riven. It is Giles Riven, his hands still clasped in the Earl of Warwick's, and there in the background, holding that grey mare, is the giant, and his naked feet are the last thing Thomas sees as the pain swells in his limbs, and once again he passes into a void of echoing whiteness. Part 4. Marton Hall, County of Lincoln, September 1460. Chapter 20. It is late summer, and the air is pungent with ripe fruit and turned earth. Slender stooks of oat are piled by the barn, and an old man and his boy are guiding 2 oxen and a plough across their furlong of rain-blackened soil. Catherine, for want of anything else to do, is helping an old woman comb the brambles for blackberries, and she has almost filled her basket when they hear the steady clop of hooves. A horseman coming from the village, a visitor with news of the outside world, perhaps. When they see it is only Thomas, the old woman goes back to work. "You look the part," Catherine says when he pulls the horse up beside her. He is wearing a travelling cloak and a velvet hat, and he seems even taller and broader on the back of a horse. Had she not known him, she knows she would have cowered from him. Now he swings his leg over the saddle and drops easily to the ground, just as if he had been riding the horse all his life. His wound bothers him less now, 2 months after it was inflicted, but his face is still drawn, and there are smudges under his blue eyes. He takes off his hat and runs a hand through his reddish hair, and smiles. "Would you like a turn?" he asks, offering her the reins. Catherine shakes her head. "I can hardly stay on a pony," she says, "let alone that thing." They both step back to admire the horse. It is a fine animal, a palfrey. It once belonged to the Earl of Shrewsbury, and had been found tethered to the rear of the tents at Northampton, its groom dead or long since fled, and after a pause, while lesser lords coveted it, the Earl of March had awarded it, and Shrewsbury's dented armour, to the man who'd killed him, Thomas Everingham, an unknown archer from the county of Lincoln, of the retinue of Sir John Fakenham. "What are you doing out?" he asks. "Fournier is coming to bleed Sir John today," she says. Thomas laughs. "So you've been sent away?" "No," Catherine begins. "Well, yes. Anyway, he has written to say that he is coming, and that the bleeding is in accordance with the movement of the heavenly bodies, or some such, though it is more likely he's run out of money for wine." "How's Sir John?" Thomas asks. She thinks about it for a moment. "Low," she says. Thomas grunts. They turn to watch a flock of starlings behind the plough. A wood pigeon is calling in the trees. "And you?" she asks. He raises his arm above his head to show that all is well, but says nothing. "I wasn't thinking of your wound," she says. "I was thinking about this." She gestures at the soggy fields, the clutch of rough houses under the church's tower, and behind them Marton Hall, Sir John Fakenham's manor. "I don't know," Thomas admits. "I am grateful for all Sir John has done for us, and for this life, but—" He shrugs. It has been hard for him, Catherine knows. She has heard him grinding his teeth in the night. This anguish has delayed his recovery, she thinks, and she is sure he would be healed already if only he did not believe that God had deserted him on the field of Northampton in favour of Giles Riven. "But you will get your chance again," she says. "I am certain of it. God wills it." "No," he says. "There will be no more battles in England.
The country is at peace now, or so Richard says. When the Duke of York comes from Ireland, he will take up his rightful position on the council, and that will be that. No. What of the Queen? What of her? And what of the sons of all those men killed at Northampton? What of all those who took to their heels that day? Surely they will not let this rest. No one even knows where the Queen is, and she's a woman, she has no power, no say. She stares at him. Is he joking? Apparently not. But she has a son, doesn't she? She perseveres. She must hope to see him on the throne one day. And she will, Thomas goes on, as if it is she who is the fool, when our present King Henry dies. Besides, you miss the point. Riven is on our side now. If Sir John goes to war again, so will he, and I shall be standing shoulder to shoulder with him. As if that matters, she counters. You heard Richard's story of the knight called William Lucy, who hurried to the field outside Northampton too late to aid the king, only to be struck down by one of the king's men who had an interest in his wife. Thomas thinks back to the battle and wonders how many such incidents there were that day. He can recall pieces of it, distant, fractured moments, fleetingly glimpsed. After the fighting was done, they had helped dispose of the bodies, throwing some in the river to join those already drowned, dragging others to a pit dug by a farmer and his boys and burying them there. They returned those of the nobles, their weight lightened by thieving hands, to their heralds. A mass was heard in the nearby abbey, for some show of sorrow was necessary when among the defeated dead were the victors' cousins, uncles, brothers-in-law and nephews. This is how it goes, Sir John had said. War, cruel and sharp. They'd found Red John lying on his back. Rainwater was cupped in his eye sockets, his helmet tipped from his head and his russet hair washed back in waves. His alabaster skin was cold to the touch, his freckles somehow pale, and when they turned him over they found he was lying on one of the barbed traps used to cripple horses. They'd had to pull hard to remove it from his spine, and in the end they couldn't, so they buried him with the caltrop in place in a good deep hole of his own, quite near the abbey where King Henry and the Earls of Warwick and March were saying their prayers. It was not consecrated ground, but it would have to do. Thomas had watched from the back of the cart with tears in his eyes. When they'd finished, they set off back towards London with King Henry treated as he should be, riding at the front of the column, attended by Warwick and March, the Archbishop, the Legate, and even Henry, the archer from Kent, who smiled all the way home. It was then, on the road south, camped by a crooked cross where two roads met, that Warwick had decided in Riven's favour. He had given him the right to Cornford Castle and all its lands, and the wardship of Lord Cornford's daughter until she came of age. Sir John had argued that the girl was engaged to Richard, his own son, whom Warwick had nearly killed in a hunting accident, and that Cornford was his cousin, and that he was due the castle and its estates. But Warwick was blithe. In return for the castle, Riven was to give up Martenhall, the house he had forcefully occupied the year before, and gift Sir John a sum of money in recompense. It is because of Riven's part in Rithin's defection, Geoffrey said, and the fact he has 100 mounted archers to call his own. It had been a depressing lesson in the power of power. The journey from there to Marton had taken 4 days, and in all that time Sir John said not one word. He'd sat on the cushion on his trunk in the cart and stared at his feet, a hiss of drawn breath whenever they hit a pothole. Not even the sight of Richard recovering from his wound and able to ride a horse again cheered him that much, and when they stopped in front of Marton Hall, all he could do was look at it with tears in his eyes. It was not the sort of homecoming any of them had imagined. In his absence, the hall had been sorely treated. The windows were gone, a wall was broken down so that the joists of the upper floor splayed in mid-air like spread fingers and the roof sagged. Broken tiles lay scattered about the yard, and a sheep's carcass poisoned the well. The lead on the outhouse roof had been taken, and there was a pile of shit below the privy that must have been there 6 months or more. "Bastard," was all Sir John had muttered when he saw the bed upstairs had also been stolen. "Bastard."
In the weeks that followed, Richard set about restoring the old house to a fit state, and now, 2 months later, a fire burns in the hall and Sir John can lie upstairs in a new-made bed, protected from the draughts by woolen blankets and the yards of blue damask that hang all around. His archers from the 100 have returned to their homes, rich men for a few months, while those with nowhere to go have stayed at Marton, helping in the fields when they are not helping repair the house. Thanks to the pardoner's salve and Catherine's attentions, Thomas's arm has slowly healed, and while he is still not able to draw a bow, he has spent his time learning to ride his new horse. Catherine has been warm and dry for as long as she can remember, and she cannot recall the last time she went without food for more than a day. Marton Hall has become home to her, and the habits of the priory, ingrained like dirt into her skin, have slowly come loose. But now Thomas is restive. "If it is not God's intention that I find Riven," he tells her, "then I should go back to the Prior of All. I should rejoin the Order. I made my vows." He is confused, wretched even. "I can't live like this," he says. "Look!" He shows her his hands. There are small wounds in the palms where his nails have dug in. "I do it at night," he says. "I can't help myself." They walk on. She understands Thomas and the way he feels about this. If God wishes him to be his instrument of vengeance, then it will come to pass, and he will find Riven and kill him. But if he does not, then it will not come to pass, and with every flitting day, while Thomas stays in Marton and there is no chance of coming across Riven in battle, this last scenario seems the most likely. She wants to tell Thomas that if he wants to find Riven, all he need do is seek him out, that it need not be by chance, that it need not be on the field of battle. He, Thomas, must act for himself, not wait on God's whim. She opens her mouth to tell him this, but caution keeps her quiet. She is learning lessons, she thinks, however frustrating they might be. Instead, she says, "Look around you, Thomas. Look at this place. Take strength from it. Your chance will come again. I know it." They're near the village now, down by the piggery, and she finds a stick and leans over the fence to scratch a pig between its russet shoulders. "What about you?" he asks. "We are a day's ride from the priory." She is silent for a moment, watching the pig's pleasure. Thomas means for her to return not to rejoin the Order, but to discover who left her there as an oblate. She has been worrying over this ever since that day in the dunes below Sangat, when he told her someone must have been paying her way. "But how can I do it?" she asks. "I cannot go as I am, for no boy would be permitted into the cloister, and if I were to go as myself, well, you cannot have forgotten I am wanted as a murderer." She has dreamed about her arrival at the priory with a particular intensity in the last months. In them she's seen the letters on the paper, felt its texture under her fingertips. There is the hint of a seal at the bottom of the page. She can hear the dull clack of coins in the oiled leather pouch, and she can feel her wrist aching from its heft. "Perhaps you might return as a woman," Thomas asks. "Not a sister, but a normal sort of woman, such as Liz." Liz is Geoffrey's daughter. She is Catherine's own age, perhaps, and helps her mother and father around the hall, where she is the subject of much speculation among the remaining archers. Catherine has found herself watching Liz closely, studying the way she moves, her ease in society, her clothes. Liz has caught her gaze more than once, and each time Catherine has looked away as she's felt the heat in her cheeks. Liz has smiled knowingly. She tries to imagine herself as Liz, but cannot, though the thought remains vibrating in her mind, like a strummed thread. Now she shakes her head and they leave the pig to its own rooting. "There must be another way," she says. They walk down past the church, both keeping an eye out for the sexton, a busy man who's had nothing to say to Sir John since their return. There are chickens everywhere, a dog sleeping in the road, and across the way a woman is sealing up a bread oven. Catherine and Thomas are familiar figures now, and the woman raises a hand in greeting, as does a swineherd, with no pigs in tow, who turns and points back down the road towards Lincoln. 3 horsemen appear at the end of the village. Thomas instantly stiffens. She lays a hand on his arm. "Fournier," she says. They watch the riders come on. "Good day to you, Master Fournier," Thomas calls out. "Godspeed you, sir," Fournier replies, taking off his hat. "And to you, young man. Not armed today, are you?" Catherine shakes her head. Fournier can be very disarming, she has to admit. "You were sent to guide me to Martin Hall?" Fournier asks. They are not, but it hardly matters. Fournier is wearing a new cloak the colour of Gascony wine, and his tight-fitting cap is lined with fur. He looks to have prospered since Catherine saw him last, and he has acquired a new assistant, another gangling lad with skinny shanks, but one with his ears intact. She tugs her own cap down over her ear. The third in the party is a grim-faced bodyguard, slouched in his saddle, who rolls his eyes as they start the ride back up the road to Sir John's house, and Fournier continues a lecture she imagines must have begun in Lincoln. "The objective of the patient is to be cured, yes? And to that end he will agree to anything. Once cured, though, his thoughts turn elsewhere, and like as not, he will forget his obligation to pay. The object of the physician, on the other hand, is to obtain his money, so he should insist on taking the money in advance. He must never be satisfied with a promise or a pledge from the patient before the cure is effected. Do you see?" As they pass the field, the man and his boy are still at work, their plough turning neat lines of glossy black turfs, but now seagulls the size of cats have chased away the starlings, and they screech like the souls of the damned. On the road ahead, the old woman is walking home with her basket of blackberries. "Are these all Sir John Fakenham's lands?" Fournier asks. Thomas nods. "As far as the eye can see," he tells them. That'll increase Fournier's price 5-fold, she thinks, and she marvels again how naive Thomas can be. In the courtyard, Walter is sharpening his knife on a step. He looks up, sees them, and then goes back to his task, saying nothing more. "Yes, well," Fournier says. "Good day to you." Geoffrey's wife, Goodwife Popham, meets them at the door, and Fournier asks her to warm some wine. "To drink or to use to cleanse your instruments?" Catherine asks. Fournier ignores her, and she leads the way up the stairs to find Sir John in his chamber, lying in the bed, drinking wine from a pewter cup. 2 white hounds lie alongside him, ugly animals too, and all 3 look up at Fournier with fearful, bloodshot eyes. "Good day to you, Master Physician," Sir John murmurs, his pale lips hardly moving. "Has the time come already?" His face is powdery, and he looks closer to death than life. When he tries to sit up and put the cup aside, the pain is too much, and he subsides. "It has, Sir John," Fournier answers, sitting on the bed and taking the cup from his fingers. "How is the fistula?" Sir John squeezes his eyes shut. A tear escapes. "I cannot walk," he says. "I cannot shit. I cannot even cough, for the pain of it." Fournier nods. "It is as I thought," he says. "Your humours are out of balance." Catherine groans. Fournier turns on her. "You have some new thing to say?" "No," she says, "only that what ails Sir John is not some misalignment of his humours. It is a sore in his backside." Fournier stands. "Are we to have this again?" He touches the handle of the knife in his belt. Brave this time, she thinks, but then again the last time she was carrying the poleaxe. Sir John wafts a hand and lets it fall on the sheets. "Leave us, Kit," he murmurs. "Let the physician go about his work." Catherine gives Fournier one last look,
and then leaves the room and rejoins Thomas in the courtyard below. "This bleeding is barbaric," she says. "It is as bad as putting faith in bits of old bones such as the Pardoner used to sell." "I've been thinking about the Pardoner," Thomas says, "and the ledger. Do you think his people will know why he valued it so? He had a son, he mentioned, who died, but is his wife still alive, I wonder?" They hear a stifled cry through the window above them. Both look up to the eaves. "How long will he be here?" Thomas asks. "A week," Catherine guesses. "He must see his patient survives, if only to collect his due." "So perhaps we might journey to Lincoln, if only to avoid his company." She laughs. His duplicity is charming in its simplicity. "You imagine meeting Riven in the marketplace, in the churchyard, at a tavern, perhaps?" He looks askance. Then he too smiles, and they find themselves grinning at one another, and a moment later both look away. The next morning they set out at the pink-fretted dawn, Thomas on his palfrey, his axe over his saddle, Catherine on a little brown pony. She is not a natural horseman. There is something about the position, with the legs apart, that she finds to be wrong, and she knows that alongside him she looks more like his servant than his equal. But the pony is fair-tempered and often anticipates her commands, and she is fond of it. When they emerge into the sunlight, Lincoln lies ahead, the spire of the cathedral all the taller for the flat fenland around. They ride on, and all morning the sun shines in their faces, and as they pass under the castle's pale stone walls and through the old arch, the cathedral bell rings sext. They stop to stare at the cathedral. It is so huge as to be unearthly, beyond their understanding, and there is even something frightening about it. Eventually they can stand it no longer, and they turn their backs on it and tie up their horses, handing a boy a coin to water them. Then they stop in the shade for some ale, tasting of hedgerows and bramble plants, and with a deep head, and a dish of hot buttered peas cod in one of the lanes by the cathedral yard. Insects hum in air as thick as honey. Nearby a stationer is selling books, and Thomas cannot resist. The stationer, snowy-haired and bearded, is dressed in accordance with the sumptuary laws, the tie-strings of his cap hanging down to his chest. He begins showing Thomas his cheaper wares, holding them out and declaiming the virtue of the limning. Thomas's fingers strayed to the leather surface of one, and when he prizes it open, the stationer exhales approvingly. "Problemata Aristotelis," he nods. "In French, you know quality when you see it, young man." There is a suggestion of a question mark at the end of his sentence. He eyes Thomas's rough-made boots and homespun clothing. "Do you know who made this?" Thomas asks. "Sadly, no," the stationer admits. "Only that it is from a workshop in Bruges, copied from an original there, I dare say." "You've been to Bruges?" Thomas asks. "Many times. A most beautiful city, though the damp penetrates old bones like mine." "Many of the best designs come from Bruges," Thomas tells Catherine, turning the book over in his hands. "One day I should like to go, though it means crossing the sea again." When Thomas is excited about something, he looks like a boy. He looks at the other books and keeps testing the textures of the leathers, stroking the surfaces of the paper, and the stationer lets him place the pad of his finger on one very fine, gesso-backed, gold-leafed initial letter L. "A fine piece of work," Thomas acknowledges. The stationer is half smiling, but his gaze flicks from Thomas to Catherine and back again, and Catherine feels the familiar twist of anxiety twist in her guts. She has never forgotten what the Pardoner had said about travelling among strangers, and now she tugs her hat down over her half-ear again. They should never have come. She brings the conversation to an end by asking of the Pardoner. "Old Master Dord," the stationer says, softening a little. "I know of him. A fine man and a serious collector. He has been gone these past months, has he not? abroad, I hear, though the priests still say Mass and ring a bell for his safe return. He has a house on Steep Hill, down near the Jews.
A thought seems to strike Thomas. "Have you seen anything like this before?" he asks, unslinging his pack and unwrapping the ledger. The stationer takes and opens it and studies it for a moment.
"I dare say I have," he says, "though I'd not bother to look at such a thing twice. It is an official document, a list of soldiers and their movements in France, is it? Yes. Perhaps the value for scrap. Ah, though that I like."
He is pointing at Thomas's copy of the round window of St. Paul's Cathedral in London. Thomas has added some colours since, reds and blues and yellows, and the design glows. The stationer offers some money for it, but Thomas shakes his head, and the old man hands the book back, and they leave him just as the bells chime the half hour. Master Dord's house is down the hill on the right. It looks shuttered and empty, but after Thomas pounds on the door, a blank-faced girl in a kirtle and a cloth cap opens up. "Is Mistress Dord at home?" Catherine asks. Without a word, the girl holds open the door, and with quick glances at one another, they go in. She shows them across a rush-strewn hall and into a wooden-panelled parlour where the shuttered windows let in only a little light. There is a long table against one wall, and cushions on the window seats, and tapestries of scenes she does not recognise on the walls. There are even silk rugs under their feet, but it is the books on tables all around the room that draw the eye, for they show up the worst of the dust. It lies everywhere, a pale coating 1/2 inch thick. It is as if no one has been in the room for weeks, maybe months, possibly years. "She's always said you'd come one day," the maid says. "Who?" "Mistress Dord." "But you don't know who we are." The girl nods and withdraws. "Strange," Thomas says, his eyes on the books. Catherine thinks for a moment. Then it hits her. She doesn't know he's dead. It has occurred to neither. Thomas starts shifting his feet and is tugging at his collar when the door opens again and a woman enters. She is tall and slight, and with a high forehead, as if her hair is plucked, and her skin pale as ivory. She wears a dress dyed the colour of old sage leaves, with sleeves that droop to the floor, and once inside she stands unnaturally still, her only movement from her elbow, as she gestures to the maid to offer the wine she has brought in on a silver tray. "Good day, Mistress Dord," Catherine begins. Her voice sounds loud in her own ears. "Good day to you," Mistress Dord whispers. Her eyes are fixed on Catherine's. They are almost as pale as her face, tinged yellow. For a moment, Catherine does not know how to start. Mistress Dord remains immobile, while her girl passes them each a silver cup. "He is dead, isn't he?" the woman says. After a moment, Catherine nods. Mistress Dord closes her eyes. When she opens them, such light as was there has faded further. "It is as I feared," she says. "God has not looked kindly on me." God has not looked kindly on the pardoner either, Catherine thinks. "He had said his prayers," Catherine lies, "and was given absolution by a priest." Again the woman nods. "I thank you for bringing the news," she says. "If there is something—" Catherine feels the blood rise to her cheeks. No, she says. "We are in search of no reward. It is no more than our Christian duty. But he left only this." She gestures to Thomas, who hurriedly removes the ledger and offers it to her. Mistress Dord makes no move to take it. "A book," she sighs. "He seemed to think it was of great value," Catherine says. Mistress Dord gestures to those stacked on the tables. "He thought all books were of great value." There is a long silence. A cart rumbles by outside, the cry of the carter, the plod of his horse's hooves. "It is a book of names," Catherine goes on. "No more than a list, really."
Keep it then, Mistress Dord says. I have no use for it. Master Dord never taught me to read. There is another long silence. You do not even recognize it, Thomas asks. She shrugs. He was going to France, he said, to sell something of great value to the king there. At least that is what he told us, but he was always planning to sell things of great value. He had 3 crossbows belonging to the witch Joan. More silence. But these books, Thomas begins, gesturing, are nothing to me. They serve to remind me of my late husband, and that is all. May I look at them? Thomas asks. I am your servant, Mistress Dord says. They will all be gone soon. I will have to marry again, and my husband-to-be is no lover of books. Maria will show you out. With that, she turns and leaves the room. Maria follows. Catherine glances at Thomas. He puts his empty cup of wine on the tray, pours himself another, drinks it, and then starts wiping the dust from the bindings of the books. Catherine says nothing. She realizes how cold the room is, even on a warm day. Thomas, she says, let's go. He has everything here, Thomas says. Look. He holds up a book. A psalter, he tells her. As fine as yours? It is a copy of the Utrecht Psalter, you see, illuminated by a genius. Look! Beautiful. And here, a laugh of Julius Caesar. He opens the front, made of some hardwood and decorated with gold lace. He sniffs, inhaling the mixed smells of leather, wood, vellum, and glue. He turns a page. Look at that, he says, gesturing to an ornately designed letter Q in the loop of which men in madder cloaks are harvesting plump grapes with golden knives. It is finer than our ledger, Catherine agrees. I wish Mistress Dord had given us this instead, Thomas says. It is exquisite, almost beyond belief. He lays it down gently and begins moving the books, revealing those that lie beneath, sighing as he does so. She leaves him to it and finds the maid standing in the hallway, staring in silence at the cobwebs that festoon the lamps above her head. The candles are so old they are almost orange. Mistress Dord has disappeared. Catherine opens her mouth to say something, but faced by such blankness she can think of nothing. Thomas has to be called away from the books. When they leave, the maid closes the door on them and they stand on the steps, frowning at one another. Something awry there, Thomas suggests. He is right. But what is it? They stop in the sunlit street, the cobbles warm under their feet, the smell of fresh horse dung in the air. Flies and bees drone, catching the sun. Catherine turns and looks up at the windows of the jettied stories of the house. Mistress Dord is there, staring down at them through a thick pane. After a moment, she steps back into the gloom, her face rippling through the glass, and is gone. They stand in the road a moment longer. Thomas is staring south to where the flat lands that lie beyond the walls dissolve in the summer's haze. The Priory is a day's ride from here, he says. She looks at him. And so is Cornford Castle, she says. Before he can say more, they hear a horse clattering up the road towards them. The rider is standing in the stirrups, lashing at its rump. They step off the road to let it pass. Its flanks are white with sweat. In an hurry, Thomas says. By the time they reach the crown of the hill, a crowd of people is gathered by the cathedral gate. Someone is shouting something. A bell begins ringing. What is it? The stationer is packing away his wares. He turns to them. Have you heard? He asks. Richard of York has come from Ireland. He has landed in Chester this last week and is making his way to London. The rider says he has a man walking before him carrying his sword of state, and it is upright. What does that mean? Catherine asks. Only kings progress in such a fashion. So, the Duke means to claim the throne. They turn to one another.
CD 8.
Chapter 21. The next morning, when Sir John emerges from his drink-induced slumber, they tell him of Richard, Duke of York's arrival in England. "I must get up," he says. "We must get to London. We must see him. He will reverse Warwick's decision in the matter of Cornford Castle. I am certain of it."